Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reincarnated into Fullmetal Alchemist and became the Blue Flame Alchemist? Synopsis: Aaliyah, a girl from the real world, is suddenly transported into the world of Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood after meeting Truth, who grants her alchemy and psychic powers in exchange for her right leg. Reborn into a new family and reassemble, she grows up alongside Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric, becoming close friends and eventually falling in love with Edward while studying alchemy together. After the tragic deaths of their loved ones and the failed human transmutation that costs Edward and Alphonse parts of their bodies, Aaliyah promises to help them find the Philosopher's Stone and restore what they lost. As state alchemists known as the Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemists, Edward and Aaliyah travel with Alphonse to battle dangerous enemies like Isaac McDougall and expose corrupt figures such as Father Cornello, who manipulates people with a fake Philosopher's Stone. Throughout their journey, the trio faces painful truths about life, death, and sacrifice while growing stronger together through friendship, love, and their determination to uncover the secrets of alchemy. Make sure to check out the author linked in the description. Let the tale begin. Chapter 1, Prologue. Let's do this. Aaliyah yelled, from the kitchen bringing junk food. Let's watch some FMAB, Aaliyah said. Aaliyah connects the iPod to the Apple TV on the screen TV. Watch episode 3. The opening song played and ended. Then the screen froze. What happened? I don't know. Aaliyah said. Then she saw something weird on the screen. Then little black hands came out of the TV and grabbed her. Ah! She yelled at top of their lungs. Then they were in a white void. Where are we? Aaliyah thought. Hello. A voice said. Gasp. The truth. Aaliyah said. So, you heard of me? Truth said. Yes, we have, Aaliyah told the truth. Why are we here for? Aaliyah asked. Well, I was looking at you two for a long time. Truth answer. Looking at us, Aaliyah said. Yes, I had. I have one thing to tell you too. Truth said. And what that? Aaliyah said. I will grant a wish for you too. Truth said. A wish? Aaliyah said. Yes. I will send to Edward and Alphonse's world. Truth said. But with one condition. Truth continues. And what is that condition? Aaliyah said. It is Aaliyah's right leg. Truth answer. Okay. Send us to their world. Aaliyah said. But one more thing, your appearance will change. And have alchemy power and physic power as well. Truth said. Okay. Let's go. Aaliyah said. Farewell. Truth said, waving goodbye. In FMAB world. Aaliyah was reborn into the FMAB into a blended family. She had a mom and dad. Her mom was a surgeon and dad was in the military. Mom named was Caitlin and dad named was David. Ally opened her eyes to see a beautiful woman with red hair and hazel eyes. Then a man comes closer who had brown hair and light blue eyes. She's my mom, she is beautiful. Ally thought. I had a good life with lovely parents who love me and meet my aunt, uncle, and cousins. Time skip. Aaliyah's POV. I grown up and was turning 2 today. And I was able to see how I look like. I look at my appearance. And saw I had dark red hair, but my eye color was green. I have dark red hair color and my eyes are light blue, I said. Then I met Ed, Al, and their mother Ms. Tricia and Mr. Hohenheim. He was very awkward and polite. Ms. Tricia was so nice. Then one day Mr. Hohenheim wasn't there when I come to visit the Elric family. And was told he was going on a trip. Okay, whatever. Then I discover Van Hohenheim's study room where he kept alchemy books. I started to read them and got better at alchemy. I shown Edward and Alphonse a few tricks of alchemy and since then they show their mom my mom of our creations. I made a new friend named Winry. But then one day Trisha fell into some kind of sickness and died, leaving 2 children alone. Time skip. After that Ms. Trisha died, leaving Ed and Al alone. On the day I saw a vision of Ms. Trisha, so I dragged Ed and Al to their house from outside and then told my mom what happened, and what we saw was their mom on the floor, not moving. Of course, Winry and Granny Pinako took care of the brothers. And I was took care by my mom's family. Oh, I almost forgot, my parents and Winry's parents went to the Isvalan Civil War to help, and all of them got killed in the war. Then Ed, Al, and I meet a lady that was visiting Resembul and to become her pupils to teach us more about alchemy. Since Ed and Al did human transmutation. But it failed. Ed lost his leg, Al lost his body. Ed to bind Al's soul to a suit of armor, causing Ed to lose his right arm. I heard the screams and ran to the room when they were doing the taboo and saw it. Al and I rushed to Rockbell's home and of course, we told them what happened. Ed and Al were depressed about what happened, but it was mostly Ed. I were upset too, but I got over it, and what Winry told me is to not let my sadness take over me. I must keep smiling for mom, friends, and family. Since then I wheeled myself to Ed's room and of course, he's still upset, but since I walk into the room, his sadness was gone and was replaced with happiness. Like he was happy to see me, but he got worried since I couldn't walk. Then the military came and Man and Roy Mustang told me and Ed that we were qualified to become state alchemists. So Ed and I decided to become state alchemists to accomplish our goal. Ed and I got automale limbs and found out that we can perform alchemy without transmutation circles just like our teacher. It was because we both saw truth, but Al didn't. I wonder why. Since then Ed and I passed our exams and become state alchemists. We're known as the Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemists duo, or what Roy rumored. See, Roy Mustang started a rumor and now some people think that Edward and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Although I do admit, we became a couple on the after day we left Resembul and we came back the Resembul. But we do have promises and the past when we were kids, and I love every moment in my life. I still call my family who live in Resembul. I thought as she silently wrote my entry in my diary. Aaliyah, we gotta go. Colonel Bastard wants us to meet in his office. For what reason we need to know. Edward stated, standing at the doorway of their hotel room. I put my pen down, put my diary away, and grabbed my blue coat. Okay, I'm coming. She called out and she put on her coat as we walk out of the hotel with Al to Central Command. Chapter 2, Fullmetal and Blue Flame Alchemists. Central Command rooftops asterisk. Ah, damn it. The colonel's never gonna let us out of here, is he? Edward asked. Guess not. Aaliyah sigh. And we already bought our tickets to Leor too. Does this mean we're not going? Alphonse asked. I don't know, Al. Aaliyah said, standing up from sitting. For now let's just get this over with, okay? Ed asked. Right. Aaliyah agreed, standing next to Ed. You lead the way, brother. Al said as the trio ran off. Central City streets asterisk. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al ran through the city when they heard footsteps and yells of shock and pain. Looks like he's here. Al, ally, and I want you to run to the other side of the alley. Wait for my signal so you can attack the guy. Ed ordered. While they were running, Aaliyah transmuted a lance-like spear and threw it in the alleyway, causing a circuit while the mysterious man jumped out of the way. That alchemy, he said. What a nasty thing to do. The guy noticed 2 people walking out of the darkness of the alleyway. You of all people should know great deeds require great sacrifice. Isn't the law of equivalent exchange? The guy asks with cruelty in his voice. Save your breath, the laws of alchemy don't justify murder, Ed said while he get Aaliyah's lance, and transmuted it into a spiked bat with his face on it. And Aaliyah, unmerged behind him, was starting, her hands burst in flames. No transmutation circle? The guy muttered in shock. Don't be too impressed, now. Ed called. Al made it to an alleyway in time and tried to punch the guy, but he ducked. Ed and Aaliyah tried to attack the man with his spiked bat and her fired a ball, but the man steamed the fire from hitting him. He quickly got up and kicked Al out of the way. Ed attacked again only to have the man block it with his arm again. He then uses his water-boiled alchemy powers on Ed's right arm, but the only thing that hurt was the sleeve of his red coat, which now reveals his automail arm. What? The man asked in shock when Al tried to attack him, but he got thrown back. What? But I had you, any water there should have boiled. The man yelled in disbelief. If it's any consolation, you did ruin my coat. Ed stated. An automail arm? The man muttered in disbelief. Ed took his coat off as Al started standing up, and the man took a closer look at them. Two young gifted alchemists, one who doesn't use transmutation circle, one who is a blue flame, and they have automail limb. I know you, you're the Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists, Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. The man finally noticed who they are. He then looked at Ed and Aaliyah, then pointed at Al and Aaliyah. So, it's not you? He asks, a bit confused. Well, no, I'm his younger brother Alphonse. Al scratches the back of his armor head in embarrassment. But they're runts. The man insulted him while he's confused, as Ed had an anime vein on his head while he should angrily. Oh yeah? Can a runt do this? Ed clapped his hands and used his alchemy to trap the man between the walls with only his face showing. I've heard the stories, but still I've never imagined this. The Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists are just a bunch of kids. That made snap. Ed, don't call me little. Ed put his hands on the ground as a huge stone fist punched the man, sending him flying. You know, brother, I don't think he was talking about your height just now. Al and Aaliyah sweat dropped at Ed's action. Yeah, he was only talking about our age, not heights, Aaliyah stated as Ed stopped huffing and puffing in anger. Well, even if he wasn't, he still pissed me off. Ed shouted angrily. See, Ed has short anger problems. For Aaliyah, not anymore, because people know that if you call her a weak or sweet innocent angel who doesn't hurt a soul, her demon side will come up and beat the people up into a pulp. That's why they don't call her weak anymore, although Edward don't get it and get confused. Of course, she doesn't mind being called little or short because she knows that Ed and Al will be taller than her someday. The only different thing is that she's only 2 inches taller than Ed. So you two are the ones we've been hearing all the stories about lately, the Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists. You're as good as they say, thanks for the help. One of the police officers said to Al and Aaliyah. You're welcome, but I'm not the one you should be thanking. Al and Aaliyah sweat dropped nervously. There. Ed said as Aaliyah turned to Ed and saw his coat are as good as new. Here you go, all good as new. Ed as he put on his new refurbished coat. Come on, let's get going, Al, Aaliyah, the 3 of us have got a train to catch. Ed told Al and Aaliyah, and grabbed Aaliyah's hand, as they walk in hand with Alphonse. Oh, okay, if you think it alright to leave. Al said. Cheer up, Al. Aaliyah said. I wonder what Leor would look like. Aaliyah thought of what the town would look like. Probably boring. Ed stated. You like to travel and explore new places, don't you, Ally? Al asked. Well, of course. I like seeing all of the places and seeing what it looks like, trying all of the different foods and drinks, and checking the nature at the places too. Aaliyah explained, smiling. Well, how about this? Once we get to Leor, the 4 of us will go exploring the town for a bit, what do you say? Ed asked. He saw Aaliyah's eyes light up in excitement. Really? We'll go exploring the town? She asks happily. Of course, I don't mind. Plus it will be a lot of fun, right, Al? Ed asks them. Yeah, the sooner we leave, the sooner we'll start exploring the new town. Al said. Yay! I'm gonna go exploring with my best friend and boyfriend. Aaliyah sings happily as Ed and Al smile at her childishness and happiness. Whenever I see Aaliyah's happy smile, it makes me happy when I'm around her. Ed thought. Ever since Ed met Aaliyah when they were young, he always liked to hang out with her. He soon realizes that he has feelings for Aaliyah. And he finally asks her to be his girlfriend. And she said yes, of course. He always loves her smile and personality. Ed soon broke out of his thoughts when he heard Aaliyah say, "Did you guys hear that?" she asked suspiciously. Ed and Al turned in the direction Aaliyah was looking, and the three of them saw bright blue light with steam. "What is that, steam?" Ed exclaimed as he and Aaliyah were coughing from the steam. "Guys, look, he's gone," Al called. Ed and Aaliyah looked to where Al was pointing and saw that the man disappear into thin air. "Damn it, now he pissed me off," Ed shouted. Central Command, Roy's office *. "Looks like you both have underestimated your opponent Blue Flame and Fullmetal," Roy told Ed and Aaliyah, who were both sitting on one couch while Al sit on the other couch across from them. The trio had come into Roy's office and told him what happened, so they're getting a talk and some info. "Who was this guy anyway?" Ed asked. "You'd know that if you listened to the briefing as I told you to. But no. You both had to go charging right at after dash," Roy spoke but got cut off. Yeah, we get it all right. We're sorry, okay, whatever," Ed said as Aaliyah rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Next time a superior tells you to pay attention, you might just try it." Roy smirks. "Fine." Ed and Aaliyah sigh. "Now then, his name is Isaac McDougal, or as he was known back in the day, Isaac the Freezer. He's a former state alchemist," Roy stated. "Former?" Aaliyah asks, confused. "That's right, he served in the Ishvalan War. During that time he gave us no signs that he turned traitor. But after, he immediately resigned from his commission and went into hiding. He's been working with the anti-establishment ever since. Taking him into custody is a matter of top priority. Whether it's dead or alive, it's up to him," Roy stated while walking up to the window. "No way, we're not killing anyone for you." Ed and Aaliyah. "And that's your choice, your orders are to help us contain him, that is all," Roy told them. "Off topic. Have you turned up any leads from getting your bodies back to normal?" Roy smirks. Aaliyah rolled her eyes, knowing why Roy asked that question, as Ed's bored face turned into an irritated face. "Maybe if you ever gave us time to look," Ed yelled. Suddenly the door was kicked open and it was Maze Hughes, as cheerful and happy as ever. "Roy, how goes? Heard you let them put you in charge of catching the freezer, huh? One hell of a nasty assignment, but hey, could be your chance to earn that promotion to Central." Roy had a look of annoyance when Hughes walked into his office. A thought bubble said, "Here comes that pest." "Oh, say, looks like my timing was perfect. You are Elric Brothers and you must be Aaliyah Martin, right?" Hughes exclaimed as he saw the trio in the room. He then went over to Aaliyah, shaking both of her hands in happiness. "Wow, it's a real honor to finally meet the first youngest female state alchemist, the Blue Flame Alchemist. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Maze Hughes. It's so nice of you, Ms. Martin. My daughter Alicia is a big fan of yours and she would love it if you get to meet her." Aaliyah was amazed by the man's excitement. "I would love to meet your daughter. I love children," Aaliyah replied, giggling. "Oh, and you must be the Fullmetal Alchemist. Wow, it's a real honor to meet another youngest state alchemist ever, a pleasure." Hughes was now shaking both of Alphonse's hands, mistaking him for the Fullmetal Alchemist from Ed. You want Edward, I'm his younger brother Alphonse," Al said nervously. Hughes threw his arms in the air in shock and fear because of Ed's dark aura around him. "What? You're the Fullmetal Alchemist? Sorry, I had no idea you'd be so dash." As Hughes was talking, Ed had a face daring the man to say the word he hates. "Go on, say little, I dare you," Ed thought darkly. "Hughes?" Roy called out. "Yeah?" Hughes replied. "What are you doing here?" "Go home," Roy demanded. "I'm here on official business," Hughes told Roy, who looked confused. Riza, who was in the room the whole time, opened her eyes, curious about what Hughes is going to say. "You Elrics, Martin, I understand that you four don't have a place to stay. Which means you'll have to come with me." Hughes then took out something, Ed, Al, and Aaliyah were looking puzzled and confused. But when they saw Hughes taking something out, Ed and Aaliyah hugged each other in fear, while Al started shaking in fear. They calmed down as they saw Hughes holding a picture which was a lady who looks in her 20s and 30s, holding a little girl who must be her daughter. "My wife Gracia and my daughter Alicia, we'd love to have you," Hughes exclaimed in his happiest tone. Central City Streets, Hughes' house *. "Hi, princess." Hughes gushed over his daughter, kneed down, and picked up his daughter named Alicia, putting his cheek on her cheek, and rubbing it. "Ow. Daddy, your beard is itchy," Alicia exclaimed to her dad. "Like this? Itchy, itchy." Hughes rubbed his beard on his daughter's cheek, all happy as Edward, Alphonse, and Aaliyah sweat dropped at this scene in the hallway. "Look, we have guests. These are the Elric brothers and their friend, and this is Aaliyah Martin, the short guy's girlfriend," Hughes told his wife and daughter. Aaliyah started giggling. "Oh, you must be the Blue Flame Alchemist, Aaliyah Martin. I'm a big fan of yours and I like your flame alchemy. I was wondering if you can be my sister," Alicia happily said to Aaliyah, who gushing over the cute little girl. "Oh, of course, I'll be your big sister," she exclaimed with a wide smile as she gave Alicia a hug which she hugged back. Alicia then had her hand under her chin as she pointed at Al, big brother. Then to Ed, little brother. "Of course." Ed grumbled in anger as he tried to keep his anger in control to not yell at the little girl. "Nice to meet you. My name is Edward Elric. And this is my younger brother Alphonse Elric. Get that? Younger brother." Ed mumbled, clutching his fist. "But younger means little, you're little." That's where Ed had enough, and before he could do anything, Al picked him up as Ed yelled and kicked his feet in the air in anger as Hughes carried his daughter into the house. "Let it go, Ed. These people are being nice to let us stay here," Al told his brother, walking through the door to the house. Aaliyah sweat dropped in annoyance as she stand next to Gracia. Thank you for letting us stay here for the night, and I'm so sorry about Ed. He just doesn't like to be called short." Aaliyah apologizes to Mrs. Hughes. "You're welcome, you and your friends are always welcome to stay with us if you don't have a place to stay, so don't worry about it. Your boyfriend seems like a nice boy," Gracia told Aaliyah. Aaliyah blushes sleepily on her face. She was walking in the Hughes home with Gracia behind her. Aaliyah saw Ed still shouting in anger at Alicia. "Edward, calm down. Alicia didn't mean today that, plus she doesn't have a younger sibling. So please calm down," Aaliyah told Ed, rubbing his shoulders in comfort. Ed seems to calm down, due to Aaliyah comforting him. "Okay, I'll calm down only because you told me to." Ed smiled at Aaliyah and she smiled back. Alicia giggled at the couple. Al silently giggled at what they saw and also agreed with Alicia. "I hope you four are hungry, Gracia's cooking is delicious," Hughes called out. The trio is sitting at the dinner table with the Hughes family. Aaliyah is sitting between the Elric brothers, as Aaliyah and Ed stared at the quiche Gracia made. "Go ahead, eat up," Hughes tells them. "Thanks." Ed and Aaliyah say union while taking a bite of the quiche. Al is just watching them eat since he can't eat or sleep cause of his soul bonded into a suit of armor. "Wow. You weren't kidding, this is great," Ed exclaimed in happiness with his mouth full. "It's so good. Thank you for the meal," Aaliyah says happily. "You're welcome. Don't be shy, eat all you want," Gracia told them. "Okay." Ed and Aaliyah continue to eat their dinner. Then Hughes looked at Alphonse. "Alphonse, how are you gonna eat with your armor on? Take it off, relax." The trio stopped what they were doing and tried to think of something. "Well, you see, Al spoke while scratching the back of his armor neck until Aaliyah starts speaking. "He's not allowed to, he has to wear it all the time." Aaliyah trailed off. "Yeah, it's part of his alchemy training, you know how that is. Aaliyah and I will eat enough for the both of us, right, Ally?" Ed finished for Aaliyah. "Yeah. She replies and she and Ed continue to eat their meal. Training choo-choo. Alicia shouted. In the guest room, at Hughes' house *. Ed was staring up at the ceiling thinking. While cuddling with Aaliyah. Hey brother, Aaliyah, are you awake? Al asks them. Ed and Aaliyah turn their head to face him while Al is sitting on a chair next to other bed. Mrs. Gracia's quiche, it looked alike like mom, huh? Al told his brother and friend. Yeah, and it's almost as good too. Ed thought back to when his mother made dinner for Ed, Al, and Aaliyah when they were little. Really? In that case, I'm adding it to the list of things I'm gonna eat once I get my body back. Al says excitedly, scribbling a few words in his notebook. Right, put it on there. Right near the top. Aaliyah told him with a closed-eye smile. Guys, I sure would like to get our old bodies back soon, Al said. I know, me too. Ed replied. Then Aaliyah fell asleep. Hey brother, you know once we do, we'll get Aaliyah's body and first as we promised. Al reminded Ed, yeah I know. Ed said remembering what happened. Flashback. Aaliyah, 7. Edward, 7. Alphonse, 6. It was spring in the town of Risambol. Ed and Aaliyah are sitting on a below tree that is next to their house. Hey, Aaliyah, can I ask you something? Ed asked Aaliyah, who was watching the sunset. Sure, what is it? Aaliyah asks with a smile. Remember when we were a little younger than we always play house? Like you're the mom, I'm the dad, and sometimes we use a baby doll or Alphonse when he was a baby to be our kid? Ed stated, remembering the memories they had. Yeah, what about it? She asks, confused. Ed grabs her hands, puts something in her left hand, and looks deep into her light blue eyes while smiling brightly. Someday when we're older like mom and dad, I want that to be real. We could become a couple and then get married and have kids, would that be fun? He asks. Aaliyah looks at her hand and saw what Ed gave her. It was a ring with a blue gem on top and small one as well. She guessed that he made it by using alchemy. Of course Ed, it will be fun, and thank you for the ring. Aaliyah smiles happily while putting her hands on Ed's cheeks and leaning in to kiss him. Of course, Ed was blushing because he has a crush on her ever since he first met her. Aaliyah pulled away and looked down at her hands with a smile and red cheeks. It's to tell you that if you ask me out when we're teenagers, you'll know what my answer is. Aaliyah explained, holding his left hand with her right hand with a warm smile on her face. Ed stared at her in awe as he realized that he got his first kiss from the love of his life and that he knows that if he asks her out, his love will say yes because she loves him back. Another flashback. Aaliyah, 11. Edward, 11. Alphonse, 10. Ed just got out of his surgery with his new automail arm and leg as Al wheeled him in the hallway. Are you okay, brother? Al asks in concern. Yeah, I'm just tired, that's all. Ed responded. Just then the Elric brothers heard a scream, meaning Winry and Marcoh started Aaliyah's surgery. Ed got worried about Aaliyah, so he quickly got up to run to her surgery but fall on the floor, sure to his automail leg. Ed, no. You can't walk yet, you just got out of your surgery. Al scolds him in worry. But Aaliyah, she's dash, Ed spoke, but Al cut him off. I know you're worried about Aaliyah, she can get through this. She's strong just like you, so just wait for her, okay brother? Al reassured his brother as he mumbled a fine. You're so stubborn. Al said. He was really worried about Aaliyah ever since the four did human transmutation to bring back Trisha. Edward starts to think if he was the cause of her losing her happiness. He feels guilty for what happened. Hey Al, if we find the Philosopher's Stone, let's make a deal and use it to bring Aaliyah's body back first. Ed stated with determination. Yeah, after all it seems like she's been in worse pain than us, and you want her to be first since you are in love with her. Al teases Ed as he is flustered with his face all red. What? No, I don't. Now you're just saying that to tick me off. Ed accused. Why would I do that when your face is all red like a tomato? Al pointed it out. Ed tries to defend back but nothing came out. Oh, shut up, and could you please take me outside so I won't go crazy if something bad happened to Ally? Ed asks quietly. Sure, brother. Al says while wheeling him outside. End of flashback. Ed was still staring at the ceiling, thinking about the past. Ed sighed and rested his head on Aaliyah's and looked at her peaceful face. It's been a long time since I told her that I wanted her to be my future wife, and I asked her to. We were dating for 4 years and every moment I had with her was amazing and love it very much. Ed smiled and closed his eyes and fell deep into his slumber. Central Command, the next morning *. Get a medic. Hurry. A soldier shouted urgently. Report to headquarters. 5 men dead. Another soldier yelled. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al heard from Mustang, stating that Isaac has escaped prison, and now the military is on a search for him. How awful, Aaliyah muttered sadly. Yeah, Al added. Yeah. This is getting out of hand. Aaliyah agreed with Al, it looks like a steam explosion. Raise the temperature of water fast enough and expands with the force of a bomb blast. In the human body is 70% water. Ed stated to Aaliyah and Alphonse. Not only that, this is the work of Isaac McDougal. I've seen his alchemy in action. He is very cruel to do this. Aaliyah explained to her friends. Let's hurry. We have to find him before he hurts anyone else. Ed told them as Al and Aaliyah nodded in agreement. As the trio walked down the sidewalk, they heard an explosion and ran toward the area in the alleyway. Major! Al shouted. The trio saw Armstrong fighting Isaac and came to help. Isaac threw a canteen their way, spilling hot water, and causing a steam explosion. Ed grabbed Aaliyah into a protective hug. While Al ran behind Ed and shielded Ed and Aaliyah then from the explosion as Isaac made his escape. Are you okay, Aaliyah? Ed asks her with caring eyes as their cheeks turn pink. Hi, I'm fine thank you. Aaliyah smiled at him and he smiled back. Ed then noticed the canteen on the ground. He used water from his canteen, huh? Thanks for the quick save, Al. Ed thanked his brother, knocking on his armor. Let's go, he's getting away. Al said. Come then. After me, Martin, Elric Brothers. Armstrong said from behind them. Right. The trio nodded and followed after Armstrong. Time skip. Later at night, Ed and Aaliyah remember back to when Isaac was in the alleyway and thought about what he was doing there. So they decided to go back and check it out. Still there, perfect. Isaac muttered. Stop right there. Aaliyah shouted, standing in front of the alleyway with Edward by her side blocking Isaac in case he escapes. I was wondering what you were doing in this alley, so we came back to check it out and bingo. Ed grinned. Isaac tried to go the other way but Alphonse were there just in time to block him. There's nowhere to run this time. Al exclaimed in unison. Clearly, but who's running? Isaac asks with his arms out. Suddenly the transmutation circle in front of Ed and Aaliyah started glowing red light on the ground, sending a red little lightning up in the sky. Ed and Aaliyah stared at this in shock. Suddenly the scene showed where the rest of the transmutation circles in alleyways, glowing red with red lightning and a strange frozen wave in Central City. Ed looked around at his surroundings and saw strange red lightning bolts coming out of nowhere. An alchemic reaction? In this scale? Aaliyah asked with widened eyes at what she saw. Impossible. Unless. You don't think he's? Al asked. A philosopher's stone. Ed stated. But then the trio saw strange blue light and felt the cold air going towards it. He's freezing all the moisture in the air, Ed muttered. Edward Elric, Aaliyah Martin, you've sworn your life to be stated the dog of the military. But do you know the ones you serve of what their true plan is? Isaac said. Who cares about that? Aaliyah spattered at him. It's not our problem. Ed agreed with Aaliyah. Don't be fools. They'll lead us all to ruin. I'm only doing what needs to be done. Isaac yelled. I told you we don't care. Ed yelled, getting irritated. Al jumped over the ice wall and landed behind Isaac. Isaac turns around and back away from them. Al threw a couple of punches at Isaac, and Al managed to kick him in the chest and send him flying towards the railing near the water. Ed and Aaliyah moved out of the way. All right, nice work. Ed congratulated him and her. But we still have to stop his alchemy. Al stated. We know. So where is it? You have a philosopher's stone, don't ya? Aaliyah asks Isaac. What are you talking about? He asks with a grin on his face. Don't act dumb with us. We ask you again, where is it? Ed asks angrily, walking up to him. And what are you going to do, kids? You're out of your league. Isaac said. Just hand it over already. Aaliyah trailed off as she, Ed, and Al saw the water rise and turned into a huge slab of ice that looked like a surf wave. Just then Isaac grabbed onto the railing being lifted by the ice. Ed, come on. You're gonna get it by the ice, let's go. Aaliyah said, and Al grabbed Ed by his arm and dragged him away from it. Stand back and prepare for a display of Armstrong alchemy. Armstrong said in a fighting stance. He's all yours, Major. Ed shouted as he, Aaliyah, and his brother ran out of the way and behind Armstrong. Witness the alchemic art passed down the Armstrong line for generations. He punched the huge slab of ice, but then it stopped for a second and the ice went towards the right, destroying a house along the way. Well, that's unexpected, Armstrong said in shock. What the heck are you doing? You're making it worse. Aaliyah shouted at him in disbelief. No. I was mere dash. Armstrong was interrupted by another slab of ice wave from behind them. The ice walls. Al exclaimed. They're emerging. Ed said, looking at the ice walls. But that would mean dash, Aaliyah said. If they all meet in the middle, ah damn it. It's Central Command. Ed finished for Aaliyah. He's gonna freeze it over. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al shouted. Major. Al, Aaliyah, and we try to slow him down. Can you handle the transmutation circles? Ed asked. Consider them erased. I'm on it. Armstrong replied. Führer King Bradley, for your cold-blooded crimes in Ishval. I condemn you to frozen hell. And while we're there, I can drop you off in Central Command, frozen with the others. Isaac said. Not so fast. Isaac turned around and saw Ed and Aaliyah using alchemy to make stone pillars to reach the top of the ice. Al arrived after Ed and landed behind them. Isaac used his alchemy to send ice to Ed. Two can play that game. Ed in return destroys the incoming ice with another ice colliding with it. That attack caused the ice to destroy under Isaac's feet to break apart. Isaac flew into the air. Isaac saw some leftover ice in the air and turned it into the water, sending the hot water to Edward, Aaliyah, and Alphonse. Hot. 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 Ed and Aaliyah complained. But then he noticed Isaac used leftovers to create steps, getting ready to attack them. Brother. Aaliyah. Al grabbed Ed and Aaliyah out of the way from Isaac. To slow. Isaac put his hand on Al's helmet to knock it off with alchemy. Alphonse. Ed and Aaliyah shouted and then hit the ground with Al. Al tried to kick Isaac but missed. The trio backflipped and landed on the ice. There's no one in there. It's empty. Isaac muttered. Aaliyah picked up Al's helmet, handing it to him. But that can only be true, his soul was bonded into the armor. So you lost your arm and he lost his entire body. Heh. I see. It all makes sense. You fools committed the ultimate taboo. You attempted human transmutation, didn't you? Alchemy's only unforgivable sin. Isaac taunted them. Al stated quietly. Aaliyah looked down with a sad look while her bangs covered her face, and Ed glared at Isaac with his clenching fist. Flashback. Blue alchemical light flooded the basement they were in. All that could be heard were the desperate and anguished cries of an 11-year-old boy calling out to his last family member. Alphonse. A pair of bloodied hands appeared next to the glowing transmutation circle. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. Damn it all. Edward cried, glancing to his left side to see where his leg was missing. It's been taken away. A suit of armor fell over and Ed drew a bloody array inside it. Give him back. He's my brother. Edward said, voice trembling with sobs. When he finished the array, Ed's face was shown with tears streaming down it. Give him back. He's my little brother. He's all I have left. Edward clapped his hands, creating a bright alchemical light that brought them back to the present. Back to reality. Ever since Edward and Alphonse did human transmutation. It was a struggle, and Ally promised the boys that she will help them get their bodies. You know. There are some lines you really shouldn't cross. Ed said darkly. Ed charged at Isaac, sending a punch at him. He slammed his fists on Isaac's head as he face first on the ice. Isaac places his hand on the ice as ice shot up at Ed, but Aaliyah unfreezes the ice and to let it hit Isaac. Al kicked Isaac, causing them to crash down. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al slid down the ice and stood in front of Isaac. Give it up. Aaliyah said. There's no water for you to use here, Ed said. You've forgotten something. I've all the water I need, 70% of my body. Isaac grinned. Ed followed his glance to Aaliyah, which made him panic. Isaac sent shards of his frozen blood at Aaliyah, but she could shield herself. Ed quickly got in front of her, taking the hit for her as shards hit his left shoulder. Ed! Al and Aaliyah shouted. Al broke the shard pulls and Aaliyah pulled Ed down to her lap as he sat there in pain. Are you okay? Aaliyah asks worriedly about her boyfriend wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Why can't you fools understand? I'm trying to save this country. Isaac said, holding his arm in pain. Slabs of ice wave connecting to the water go around Central Command and start to slowly freeze it. Isaac laughed and took that as he leave. Brother, Al said in worry. Aaliyah then told Ed what she was doing and counted to 3 by pulling the shard out of his shoulder. Ouch! Ed screamed. Oh sorry, Aaliyah said in concern and worry. She pulled out her blue bandana from her pocket and wrapped it around Ed's wound in his shoulder. Come on, we're going after him. I'm not done, not even close. Ed said. Ed, Aaliyah and Al ran through the streets trying to find the freezer until they came across an alleyway with soldiers. Isaac was on the ground dead with blood all over him and Führer King Bradley was standing next to him. Führer Bradley. You're here? Ed asks, holding onto his shoulder. Ah yes, a job well done, Fullmetal, Aqua. I came out to see if I can lend a hand and to think that I will be the one to catch him. If nothing else, it should make an exciting story for my son. Bradley gave a smile to Ed and Aaliyah. Central City Hospital, afternoon asterisk. Alphonse and Aaliyah are at the hospital visiting Edward in his hospital room. You know, we never did find out whether or not he did a Philosopher's Stone, Al said. No, but maybe it'll say something in the official report, Ed replied. Yeah. We were that close. Aaliyah said. Next to Al. Aaliyah was sitting on a chair next to Ed's bed thinking that she never thanked Ed. Hey Ed? Aaliyah called out to Ed. Ed turned around and looked at Aaliyah. Yeah? He replied. Thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'll probably be stuck in bed than you. Aaliyah said, her cheeks turning pink. Edward reacted to hearing her response. You're welcome. Besides, I did promise that I protect you. Even if you're strong and don't need protecting, I'm still gonna protect the one I love. I made a promise and I tend to keep it. Ed smiled at her. Aaliyah smiled back, blushing and remembering what happened when she was younger. Suddenly the door opens and walks in Armstrong with a bouquet of roses. Greetings, Edward. Elric, I heard you were in the hospital, so I dashed right over. Sparkles were forming around Armstrong's head as the trio knew what was going to happen. Aaliyah jumped onto Ed's bed, sat next to him, and put her hands on his shoulders, hiding behind him in fear. And as expected, you are in desperate need of my assistance. Armstrong then ripped off his shirt and jacket as a scream of fear was heard. Aaliyah hides her head behind Ed's back in fear while wrapping her arms around his torso. Ed noticed this and started to blush at Aaliyah's actions. You need an example of a perfect physical specimen to inspire your recovery. Do you see? You're looking lively already. Armstrong laughed. Will you get out? Ed yelled, disturbed. Chapter 3, City of Heresy. Aaliyah's POV. God's children live upon this land. Pray and thee shall be saved. Those who have lost their way, the sun god, Leto stall. The radio drones. Ed and I are drinking Fanta orange soda, sitting at S Strange Diner in Leor, and eating lunch. So what are you guys, like street performers or something? The man at the diner asks. Ed spits his soda everywhere as I try not to split out of my mouth. Seriously, do we look like street performers to you? Ed asks. Yes, that's why I ask. The diner man says. Let's go, Al. I say as we get up. Al bumps his helmet and the radio falls off, smashing to bits. Hey. Easy. I didn't mean nothin' by it. The man says. Sorry, accident. We'll fix it. Ed says. How's that? It's smashed to hell. The man says. Watch and learn, Gramps. I said. Al draws his transmutation circle with chalk. Okay, here goes. Al said. People have gathered. Al fixed the radio. There, see? How's that? Ed asks. Amazing. It's a miracle. You've been touched by the sun god, just like Father Cornello. The man said. Touched by who, now? I ask. It's not a miracle. It's alchemy. I said. Oh, so you four are alchemists. I've heard of that. One guy pipes up. Then maybe you've heard of us. We're the Elric Brothers, and that's the Blue Flame Alchemist. Ed points at us. Elric Brothers, you say? And Blue Flame Alchemist? The diner man asks. Hey, I do know that name. One says. The Fullmetal Alchemist, Blue Flame Alchemist, Edward Elric, Aaliyah Martin, is that right? Another asked. Wow, so you two are the young prodigies? Another asks me and Al. Everyone crowds us. No. It's not me. Al waved his hand for assurance. Huh? They all said. What? You mean it's that shorty over there? One asked. Who's little? Come here and say it to my face. I dare ya. Ed shouted angrily. Chapter 3, City of Heresy. After I calmed Ed down a bit, they heard the guy's radio back on. So what's with this guy on the radio? Ed asked. That's our leader, Father Cornello. They're all still quite shaken by Ed's outburst. We were lost until he came to town and began teaching us all the ways of the sun god Leto. He grants eternal life to those who are faithful. He can even resurrect the dead. His miracles are proof of what he says is true. So this guy's claiming he can bring the dead back to life. Now that's something I've got to see. Ed said with interest in his eyes. There was a gathering where Cornello would be performing his miracles. We headed there and watched. He transmute a flower petal and a red glow filled the area. It disappeared and a flower made of crystal was left. So, what do you guys think? Ed asked us. There's nothing to think about, that's alchemy, no doubt about it. Al reply. Yeah, I agree with Al, he is ignoring the laws of equivalent exchange. I said. He should only be transmuting that flower into things of equal mass. I said. It's like he's changing the organic matter into inorganic matter. He shouldn't be able to do that unless. Al trailed. Yeah, just one way, bingo. Ed said. We walked to a church and a girl was praying. So this is the almighty Leto. Ed stated. As we walked toward her. Welcome, are you four interested in Letoism? She asked us. Nope, can't say that we are. We're not much of religious types. Ed said. I'm sorry to hear that, to know God is to know hope. If we believe in divine grace, through him, all things are possible. If you believe Leto would bless you and make you taller. She said. What's that supposed to mean? Ed shouted as Al and I held him back. Brother, she's just trying to help. Al said. Ed flopped down in a pew. What about bringing the dead back to life? Do you believe that's possible too? Ed questioned her. Yes. She stated without a thought. Ed sighed and pulled out his notes, reading them out loud. Water 35L, carbon 20 kilograms, ammonia 4L, lime 1.5 kilograms, phosphorus 800 G, salt 250 G, and various other trace elements. She has a confused look on her face as I says, those are the ingredients for the complete adult human body. It's been calculated to the last gram, but still there hasn't been one successful case of creating life. You're telling me that something modern science can't do can be done with prayer? Ed stated. She said, lend thy voice to God and the prayers to faithful shall be answered. Did I mention all those ingredients could be bought with spare change from a kid's pocket? As it turns out, humans are pretty cheap, I said. That's blasphemy. We are all children of God created in his image. She shouted at them. You have to understand, alchemists are scientists. We don't believe in impossible concepts like creators or gods. We observe the physical laws that govern this world to try and learn the truth. It's ironic really, but through the application of science, we have been, in many ways, given the power to play gods ourselves. Ed smirked. So you're putting yourself on the same level as God? That's just sheer arrogance. The girl says. You know, there's an old myth about a hero who flew on wings made of wax. He thought he could touch the sun, but when he got too close, his wings melted and he came crashing back down to earth. Right, Al? Ed said. Brother. Al said. I sighed. I'm sorry, miss. This is difficult for me to ask, but do you think your father Cornello could even save 3 arrogant scientists like us? I asked her. Of course, that's wonderful. If anyone can lead you to the Creator's love, he can. The girl says. Time skip. We walked through a hallway in the church. This way, Father Cornello is a busy man. A man said. Don't worry, we understand. We won't be long. Ed said as we walked into the room Cornello was occupying. I'm glad we agree. We'll make this quick. The doors suddenly closed as the guys pulled out guns and pointed them at Al and I. 2 more guys came and held Ed, Brother Cray and Mark. What is this? What do you two think you're doing? The girl, Rose, asked with fear slowly rising in her eyes. Rose, these heathens have come to snare the Father. Guy said, they are evil and it's God's will. Another guy said. Wow. That's some God. I spat. Well, like you said, let's make this quick. Ed flips the guy on his right. I punched the guy in the stomach who had a gun pointed at me. Al was able to punch the guy holding the gun as it slid toward Rose's feet. What is this commotion? A man's voice asked. Ed, Al, and I looked up to see Cornello standing on a platform. Ah, Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists, welcome to come to the home of our sacred order. Cornello spoke. Father Cornello. Rose called excited to see the man. I must apologize for my disciples' behavior. It seems they've been misguided. Cornello said. Okay, and say I believe you weren't the one guiding them. What next? Ed asked. Have you come to learn the ways of Leto? Cornello asked us. Well, there are a few things I'm curious about. Like how you've been using second-rate alchemy to deceive your followers. I said. My dear girl, I don't know what you mean. What you're doubting to see as alchemy are the miracles of the sun god, Leto. Look again. Could mere alchemy create something from nothing in this way? Cornello makes a Leto statue. Yeah, that's what I didn't get at first. Ed says. How can you perform transmutation that ignored the laws of equivalent exchange? I said as she scratched her head. As I said, it's because it's not alchemy. Cornello slams the statue down on the railing in front of him. But then I started thinking about it, I said. If you'd somehow managed to acquire a certain object to amplify your alchemy, one that's said to make the impossible possible, that would explain everything. What? Cornello said. We're talking about the Philosopher's Stone. Your ring. That's it, isn't it? I asked. We've been looking for that. The ring is just a ring. I am God's humble servant. It is from him alone that I derive my power. Cornello said. You are one sad little man. I said disappointed. Still trying to sell that line, huh? Ed asked. If that's the way you want to play it, I guess I'll have to come up there and beat some truth out of ya. You are quite the incorrigible heathen, aren't you? Cornello said. Rose, dear? Yes, father. Rose said. That gun there beside you. Pick it up. Cornello commands. Okay. Rose, pick it up. Now, child, I want you to shoot the Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists. Cornello said. No, I dash. Father, I can't do that. Rose said. I am the sun god's chosen emissary. My word is the word of Leto. I said shoot them, Rose. It's God's will. Why hesitate? When you lost your fiancé to that tragic accident last year, who was? Is it that saved you from the very depth of despair? Have you forgotten? Cornello said. It was you, father. Rose said with her head down. That's right. It was I who took your hand and led you into God's light. And you recall what it was that I promised you then? Cornello said. You said if I had faith, you'd bring him back to life. She points the gun at Al. No, wait. It's not me, honest. Al said. Damn it. I'm the Fullmetal Alchemist. It's not him, it's me. Ed screeches. It's the short one? You're kidding. Cornello yelled. Rose points the gun at us. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I don't have any choice. He's been lying to you, Rose. I said. You're wrong. I've seen his miracles. Father Cornello will bring him back to life. I have faith. She points the gun at Ed. Fine, then shoot. Ed said. She shoots, but the force makes her knock Al's head off instead. Al. Ed, and I then dropped the gun and screamed. Good, now pick up the gun and shoot the others now. Cornello said. Haven't you made her do enough already? Al said. Rose and Cornello looked with shocked looks towards Al as Ed brought him his helmet. Don't worry, he's pretty solid. Ed knocked on his armor for assurance. See? No harm done. Al spoke, showing the two the inside of his armor. Al placed his helmet back on. An empty suit of armor that walks and speaks. Do you still doubt it, Rose? This unholy thing is an abomination. The evil of this kind must be purged. Cornello said. And I believe my chimera is up to the task. A huge door opened, revealing a chimera. So, this is what do with the Philosopher's Stone. That's just twisted. Ed spoke. Rose started to back away from fear. Anyway, looks like I'll need a weapon. Ed clapped his hands together and placed them on the ground, transmuting a lance. No transmutation circle. So the state alchemist isn't just for show, you truly gifted. However, the chimera then charged at Ed, who tried to hit it with the lance only to have it break and get slashed across the leg. Your little spear is no match for chimera claws that tear through iron. Ed smirked. Humph, you shredded my pants. Ed said. The chimera removed its claws, only to have them break. Ed took that as a chance to kick it. I guess those claws don't do well against steel. Ed stated as his automail leg showed. Don't just stand there. Bite the girl. Cornello shouted as he pointed to me. The chimera turned to face me and then charged. Ichem. I said. I firebended at the chimera and it screamed in pain. It only took me time to charge at. Then do lightning formation to shock. And was shocked in pain. His leg, and a brother trapped in armor, I see, it's all becoming clear. You did it, didn't you? The one thing even a novice alchemist knows not to do. Cornello said. Why don't you come down here and try me? I'll show you real quick who the novice is. Ed removed his red coat to show off his automail arm. Rose covered her mouth in shock. Rose, this is the price of their sin, these fools attempted human transmutation, the greatest taboo for any alchemist. In their arrogance, they tried to bring someone dead back to life. Cornello said. Hey, shut the hell up. I shouted. This is what happens when you try to play God or whatever the hell it is. Ed said. Ed. I muttered. Rose, is this what you want? I asked her. So these are the great Fullmetal and Blue Flame alchemists, Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. He's isn't even half a man. Cornello said. Who the hell are you to judge? You're just a phony who can't do anything without a philosopher's stone. Ed said, pissed off. Father, we want you to hand over the stone before you get hurt. Al says. Don't be absurd. Why? So you can use it for yourself. Oh please, if you fools are eager to play God, perhaps I should send you to meet him instead. Cornello transmuted a machine gun and began to shoot at them. Ed and I quickly transmuted a rock shield to block the attack. Nah. God and I, we don't get along too well. Even if I went, he'd just send me back here. Ed said. Cornello growled as he started to fire again. Al quickly grabbed Rose, shielding her from the bullets as Ed and I made door to escape through. This way. Ed shouted as he grabbed my arm and pulled me through the hallways. Don't just stand there. After them. Cornello shouted as he yelled to guards next to the alchemy-made door. The five continued down the hall. Then there where guards were waiting. What are you gonna do, kids? You're outnumbered. Ed and I smirked at each other as I firebended their hands to their weapons to drop. Then there was a blue flash as the guards looked up to find Ed with a newly transmuted automail arm. What had them screaming was what he turned it into. Al used that as a chance to kick the guards as they all ran out of the building. Al, Ed, and I had made a plan. Al set up the bell to make a larger speaker. As Rose is with him. There you are, you infernal brats. Cornello screamed. Ed and I are sitting on his desk, with the announcing tape running. Ed's legs are crossed in a sexy way and he's wrapped his real arm around my shoulders. Look, can we just cut the crap and talk here? All I want are some straight answers about the stone, tell me what I need to know and I'll be on my way, or we can get the military involved. I said to him. Cornello growls and shuts the doors, ask your questions. You could do anything with the Philosopher's Stone, right? So why waste all that power performing phony miracles? Ed asked. Because with each miracle, I can attract new believers to order, believers who would lay down their lives for my sake. I'm slowly building an army, a legion of holy warriors, unafraid to die. In a few more years, I'll be ready to unleash this finest order upon the world and I'll use the Philosopher's Stone to tear this country apart. Ed and I sit with our chins and our automail hands. Who knows, I might even carve a slice for you. He laughs evilly. Ed and I laugh. Yeah, wait, what are you laughing about? I knew it, you are a novice, aren't you? I say while holding up the switch showing the microphone was on. The microphone is down at his feet. You don't mean that. Why you? How long has that been on? Cornello screams. From the start. Your believers heard every word, Ed said. How could you? You'll pay dearly for this. Cornello said. Sorry, not today. Ed slices his cane with his automail hand and the blade from right in half. Just face it, you're outclassed here. I am without rival. Cornello screams, transmuting the half he still has. Ed handspring back over to where I was. The transmutation rebounds and blends with his arm. It rebounds? Ed stated the obvious, just as shocked as I am. No, I won't be disgraced like this. Cornello yells. Now kids, behold the true embassy of the sun god, Leto. He becomes huge and punches the wall. Ed and I do a backflip out of the newest doorway. He goes to punch us into the ground, but we cartwheel out of the way. Just for the other hand to go against Ed's automail. I help push back, too. My word is the divine word of God himself. My fist is the almighty fist of judgment. The man is truly insane. Oh yeah? The fist of God, huh? I ask as Ed and I push back and run. If that's what you want, you can have it. I scream as Ed and I transmute a hand and slam him into the ground. I go over to him and smack my head against his. Shut up. Just give me the Philosopher's stone. His nose is bleeding. The stone rolls off and shattered, blowing away. What the hell? The stone is supposed to be perfect material, how could it just break like that? I ask, as shocked as Ed was. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Spare me, please. I was wrong. Please, I beg you. Cornello begs. It's a damn fake. Ed said, standing up and pulling me up with him. Please don't. I'm helpless without the stone. Spare me, please. Cornello begs. You mean we went through all this, risked our lives, for this one possible chance, and it's a fake? I was disappointed. So, what about me? Cornello laughs nervously. I don't care what you do, just get out of here. Ed screamed, frustrated and mad. All right. The man is gone in seconds. And what about the stone? Lissa asked. We're telling her and Al about what happened. Phony, just like him. I say. Oh. Al sounds broken-hearted. I'm sorry, Al and Lissa, for a while there, I thought we'd found a way to get your body back in sights. Ed does one lone tap on Al's armor. Give me the Philosopher's stone. Rose screams. She's pointing a gun at us. Rose. Al stated. Like I was saying, it was a fake. It wasn't real. Besides, it's shattered now. I said. Liar. You want to keep it for yourself, don't you? So you can use it on your bodies, that's right, and so you can try to bring your mother back again. Rose screams. Shut up. Ed screamed. People don't come back from the dead, Rose. Ed looked like he's gonna cry. Not ever. Ever. I continue him. We started walking. Rose falls to her knees. But he promised me. He said if I prayed, it would happen. A miracle. That hype was all I had left. What am I supposed to believe in now? She's crying. Tell me what to do. Ed and I walk past her. Al and Lissa follow. Please. I can't tell you that, Ed said. You have to figure it out. Stand up and walk. Keep moving forward. You've got 2 good legs, so use them. You're strong to make your path. Just as they walk away, Rose looks up. Chapter 4, An Alchemist Amish. They walk into the office after their long train ride to hear Hawkeye say, "Fury, how's the radio? The receiver on this thing's seen better days. I think I'm gonna have to replace it." Fury replies. Ed transmutes the radio, making it practically brand new. "Hey, it's Edward, Aaliyah, and Alphonse. Welcome back, kids," Hawkeye said. "Go on in, the Colonel is expecting you." Aaliyah sighed, grunted as Ed made an irritated look. "Well done on the Leor case, you four, nice work. I appreciate you resolving the matter," Colonel said. "No big deal. It's not like we did it for you," Ed stated, bored. "Right. The Philosopher's Stone, another false lead?" Colonel asked. "Yeah, after all that the stone was a fake," Aaliyah said and had a disappointed look. "Even so, the power it gave was pretty real. He transmuted a chimera right in front of us," Ed said. "I still wonder how he was able to use the stone to do that. I'm not that familiar enough with the field of bioalchemy to understand it," Al said. "Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that too. It might be worth looking into. Who knows, maybe it could help restore our bodies," Ed said. "Right," Aaliyah agreed. "It might help if you consulted a specialist," Mustang says. "The Sewing Life Alchemist, Show Tucker. He's done some heavy research into chimera transmutation. I'll introduce you." "You would do that for us?" Al asked. Ed shot up, pointing as he said, "Okay, what's the catch? You want something, don't you? Don't doubt my motives. I'm trying to repay you for your work on the Leor case. Doing you a favor is better than being in debt to you." Mustang now looked irritated. "Come on, Ed, I say if he's willing to help, we should take it," Aaliyah stated as Mustang smirked, saying, "Apparently, your girlfriend there can take help from me better than you can. 2 years ago, Tucker transmuted a chimera that could understand human speech. That's what earned him his certification as a state alchemist," Mustang informed as the group was headed to Show Tucker's place. "Wait, you said it understands human speech, so does that mean it can talk?" Ed asked. "Right, supposedly it only said one thing, 'I want to die.' After that, it refused to eat until it got its wish," Mustang said. "How awful," Aaliyah muttered sadly. The group was now in front of Tucker's place, waiting for him to answer the door. "Man, this house is huge," Ed said, looking over the entire place. Soon, a shadow covered him, and then the sound of screaming. "Are you okay, Ed?" Al asked, worried as Aaliyah just laughed her ass off. "This isn't funny, Aaliyah," Ed shouted angrily. "No, you're right, it's hilarious." "Sorry, Ed," Aaliyah said. "Daddy. There are people here, look," a little girl said. "Nina, this is why I told you to keep the dog tied up." The group looked up to see a little girl next to a man with glasses. "I'm sorry about the mess, ever since my wife ran out it's been a wreck. I'm not much of a housekeeper." He set cups of tea down for them as he sat down next to Aaliyah, saying, "Now that we are all settled in, let me say it's a pleasure to meet you three, Edward, Aaliyah. As the Colonel told you, I'm Sewing Life Alchemist, Show Tucker," Tucker said. "Ed, Aaliyah, and Lissa are interested in the field of bioalchemy. They would like to look at your research if possible," Mustang asked. "Oh yes, I certainly wouldn't mind." Al, Aaliyah, and Ed all had hopeful looks until Tucker said, "However, if you wanted me to show you the tricks you've got up yours as well, it's the code we live by, equivalent exchange." "Now, why are you interested in bioalchemy?" Tucker asked. "Oh, Ed, and Aaliyah." "They dash," Colonel said, but was interrupted by Ed. "Colonel." Ed raised his arm to stop him. He then looked to Aaliyah and Al, who nodded. "You transmuted your mother, 3 of you, as 11 years olds and a 12-year-old? I see, So that's what earned you the title of Fullmetal Alchemist. Tucker spoke up, I can't say if it's going to be of use to you or not, but why don't you go ahead and take a look at my laboratory? Wow. Al was speechless. It's kind of embarrassing, I'm fairly highly regarded for authority on Chimera, but the truth is, it hasn't been quite well lately. The group looked at Tucker's lab as Aaliyah stayed behind Al. What's wrong? Ed asked as she stuttered, and nothing. You know Aaliyah doesn't like things like that. Al whispered to Ed, who was plotting revenge in his head for the dog incident. What? No, I'm not. I just don't trust them. She glared at Ed. Just look, Aaliyah, they're harmless. Ed said, grabbing a jar and bringing it to their faces. Get it away from us. She screamed as Ed laughed. No way. This is payback for earlier. Brother. Al trailed off as Ed said, fine. Tucker then walked them down the hall and to another door, which he opened to reveal a library with lots of books. Wow. Aaliyah muttered. Amazing. Ed shouted. This is my library, feel free to look around. Alright, let's dive in. I'll start with this shelf. Ed told the three. Alright, I'll try over here. Al said. I guess that leaves me, I'll get someone to put you guys up later. Mustang said. Right. Aaliyah reply. Tucker scoffs, they've got some ability to focus. I'm not sure they even know we're here anymore. Quite a catch, these four. A group of prodigies. Time skip. Aaliyah was leaning against Ed. They have stacks of reading books around them. They're still focusing. They look up to the sound of a little girl giggling. They walk around a corner to see Al holding Nina on his shoulders and walking. What are you doing? Ed growled. You're supposed to be reading. Aaliyah said. Nina looked like she wanted to play. Al said. Well, in case you forgot, we didn't come here to play horsey. Ed growls. Aaliyah heard a dog from before and backed away and it fall on Ed. Ed screamed. Alexander says that he wants to play, too. Nina says as the dog sits on Ed's back and licks his face. That's what you want, is it? You've bested me twice, dog, but playtime is over. I will not lose this time. I, Edward Elric, will use my considerable power to vanquish you, you mangy mutt. Ed goes running after the dog. Nina laughs. Time skip. The sun is setting. Hey, chiefs, your ride's arrived. Havoc said. The dog is on top of Edward. Nina and Aaliyah are petting him. Al's standing above us. What are you down there, Ed? Havoc questions. Havoc and Tucker are standing in the doorway. After all that, you must be dog-tired. Tucker says and gives a chuckle. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Ah. You're going to come again? Nina asks. We'll play some more tomorrow, okay, Nina? Aaliyah said. K. She squeals. They exit the house. Oh, and Mr. Tucker. Havoc said. I almost forgot. I've got a message for you. It's from the Colonel. He said, don't forget, assessment day is coming soon. Yes, please assure him I know. Tucker said. Right. Havoc says as they walk away. The next day. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al were in Tucker's library, doing more research, as Nina talked to them. So, your mother left you 2 years ago? Aaliyah asked. Daddy said she went back to live at her parents' house. Nina said. It must get lonely here with just you and your dad? Aaliyah said. She shook her head and with a smile, said, not really, Daddy's so nice, and I got Alexander to play with too. She then gained a sad look as she continued, but lately, Daddy's been busy in his lab. I guess it does make me a little lonely. The sound of a book closely was heard as they turned to Ed as he said with a yawn, my shoulders are killing me. Maybe you should try to move around some, brother. Al stated as Ed agreed. Yeah, not a bad idea. He then pointed to Alexander and said, "Hey. You mangy mutt. Looks like you could use some exercise." Al and Aaliyah giggled as Aaliyah said, "Yeah, let's go, Nina." The five went outside to play, Ed getting chased by Alexander and Nina and Aaliyah sitting under the shade of a tree. She hummed Inuyasha's lullaby. Al stood a little from her watching them run. Ed transmuted his arm into some weird contraption and started to chase after the two. Ed will make a wonderful father someday. Aaliyah thought. She closed her eyes. "Big sister. You have to come and play with us." Nina grabbed Aaliyah's hand, trying to pull her up. "No, that's all right, you go ahead. I'll watch," Aaliyah said. "Please," she begged. "Come on, Aaliyah. It is fun." Ed taunted. No. I'm good," Aaliyah said. "Ah, come on, big sister," Nina said. "Hey, Nina. Have you ever seen someone waterbend before?" Aaliyah said. "No. What's that?" she asked. Let's see, oh. Aaliyah as she formed her blue flame into many forms. "Wow. Amazing," Nina said. "That was amazing, Aaliyah," Al said. "Thanks, Al," Aaliyah said with a smile. They continued playing. The sun is setting and they're sitting at the table with Tucker. "Before I earned my state alchemist certification, our life was terrible. We were so poor in those days, my wife couldn't stand living that kind of life, so she left us. I can't afford to fail this assessment. I don't want to go back to those days, I don't think I could," Tucker told Ed, Al, and Aaliyah. "Don't worry, Daddy, it's okay. If those people do tell you no, then Alexander and I will growl at them until they say yes," Nina said, hugging Alexander. "You tell them, Nina," Aaliyah said. "Hey Nina. I've got an idea. You want to play with Daddy tomorrow?" Tucker asked her. "Really?" Nina replied. "Yeah," he told her as she ran and hugged him. "Alexander. Daddy says he's going to play with us tomorrow," Nina said. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al smiled. "I hope you guys have fun," Aaliyah said. "See you tomorrow, Nina," Al said. The next day, Ed, Al, and Aaliyah headed over to Tucker's house the next day. "It looks like it's going to rain." Lissa trailed off as Al rang the doorbell. When no one answered, they started to get a little suspicious. They walked in to see it dark. "Hello, Mr. Tucker. Thanks for having us again today," Al says. Ed and Aaliyah walk in when there's no replay. They walk down the hall. Al said, "Nina. Sweetheart, where are you?" Aaliyah shouted. They went downstairs to the basement and saw Tucker bend down to something. "There you are," Ed said. "So you are home." "Yes, I did it, kids. I finally did it. A chimera that understands human speech," Tucker said. "Thunder rumbles outside. Now, let me show you the chimera. Listen to me, that person over there, that's Edward and Aaliyah." Tucker told it. "That's a person, Ed. Ward, and, Aaliyah," it said. "Yes, that's very good. Well done," Tucker said. "That's amazing," it talked. Ed got a closer look at it. Aaliyah's eyes were covered over her bangs. "Now I don't have to worry about losing my state certification." Tucker stood up. Aaliyah clenched her hands. It said, "Ed. Ward. Ed. Ward, big sister Aaliyah." Ed's face lost all color as he said, "When did you first get your state certification?" "Let's see, it was 2 years ago," he replied with a finger to his chin in thought. "And when did your wife leave you?" Ed continued. That was 2 years ago too. Tucker reply. I have one question, where are Nina and Alexander? Aaliyah asked. Al gasped. Damn, you brats figured it out that quickly. Tucker said. Ed brought his hand to Tucker's neck and threw it against the wall. Brother. Al yelled. Oh yeah, I figured it out. You did it again. 2 years ago it was your wife. Ed said. This time. Al questions. His daughter and dog to transmute a talking chimera. Ed said. You can only do so much with animals, after all. It's much easier when you start with human experiments, isn't it? I would think a scientist like you would understand. Tucker said. Shut up. Are you okay with this? Messing around with people's lives like that? Ed yelled. Someone's life you say, ha. You would know all about that, wouldn't you? Look at you, Fullmetal, your leg, your arm, your brother, and the girl's limb as well. Those things are also the results of messing around with someone's life, aren't they? Tucker said. Ed punched Tucker's face. Shut up. His glasses flew in and hit the ground as he laughed, saying, haha. We are the same. We're the same. You're just like me. We're not. Ed yelled. Yes, we are. The opportunity was right in front of us and we took it. We had to, even though we knew it, we against the rules. Tucker said. No. Not me. Ed repeatedly punched the man. Before Ed could punch him again, Aaliyah hugged Ed behind and shouted. Edward, stop, if you keep on. He'll die. Edward, no. Daddy, do you hurt, Daddy? Ed dropped Tucker as his hand began to shake. Al was shaking and walked towards Nina. I'm sorry, even with all our power, we can't vengeance you back, I'm sorry. Aaliyah said and started crying. Then Tucker says that about his Stair Alchemist certification. Ed kicked him and said that he goes to hell. Time skip. Central Command. The four were now sitting on the steps to Central Command as it rained. If ever there was an example of the devil's work in this world, this would be it. Riza said as Mustang, and she walked down the steps. The devil, huh? A state alchemist must be willing to act and able to take another's life when ordered to without questions. In some way, Mr. Tucker's actions and our phones must not be that far apart. When it comes to interfering with people's lives, we choose our path knowing full well what we are doing. That's the way it is, right, Fullmetal and Blue Flame? Mustang asked as he stopped next to them. Come, you will more than likely come across more cases like this, dude, future, and you may end up getting your hands dirty in as well. You gotta shut down like this every time? Mustang said. We may be dogs of the military. We can even be courteous as devil. It doesn't matter, I know we're not gods. Aaliyah said while standing up. We're human. We're only human. She shouted as she looked to the sky. We can't even do anything to save one little girl, what good are we? Aaliyah hugged herself tightly as Mustang walked off with Riza saying, oh yeah, Aaliyah, we are sorry. Al stayed silent as Ed and Aaliyah clenched their fists. Chapter 5, Reign of Sorrows. Ed quickly awoke, his breathing rapid. Edward, are you all right? I asked. Ed turned to me. It was just a nightmare. Ed told me. Then he hugged me tightly. I kissed him on the cheek. Central Command. The four headed off to Central Headquarters as they walked up to Mustang's office. Ed was about to reveal LT Hawkeye. Huh? What's the matter, you four? You're up awfully early. She said. We needed to know. I started. What's to know what happens to Tucker? Ed asked. A look of shock showed on her face and she looked down. Mr. Tucker was scheduled to be stripped of his certification and stand trial for what he did to Nina, but he died, she said. Dead? Al shouted, shocked. Ed's mouth opened but he couldn't form words. I froze my eyes wide. He was murdered. LT Hawkeye said. How? I asked as she walked off. By who? Ed exclaimed. We don't know, I was just heading over to the scene now. LT Hawkeye said. We're coming with you. Al said as Riza told them, no. Why not? Ed shouted as she stopped and turned to them saying, you don't need to see this. Somewhere in East City. We sat on a pillar, the four of us. I lean against Ed, sadness still burning through my body. I've been thinking about this for a long time. We put all of our trust in alchemy, but in the end, we lose it. Alchemy is the science of understanding the flow of matter and its laws. Everything circulates, even death is part of that circulation, and we must accept the flow. The teacher sure drove that into our heads, didn't she? I thought I understood it, but I didn't. I'm just an idiot, all this time, and I haven't grown up one bit. I thought maybe the rain would wash away some of this gloom, but all it's doing is making me more depressed. Ed said. I don't even get that much. Without a body, I can't feel the rain hit my face. That's something I miss, all the time. I want to be human again, even if it means going against the flow of the world and trying to do the impossible. Al said. You too, are you the Fullmetal and Cured Alchemists Edward Elric and Y/N, L/N? Ed and I looked up to see a man wearing glasses with snow-white hair and a scar on his head. As Ed and I looked up at him, the scarred man pulled his hand back and released a blue light. Y/N, brother. Al called at them and pulled us out of way. A shock disappeared as Ed quickly made a wall to try and block the guy. What the hell is going on? Ed shouted as his wall was blown. The man walked towards them as Ed grabbed my hand. Let's get out here. Ed said. We were running down some stairs, but we were stopped when the man appeared at the top saying, no you don't. He destroyed the stairs, causing them to fall. Al held on to the edge as he grabbed Percy's hand. Percy grabbed my hand and I grabbed Ed's leg. The guy soon destroyed the rest of the stairs, causing us to fall to the ground, thankfully on our feet. Damn it. What's this guy's problem? Ed yelled. There's no reason for him to want to kill us, right? I asked. We ran down an alleyway only to get the exit blocked by the man. Who are you anyway? Ed yelled to the man. Why are you after us? I shouted. As long as there are creators like you in the world, there must also be destroyers. He replied. Well, it looks like we are going to have to fight. Ed clapped his hand together, transmuting a pole into a sword as Al and I get into fighting stances. Gusty one, aren't you? He asked with a grin as Ed led the charge. Too slow. The man muttered as he used alchemy to destroy half of Al's armor. Al. We all shouted as Ed got angry. You bastard. Ed charged at him again, only to get his automail arm grabbed. The man used alchemy, only to have it fail and cause Ed to fly out of the alley. Ed. I called as Ed removed his coat. An automail arm, then that explains why my attacks didn't do the damage I expected. The man walked towards Ed as Ed clapped his hands and turned his arm into a blade. Brother, don't, just run away. Take, Y/N, Percy, and go. Al shouted as I looked at him. Al. I muttered as Ed replied, you idiot. I'm not leaving you behind. Ed then charged at the guy, only to get his arm grabbed and destroyed to pieces. Ed. I shouted. I had an angry expression on my face. I fire my fist as blue flames pop out and it aimed at Scar. Scar dodged the fire and away from Ed. You thought you could attack us for no reason, I don't think so. Obviously, and I'm very angry at you. I shouted at him and proceeded to attack him with fire attack, and he dodged each one and the fight continued. Stop right. You won't be killing anyone else today, Scar. I'm taking you in custody, where you will answer for the murder of the least 10 state alchemists. Ed, Al, and I looked up and saw Mustang. Mustang holding a gun and handing Riza the gun. Scar and Mustang were looking at each other. Wait, Roy plus water equals useless. Scar charged at him but missed by a little. Hawkeye tripped Mustang. And she started a shootout at Scar. Colonel, you know as well as I do, you're useless on rainy days. Please stay back. Hawkeye said. A sign said, useless. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's kinda hard to get a spark going when it's raining, huh? Havoc said. Scar leaned against the wall of the building he was hiding behind. It is fortunate that you cannot create flames, state alchemist. He came out from behind the building to face the soldiers, who were staring back at him. For I will destroy all who interfere with my mission, right here and now. Armstrong appeared behind Scar with his fist raised. Just try it, he said and brought his fist down to the ground, destroying it as Scar jumped away to dodge it. A newcomer? Scar said. You have to be quick to avoid my fist. Armstrong said as he pulled his fist from the ground. Not bad. Not bad at all. The screen pulled back away from them. You said you would destroy us all, right? As he said this, soldiers' feet pounded on the ground to surround them before Ed appeared, still lying on the ground, watching them. Then you can start by defeating me, Armstrong declared as a couple of soldiers went to Ed and I, with one of them kneeling down in front of him. Armstrong appeared on the screen again. We'll see how you fare against the strong-arm alchemist, Alex Louis Armstrong. Yet another state alchemist. Scar said as music began in the background. God is putting them in my path for me. Not backing down? Armstrong asked, bending down to the ground to pick up a piece of rubble. In that case, your courage will earn you a demonstration. He raised his hand with the rubble in the air. I'll show you the art of alchemy that has been passed down the Armstrong family for generations. Havoc ran over to Ed and me. Who is he? Ed asked. That's the same man who murdered Mr. Tucker. Havoc said. So that man. I said. Major, watch what you're doing. Havoc yelled at him from his place next to Ed, who was now sitting up by himself with his hand covering his automail port. We don't want to destroy the city, do we? Armstrong turned his head to Havoc, sparkling for some reason. What do you mean? His hand was raised with sparkles all around him as the screen lowered to show his muscles. Destruction and creation are two sides of the same coin. You must destroy to create. That is the law of the universe. Did he have to strip? Hawkeye asked as Havoc and the surrounding MPs stared deadpan at him. Are you surprised? He's clearly insane. Havoc said with no emotion. Armstrong sparkled again. Non-alchemists may fail to see the inherent truth of that statement, but we understand, don't we, Scar? So this killer is an alchemist too? Mustang said. That's it. Edward said. The stages of transmutation process are comprehension, deconstruction, and reconstruction. This guy must just stop at the deconstruction stage. But if Scar is an alchemist as well, doesn't that mean he's strayed from whatever his ways of God are too? Havoc asked. Armstrong slammed his hand into the ground to create more spikes. But what would be his reasons for only targeting alchemists with state certification? Mustang asked. Scar destroyed those spikes as well. Armstrong charged at him, swinging his fists at him, which Scar dodged. At one point, Armstrong slammed his fist into the ground to create more spikes, which Scar destroyed again. Scar tried to aim from his face, but Armstrong pushed his hand out of the way. Scar dodged back. He's unusually coordinated for his size and his strength is almost superhuman. That combined with his alchemy, he won't be an easy one. Scar was forced to stop as his back hit a wall. I have you cornered, Scar. Armstrong shouted, fists ready to come down on the man. Scar turned back to face him. But there's a moment when his swing is too wide. When he noticed Armstrong's swing was too wide, he took his chance to lung forward, but Armstrong jumped back just in time to avoid him. He's backing up? Scar turned to face the soldiers again to see Hawkeye shoot her gun. She fired a few shots. One bullet hit the wall, while another hit his glasses, knocking them off. Scar slid a bit on the wet ground, blood splashing on the ground. "You get him?" Mustang asked. "He's too fast. I only grazed him with one shot," Hawkeye said, lowering her gun. Scar's face was shown. There was blood on his forehead. He raised his head, revealing his blood-red eyes as the blood drizzled down his face. "Red eyes and brown skin," Armstrong said. "That means he's..." "Of course. He's an Ishvalan," Mustang said. Scar stared at the soldiers, all lined with their guns pointed at him. "Perhaps there are too many. You might as well give up, Scar," Mustang yelled. Scar looked at everyone, before blasting a hole in the ground. Abs escaped through the sewers. "Oh, is it over now?" Hughes asked. "Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, what were you the whole time?" Mustang said. "I thought it best to lay low," he replied. "You didn't think about maybe backing us up?" Mustang yelled. "Of course not. A person like me shouldn't get dragged into a freak show with your hack of pseudo-humans. It's bad for my health," Hughes said. "Don't just stand there, we've got things to do. Deploy troops. Circulate his description." "Yes, sir," the soldiers said. Then Ed was worried about Alphonse. And he had a speech about living on. Then his arm falls out. And that we're still alive. Time skip. No one's POV. Mustang mentions the Ishvalan War. Mustang was shown, sitting behind his desk. That man is an Ishvalan survivor. In a sense, his revenge is justified. Edward's face, shadowed by his bangs, appeared. "No way." The scene pulled back to show Ed, Ally, and Al were in the office with the colonel, along with Mustang's team, Hughes, and Armstrong sitting or standing. There's no justification for taking revenge on people who had nothing to do with it. He's just dressing up his ugly lust for revenge by calling himself an agent of God and acting all arrogant. Aaliyah finished. "Still," Mustang said as he got a close-up. "The fact is, he's coming at us with full force. We can't let ourselves be killed for his cause. Next time, there will be no more talk." The scene changed to show the room's occupants, who were watching their commander, except for Ed, Ally, and Al, who were still staring at each other. "Got it?" "Yes, sir," the soldiers said. Hughes turned to Ed. "Well, Ed, Ally and Alphonse, what are you four going to do now? What's the plan?" This time, Ed got a close-up. "We're going to keep moving. We can't just sit around, not as long as we're still alive." Al looked at his brother. "Brother." Ed smiled and put a hand on Al's shoulder. "Before we can make any headway on getting your body back, we have to get my arm back to normal." Hughes was shown, smiling at the boys. "After all, I'm the only one who knows how to bond you soul to the armor." Hawkeye and Mustang were shown, also watching the brothers with smiles. "Uh-huh," Al said. Ed sighed and closed his eyes. "We've got no choice." The Rock Bell's house was shown at nighttime. It's been a long time. Winry's back was shown as she worked on some automail. "We need to pay a visit to our mechanic." Chapter 6, Road of Hope. Ed, Aaliyah, and Armstrong were all sitting on the train, waiting for fit departure, when there was a knock on the window. They turned to see Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. "Hey, just came to see you off since everyone else was busy." "Great, but would you mind telling me why the Major is here?" Ed asked, annoyed. Armstrong gained sparkles around his head, causing everyone to sweat dropped. "For protection." "What would happen if Scar came after you again?" "You're in no shape for a fight, guys." Hughes glanced over to the two as Ed gripped his automail arm and Aaliyah looked down at her hands. "The Major's here to help. Just try to grin and bear it," Hughes said. "Children can be stubborn, Armstrong said. Hey, shut up. Edward said defensively. I'm no child. Anyway, are you sure Al made it on board? Aaliyah snorted. Of course. I thought he might get lonely without some kind of company. Armstrong reply. Alphonse is in with the sheep. My brother isn't some kind of farm animal. Ed shouted. Aaliyah's sweat dropped nervously. Another bell ring. Oops, it's time. Hughes said. Black smoke came from the train's smokestack. Hughes saluted to them. Okay, you guys have a safe trip. Stop in and give me a shout the next time you make it to Central. Hughes said. They all saluted him while the train slowly pulled out. The sun turned a golden-orange color as it prepared to set. Armstrong sat in the almost too small seat, reading a small book. Ed had his head on Aaliyah as they fall asleep. The train pulled into the station and Ed and Aaliyah stretched. As Armstrong saw a man walk by, he quickly got up and looked at him out of the window. Dr. Marcoh. Armstrong shouted. Dr. Marcoh. That is you, isn't it? The man turned around. It's me, Alex Louis Armstrong from Central. A fearful look crossed the man's face and he turned and ran away. Friend of yours? Ed asked. Yeah, he looked scared. Aaliyah said. He's from Central. A talented state alchemist. He was researching into possible medical applications of alchemy, but after the Ishvalan Civil War he went missing and just disappeared. Armstrong said. Ed grabbed Aaliyah's hand and ran off the train. Let's go, guys. A guy like this doctor might know a few things about bioalchemy. Ed said. Armstrong walked around town, carrying the large box containing Alphonse in his shoulder alongside Edward and Aaliyah. Excuse me. He said, showing a man an illustration of Dr. Marcoh he had drawn, but do you know who this person is, by any chance? Wow, Major. Aaliyah said, looking at HT detailed sketch, you can really draw. Aaliyah said as well. A smirk crowded Armstrong's face. The art of portraiture has been passed down the Armstrong family for generations. That man looks like Dr. Marcoh to me. The man said. Marcoh? Aaliyah asked, confused. All of our town's doctors are drafted to help on the battlefields during the Civil War. Then Dr. Marcoh came here. He's really been a lifesaver. He said. He'll see any patient, another man wearing glasses said cheerfully, and he never gives up on anybody. He snickered. We're lucky he's here. You see this big, bright flash of light and then you're cured. A adolescent girl said, just like that. So he sound a good guy to me. Aaliyah said. Edward looked at her and thought about it. Time skip. This is it. Edward said, standing in front of a building's front door. Aaliyah is behind him. As Armstrong and Lissa walked up the stairs, Armstrong still carried Alphonse on his shoulder. Edward knocked on the door and pulled the handle. Hell, Aaliyah grabbed him before he get hit by a bullet. All right. Tell me what you guys are doing here. He said. Did you come to take me back? Please, doctor. Armstrong said, lifting his hand to stop the doctor. Calm down. That's not it, please listen. Aaliyah said. So you're here to silence me then? He said. No, nothing like that. Aaliyah said. I won't be tricked by you. He replies. Armstrong sighed. He threw the wooden box containing Al into the room. I'll ask you one more time. Please calm down. He said. Alphonse. Ed said. Everything settled down and they all took a seat around a square table. Bottles of liquids and various objects sat on shelves around the room. So you changed your name and decided to live in hiding way out here in the countryside, Armstrong said. If the rumors I've heard can be believed, when you disappeared you took top secret materials with you. Aaliyah said. I couldn't handle it anymore. Dr. Marcoh said, his hand over the other on the tabletop. Order or no order, to have to dirty my hands researching that thing was too much. What thing is that? Ed asked. Marcoh's brows came together and he gritted his teeth. It took so many lives. During the Civil War, so many innocents died because of it. I could spend my whole life trying and never atone for the sins that I've done. But I had to do something, so I came here to be a doctor to save lives instead of taking them. Doctor, what exactly was it you were asked to research on? Armstrong inquired. What thing? Aaliyah asked. The Philosopher's Stone. Ed, Aaliyah and Al gasped. The top secret materials I took were my research documents and the stone itself. Ed stood up. You mean you still have it? It's here. Dr. Marcoh reached into his jacket and pulled out a small container. Within the curving, translucent sides was a brilliant red liquid. How can that be the stone? Aaliyah asked. It's a liquid. Ed said. He removed the lid and poured the liquid onto the table. All of them gasped. The red liquid danced on the wooden surface forming a small circular stone. The Sage's Stone, the Grand Elixir, the Celestial Stone, the Red Tincture, the Fifth Element, just as the Philosopher's Stone is called by many names, so too can it take on many forms. Dr. Marcoh said. Al and Armstrong looked at the stone as Ed and Aaliyah poked and played with it curiously. It's not necessarily a stone. He continued. He put the stone back into its container. This is an incomplete product, however. There's no way to know when it will reach its limits and become unstable. Finished or not, it demonstrated plenty of power during the Ishvalan Civil War, right? Huh? Marcoh said. It's just like the stone that false priest had in Leor, it was incomplete but it still amplified his powers considerably. Ed smiled. If imitation stones this powerful can be produced, then who's to say a complete product can't be created? Aaliyah said. Ed slammed his left hand down on the table. Please, Dr. Marcoh, we need access to your research materials. Ed said. Marcoh looked at Armstrong. Who exactly are this kids? This kids is a state alchemists, doctor. Armstrong replied. Marcoh gasped. What? But they're only children. He covered his face with his hand and sighed. After the war, there were many state alchemists who turned in their certifications because they refused to serve as human weapons anymore, and now children. You think I don't know what I've signed up for? Ed put his hand over his disarmed shoulder. I know what we're doing but I don't have any choice. If this a mistake, then it's a mistake that I have to make, there is no other way. Aaliyah said. Marcoh stared into the three kids' determined eyes. I see. He finally said, looking over at Al, so you've committed the taboo. Amazing. The ability to transmute a specific person's soul like this. Make one as talented as you two would be able to produce a complete Philosopher's Stone. Ed smiled. So. But I can't show you my research. Marcoh said. Why not? Ed shouted. You must not seek after the stone. Not even if it's to get out bodies back. Ed said. Never. This is the devil's research. If you chase the stone you will go through hell. Marcoh said. I've already been through hell. Ed yelled, standing up. Aaliyah had a concerned look on her face. Edward. Aaliyah muttered. Please, please just leave. Ed and Aaliyah followed Armstrong down the stairs to the streets. Ed looked back at a window, sorrow in his eyes. Marcoh sat on his plain bed, a somber expression across his face. I've already been through hell. Ed's voice ran through Marcoh's head over and over. Aaliyah lay her head on Ed's. Are you sure about this, Ed and Aaliyah? Armstrong asked them as sitting on a train station bench. Huh? Ed said. Even an incomplete Philosopher's Stone could be useful. You could have taken it from the doctor by force. Armstrong said. Yeah, you wanted it badly, I could almost taste it. But still. But still, Al continued, we don't want it badly that we'd be willing to deprive this town of their only doctor to get it. Ed smiled as a soft breeze blew through his hair. We gained plenty just by finding out the Philosopher's Stone can be made. Now we'll just have to find out a way to do it. Aaliyah smiled at him. The incoming train's whistle blew. They stood up and waited for the train to come to a stop. What about you, Major? How do you feel about not reporting back to Central about Dr. Marcoh's location? Aaliyah asked. I met a simple small-town doctor today. I can't see any real reason to report that. Armstrong said. Ed snickered. Wait. Marcoh stopped a few feet short of Ed, Aaliyah, Armstrong. His hands were on his knees and he was breathing hard. The train pulled to a stop. Dr. Marcoh? Ed said. This is where my materials are, he said, handing Ed a small, folded piece of paper. If you're certain you won't regret learning the truth in the end, start looking here. Look closely, maybe you'll find the truth hidden within the truth. But, he smiled. I've said too much already. He turned and his smile vanished. He walked off, waving at the men behind. I hope the day will come when you can restore your bodies. Armstrong saluted and Ed and Ally bowed in farewell. Brother, Alphonse said. What does the note say? National Central Library First Branch. Ed says. I get it. Armstrong said. Like hiding a tree in the forest. Finding one book in that giant library will be difficult, indeed. Ed smirked. Finally another clue about the stone. Aaliyah said. Marcoh's house. Marcoh had just returned home from giving Ed and them the note to help them. I've been looking for you, Marcoh. A woman's voice said. Marcoh's eyes widened as the woman smirked. Resemble. Den barked loudly in front of the Rockbell's house. Winry? Pinocchio said, Winry. Our best customers here. Winry stopped sharpening her tools and took off the protective goggles. Yo, Granny. Ed said, walking down the dirt road alongside the Ally and Armstrong still carrying Al. Hey, Granny. How are you doing? Aaliyah said. I'm doing fine, Ally. She said. We're home. Al said. Oh dear, what have you two done now? She asked. A lot has happened. Can you fix us up? Ed said. Armstrong set down Al's box and shook Pinocchio's small hand. This is Alex Louise Armstrong. Aaliyah introduced. I'm Pinocchio Rockbell. She took a few steps back, her pipe still in the other hand. I know I haven't seen you in a while, Ed, but you've gone and grown smaller. Granny. Ed said through gritted teeth, you've got it wrong. You're supposed to say, how big you've grown lately, Ed. And why would I say something that is unclearly untrue? Pinocchio said. I'm still taller than you, ya minimum HAG. A two-wrench flew through the air and hit Ed and Aaliyah forcefully on their heads. Aaliyah. Edward. I thought I told you two to call first when you're heading back here for maintenance. Winry yelled on the balcony. Werney. Ed yelled. Are you two trying to kill us? Winry smiled and laughed. Welcome back. Winry said. Yeah. Ed said angrily. Oh no. Winry screamed, looking at the all-broken pieces of hers beautiful automail arm. Yeah, sorry. Ed said, sipping his mug, it's a little smashed up. A little smashed up? A little? Ed, do you see what you've done to my beautiful creations? I slaved over this. It's the same, it's just in smaller pieces. Ed stated. Aaliyah nervously laughed. Winry's fist met Ed's face. Then she looked at Al. Don't tell me you a little smashed up too, Al. What kind of trouble have you four been getting yourselves into? Winry asked. Al nervously laughed. This time Winry's foot collided with Al's face. You idiots. She said, looking at the two boys laying on the floor and twitching. All you ever do is worry us. Winry stated. Winry at Aaliyah's injuries. And you wounded my sweet Aaliyah, you jerks. She yelled at them. Time skip. All right. Marcoh said, tapping her pipe against a bowl of ashes. I see. To get this information you need, you have to go to Central as soon as possible, am I right? Winry stated. Yeah, Ed said. This is kinda a rush order. Marcoh said, measuring Ed's flesh and metallic legs side by side. It's not just the arm, your leg needs adjusting, too. You're too Aaliyah. Marcoh says. Hi. Aaliyah said. Looks like your growth's not stunted completely after all. Aaliyah teased. Oh, shut up. Ed yelled back. Leg aside. Marcoh continued, tapping her pipe against his metal knee and hers too. The shape's the arm in, we'll have to build it from scratch. Is there any chance you can have it one in a week? Ed asked. Give us some credit, Ed. She said, standing up. She puffed out some smoke and smiled. 4 days. Marcoh removed his and her leg and replaced it with a smaller, weaker model. But you'll have to make do with these spares for now. They nodded. Looks like all-nighters. Winry said. I'm sorry for all the trouble. She turned to look at Ed as she said. Well, you need to get Central as soon as possible, right? Then I would my butts off for you, but you better believe you're going to pay a fortune in rush order fees. Winry said. Ed, where are you going? Aaliyah asked him. I'm visiting Mom's grave. Want to come? Ed said. Of course, I will. Aaliyah said and run towards him and held his left hand with her right and went out. We head there with Den carrying flowers in his mouth. They run towards some townspeople on the way to the grave and put the flower down. Then say some words. Then left there, and head to their old house. Aaliyah stared to sunset. No turning back, huh? He muttered. Yeah. Aaliyah replied and looked at him. Ed looked at Aaliyah and pulled her closer to him so that he can kiss her. He leaned in as she did as well. They kissed each other. And part away. Den whine. I guess it's time to head back. Ed said. Aaliyah nodded. They head back. We're BACO Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. Armstrong hugged the two as soon as they walked in, as he cried. What undying love to try and bring your mother back to life. What a tremendous sacrifice for you to give up your arm and get Al's soul. What determination to burn down your house to make sure there was no turning back. Armstrong then ripped off his shirt saying. Come Edward, Aaliyah. Let me hold up in this comforting embrace. No, stay back. Don't rub your chest on me. They both screamed. Next day. Ed walked out of his room and into the room Winry worked in, walking up to them and saying, Look at you, working hard so early in the morning. Been up all night. Winry trailed off as she went silent. Ed's sweat dropped and exited the room. It was dark and Ed had gone to check on his arm to find Winry still working on it. You're still at it, busy as a bee. At this rate, you must be almost done. Ed said. One more all-nighter. She went quiet again, so Ed left, catching Aaliyah in the hallway. Hey, Eddie. She said cheerfully. Ed noticed her hair was wet, meaning she just got out of the shower. You still annoying, Winry? Aaliyah asked him. I just want my arm to hurry up and be finished already. Ed said. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. For now, just relax. You know we won't get another day too. She walked towards him and grabbed his hand to their room. Come on, Ed. Aaliyah said. Ed sighed. Yeah, night. Ed said. Aaliyah said night as well. Next day. Ed, once again, went into Winry's workplace to check on his arm. He stood there watching her for a minute before she angry and threw him out. You finally drove her, huh? Aaliyah asked, walking past Ed. What gave it away? Ed asked as she chuckled. Aaliyah walked outside, Ed following her. They saw Al sitting down on the grass. They say next to them. I can't wait any longer. Ed stated. They said it would take 3 days, so give them 3 days. Aaliyah assured him. Ed sighed as he said, yeah, I know, it's just when I think about that clue to the stone could be in Central Library somewhere, I get impatient. Den barked as the sound of running was heard. Here you go. It's all ready. Winry said happily. Ed sat down, ready to get his leg and arm connected. Are you ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Winry and Granny connected it as he made a pained expression. That's the worst part. He muttered. Just think, when we have the Philosopher's Stone, we can kiss that pain goodbye. Aaliyah said as Ed agreed. Our biggest source of income, it'll be sad to see you go. Hold still, do you want me to do this right? Winry asked Ed, as he cried out in pain again. It's so lovely. Winry began gushing over her automail. Done. Before Winry tells them about their automail, Ed runs out of the door. Al, it's your turn. Aaliyah and Ed got prepared to fix Al up and try out some sparring. Ed says that they can wait until they arrived at Central. It was night time and somehow, Aaliyah and Ed had fallen asleep on the couch together. Aaliyah's head was on his shoulder as his head lay on hers and his hand on his stomach. Ed, with his tummy out again, what are we going to do with him? Al asked with a giggle. It's like you're the older one, huh Al? Granny asked. 2 of them can be a handful at times, but someone has to look out for them. Al replied. How old are you 4 now? She asked. I'm 14 and brother, Aaliyah are 15. Winry came with blankets, covering the 3 as Winry says. To think, someone as small as them could be used as weapons, it is almost funny. Thanks. Al said as Winry raised a brow saying, what this? Why so formal? Granny asked. Granny, Winry. We're so grateful for you welcoming us like we're family. I'm sure Aaliyah feel the same, and even though Ed will never say it, I know he feels the same way. Al said. Don't worry dear, we know they do. They don't have to say it. Granny said. Next day. Ed, Al, Aaliyah, and Armstrong were leaving early that morning. Thank you again for everything. Ed told Granny as she said, sure. Hey, where's Winry? Al asked. Resting, she and her sister stayed up 3 nights in a row. Want me to wake them? No, that's okay, they just nag us. Aaliyah said. Make sure to do your maintenance or whatever. Ed said as they started to walk down the path. Hang on guys, you should come back once in a while and have dinner with us. Granny said as Ed said, you want us to come all this way into the mountains for some dinner? They both smiled as they then heard voices say, Ed, Aaliyah, Al. They looked up to see Winry, her hair a mess, still sleepy. Come back soon, okay? Winry said. Yeah. Ed said as Aaliyah waved, by Winry, and Granny. It was late afternoon when Winry woke up and walked downstairs. Then she shows her one screw that was supposed to be in Ed's arm. Huh. Oops. Chapter 7, Hidden Truths. Dr. Marcoh's research. It's all gone. Ed and Aaliyah screamed in front of the burnt-down Central Library. I can't believe it. Aaliyah muttered. Atop Central's watchtower. In the end, burning the place down was easier. Lust said. Is that what you were doing in Central? Gluttony asked the woman. Yes, 3 kids found out about Marcoh's research notes, something had to be done about it. She sat down as she continued, with that issue taken care of, I thought I would come to see how things were progressing here in East City. Is he here? Gluttony stayed quiet as Lust looked at him. Gluttony? I smell him, I can smell him. Gluttony continued to sniff the air. The scar-faced Ishvalan is close, I can taste his stink, like blood. I still get to eat him, right? Oh yeah, right down to the last hair. Chapter 7, Hidden Truths. In the sewers. Scar walked through the sewers, hands in pockets, as he saw the rats quickly scurry off. Scar turned around, only to find a pair of red eyes staring back at him. Gluttony charged at the Ishvalan as the man brought his arm back, ready to attack. Scar brought his arm to Gluttony's head, using his alchemy to blast his head clean off. Lust then came running to him with her ultimate spear. There was then a huge explosion. East Headquarters. Scar hasn't been sighted, not once since with the Elrics and Daniels. Riza read from the report. Maybe he isn't even in East City anymore. Havoc said, looking over a marked map. I hope you're wrong about that. Mustang said. Huh. This case has obviously become too much for Central to handle. If I can close it quickly enough, I'll be golden. He smirked and faced them in his twirling chair. I've got a ladder to climb, and this is how it's done. I need every mark in my favor I can get, at least until I've assumed the office of Führer, that is. Hawkeye smiled. You may not want to display your ambitions quite so nakedly, sir. Yeah, he says, spinning back towards the window, I'll be sure to remember that in the future. Reporting in, sir. A soldier shouted, saluted, and breathed hard from his fast sprint. We've just received a report of an explosion occurring on the Marrow River. What? Soldiers gathered on the bridge at the site of the explosion. Was it a gas explosion? A soldier asked another. With everything else that's been going on around here, who knows? There's no mistaking it, Hawkeye said, observing the torn piece of material covered with blood. This was definitely Scar's jacket. Have you found the body? Mustang asked Havoc. He hit his head. Not yet, but we're still searching. Either way, he can't be in very good shape after losing this much blood. Havoc stated. Yeah, but we do this by the book, Mustang said. We need to find hard proof that he's dead. All right, Lieutenant Havoc. Yes, sir. Havoc reply. You and your men will work day and night to clear out this debris. I want his body found. Don't take as much as a coffee break until that's done, do you understand? Mustang stated. Come on, Colonel, can't you cut us some slack? You're gonna work us all to death. Havoc replied. Shut up. I don't gotta relax until I see his body, and that means you don't get to either. Mustang said. I guess we'll get to work then. Havoc said. Gluttony stood in the crowd, shrouded in a gray hood, with a tear in his eye. Looks like he got away. Lust said. I didn't get my snack. He said, sucking on his finger. Yes, I know. Maybe next time. Though, I think we can safely assume that Scar will be out of the game for a little while. I suppose I'll be heading back to Central again. I need to report back to Father about everything that's happened here. Central Library/First Branch, remains. The group looked through what was left of the library, trying to find something that survived. Ed picked up a burnt book only to have it turn to ash. There's nothing left her but ashes, everything's gone. Ed muttered as a woman's voice called. Major Armstrong. They turned to see a man and woman, both in military uniforms, saluting. Well, Second Lieutenant Ross and Sergeant Brosh, to what do we owe this pleasure? Armstrong asked. You have been ordered to report back to the command center, sir. Ross said, while Brosh said, we will be taking over the supervision of Aaliyah Martin, Edward Elric, and his brother immediately. Humph. Very well then, they're yours. Armstrong said with sparkles around his head. What is this? Ed said. Just when we think we're home free, they saddle us with more bodyguards. This is getting old. Ed and Aaliyah both whined/complained. All might not be lost. There was a woman who was well acquainted with the materials in the First Branch, Ross told them as they all sat in the back of a car. Unfortunately, she wasn't working there anymore. That sounds incredibly helpful. Ed muttered as he crossed his arms and turned his head to look out the window. Aaliyah punched Ed's left shoulder, and Ed whined and glared at her and she ignored it. Something wrong? Al asked Brosh. Oh, it's nothing, although if you don't mind me asking, where are you wearing a suit of armor? Ed, Al, and Aaliyah looked at each other before turning away and saying, it's a hobby. Brosh and Ross began to whisper to each other, as Al and Ed decided to change the subject. So, what do you say, Al and Aaliyah? The lovely view, isn't it? Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Al agreed. Mysterious woman's place. They had finally reached the woman's place, knocking on the door and opening it only to find mountains of books. There's got to be 100 in here. Ed was amazed as Brosh asked, is there really someone living in this place? The group began to squeeze through the piles of books in search of the girl. Miss Shiska, are you here? Ross called. Is someone there? Aaliyah and Al heard someone call, but their voice was muttered. They both turned to find a hand raised in the air. Brother? Al asked as he pointed, causing everyone to look in that direction. There's someone under there. Aaliyah quickly ran to help, Ed close behind as the others followed. Ed and Aaliyah were panting when they were finished getting the girl free. They each other took a seat on the ground as the girl bowed, saying, thank you, I got myself trapped under a pile of books. She put on her glasses. I thought I was going to suffocate under there. Thank you so much. So, are you Shiska? Aaliyah asked. Yes, she said. And you worked at the library? She cringed. Oh, the library, she smiled, her eyes glistening with the word itself is so beautiful. I've loved books my whole entire life, ever since I learned to first read as a girl. That job was heaven. But I forgot that I was supposed to working and all I ever dose was read, so they fired me. If I don't find another job, I'll never be able to move my poor elderly mother into a better hospital. But I'm hopeless. The only thing I can do well is read. I'll never find another job as long as I live. I'm useless. Good for nothing. More pathetic than pond scum. Excuse me, Ed interrupted, there's one thing we wanted to ask you. She stopped her crying, yes? Do you remember seeing any research belonging to someone named Tim Marcoh? Aaliyah asked her. Let's see, Tim Marcoh, where do I know that name? Oh. Yes, of course. I remember now. She says. Really? Aaliyah said. Oh, yes. I'm absolutely positive. There were some handwritten notes stuffed into a bookcase where they didn't belong. Shiska said. The notes really were there after all. Which means they burned up with everything else in the library. Ed said. Did you want to read them? Is that why you're asking? She says. Yeah, he said, getting up and starting to walk off, but it's too late now. They're nothing but a pile of ashes. Sorry to bother you, Al said, following his brother. The girls stayed behind. I remember everything that was in them. Would that help at all? Shiska said. The brothers stopped. They turned and looked at her shocked. Aaliyah giggled at their silliest. It's just how I am. I'm able to remember the content of any book I've ever read. They screamed for joy, tears streaming down Ed's face. It could take a while, but I could write them out for you. Shiska said. Aaliyah took her hands and smiled. Thank you, bookworm. You're my hero. You're, welcome. She replied. Shiska set down the last of the papers. Here you are. Complete copies of all Tim Marcoh's notes. They all looked at the piles and piles of papers in awe. Sorry, I know 5 days is a long time to wait, but there was quite a lot to write down. Shiska said. Ed picked up one titled, 1000 Recipes for Today's Menu by Tim Marcoh. Unbelievable. There are some amazing people in the world. Al admired. Aaliyah nodded her head. These are really Dr. Marcoh's research notes? Ed asked. They sure are. Come and take a look at them. Shiska helps up 2 of the rewritten books. Written by Tim Marcoh, 1000 Easy Recipes. 6 cups of rice, 1 carrot, 2 onions, salt, oh great. Ross said, looking over the notes. Does this mean we came all this way for a cookbook? Miss, Brosh asked, what part of this made you think it was an important document? Is it not what you're looking for? Shiska asked. All I did was copy down what I remember. Wonderful. So this was just a wild goose chase? Shiska, Ed asked. Are you absolutely sure that this is flawless reproduction of the notes? Oh, yes. I'm 100% certain. She said. Aaliyah smiled. Then thank you very much. You're incredible. Aaliyah picked up a stack of notes. All right, let's get these back to the library. Al nodded and picked up their own set of papers. They should have related materials there. Aaliyah said, and handling a bundle to Brosh as well. Oh, Ed said, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a small book, I almost forgot Sheska's fee. He took a pen and scribbled some numbers down. Lieutenant, here. He handed her the folded piece of paper and his pocket watch. This is my registration number and pocket watch for ID. Withdraw that amount from my annual research grants and make sure Shiska gets it, K? He walked off. As they walked out, they heard them shouting. Aaliyah and Ed smiled, knowing full well why they screamed. I don't understand, these are cookbooks. Brosh said as Ed and Aaliyah looked through some. Al were near a bookcase, grabbing a few books. What could they possibly have to do with alchemy? Brosh continued. Alchemy is a powerful art, it can be incredibly dangerous if misused. In order to prevent that, Ed showed him a page of the notes. Alchemic research is always encrypted. They were designed to look like ordinary recipes but are actually powerful alchemic notes. Only the alchemist who wrote them can understand. Aaliyah said. If they're so heavily encrypted, then how are you going to decipher them? It's not going to be easy. We'll have to use all of our alchemical knowledge. Ed stated. Wow, sir, that sounds really complicated. Brosh said. Ed gasped. Al, Aaliyah, there is a section in here about green tea. Green tea? Are you thinking what I am? Al asked as Aaliyah said, yeah, it could be a reference to the green lion. Later. Why does this encryption have to be so hard? Ed shouted, now frustrated. I don't know, maybe we should ask Dr. Marcoh about this directly? Al asked. No way. That would be admitting defeat. Ed shouted as he gripped the paper and pen in hand, tightly. Did you find anything, Ally? Ed asked, turning to the girl, only to go wide-eyed. What the hell? Ed yelled, now past frustrated. Aaliyah had fallen asleep on the table, pen still in hand. Let her sleep, brother, you know reading always makes her fall asleep. Al said. Yeah, but this isn't the time to be sleeping, Al. Ed was about to wake the girl when he heard a voice say, excuse me? Ed and Al looked to the door to see Shiska with Brosh. Shiska. Ed muttered as she bowed. Thanks to the money you gave me, I was able to move my mother to a better hospital. I really appreciate it. She said. Nah, it was no big deal, really. Ed said, waving his hand. Have you guys had any luck deciphering it yet? Ed and Al had grim expressions as she sweat dropped. Al asked, have you found another job yet? It was her turn to gain a grim expression as they sweat dropped. Anyway, you 3 made me feel better. It was nice to know even a pathetic mess like me can be useful. So thanks for that as well. She bowed. You're not a pathetic mess. I thought that the kind of determination you show in reading is a talent all its own. Besides, your memory is incredible. Ed said. You should have more faith in yourself. Al told her. Thanks, Al. She said. Yo. The four looked up to see Hughes. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. Ed said. Major Armstrong told me you three were here. He walked over to the desk, slamming his hands down and causing Aaliyah to jump. I wasn't sleeping, she shouted as she quickly grabbed some notes, pretending as if nothing happened. What gives, Ed? I told you three to give me a shout the next time you were in Central. Ed rubbed the back of his head as he said, oh, something urgent came up, sorry. Aaliyah placed the notes down before looking at Hughes, confusion on her face. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes? When did you get here? Aaliyah said. Hey, Aaliyah. He waved to her. We've had a lot of cases to deal with lately and we're still working on getting the Tucker/Chimera situation settled. Hughes said as Ed, Aaliyah, and Al all looked down. I guess that brings up some unpleasant memories, huh? He asked, sitting in front of Ed. You have no idea. Aaliyah muttered. Anyway, as if things weren't bad for us already, the first branch had to burn down in the middle of all this. That's a problem, huh? Ed asked. A big one. All our case records were stored in the stacks at that location. Tryin' to work without him hasn't been a picnic, let me tell ya. Hughes exclaimed. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al looked at each other and then over Shiska. She gasps. Hey, Lieutenant Colonel, Ed said smiling. I think I've got exactly the person you're looking for. Well, I have read the military's criminal case records, and I do remember them all, she said but interrupted. That's all I needed to hear, lady. You're hired. Hughes said. My office pays well, so don't worry. Oh, you're saying you want me? She looked at the Elrics and Martin. Oh, thanks so much. I'll have faith just like you told me to. Thank you. Thank you. Hughes grabbed her collar and dragged her out of the room. Come on now, right to work. He laughed. Well, Ed said, with a pen in his mouth and waving, she might not be thanking us for long. He sighed and put his head back on the table. How did you put it again, Al? I think dedicated is a talent all on its own. Very smooth, little brother, very smooth. Ed grinned. Well, it's something I always think when I see two certain someones I know. Al said looking at Ed and Aaliyah. You don't mean Ed, right? Aaliyah asked as Ed shouted, what's that supposed to mean? Aaliyah giggled as Ed calmed down saying, in that case, some of us should get back to work. Ed glanced at the as she said, yeah. 10 days later. To hell with it. Ed yelled angrily as he threw books and paper around. The four sat on the floor, all depressed. What did you guys do to this place? Brosh asked as Ross and he walked in. Don't get angry because you can't crack it, throwing things won't help. She said. We did crack it. Aaliyah muttered. Huh? They asked confused. We cracked the code and deciphered it. Al told them. Really, you did? That's great. Brosh said excitedly. That's a good thing, isn't it? Ed slammed his fist to the ground saying, there is nothing good about this, damn it. This is the devil's research, it should have been destroyed. Dr. Marcoh was right, it's evil. What's so evil about it? Brosh asked. The main ingredient for a philosopher's stone is, Al started as Aaliyah finished. Live hamburgers. Live hamburgers? Ross asked. Aaliyah realized what she said. I mean, human lives. Sorry, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten anything yet. They had a horrible faces on. How could the military research into something so horrible? Brosh said. I can't believe it, how awful. Ross muttered. Do us a favor, don't speak to anyone about this. Ed told them. But sir, Brosh started as Ed said, please, just pretend you didn't hear any of it. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al were currently in their room with the lights out, sitting in silence. Ed and Aaliyah lay in bed with her face buried into the pillow. Al sat on the floor, leaning against the back of the couch. Brother, Aaliyah, you three should go get something to eat. Al said as they both replied with, I'm not hungry. Pretty terrible, huh? Ed asked. Al hummed in agreement as Ed said, you know, we try so hard to try and grasp the truth but it slips away, and now that we have finally caught it, it turns out that it's too dangerous to hold. I'm starting this as God's way of punishing people who have done the taboo. I wonder if it will always be like this. Aaliyah said as Ed said, hey guys, there has been something I wanted to ask you three for a long time. I guess I've been just too afraid to say it. Al shifted to look at Ed as Aaliyah as she rose from the pillow questioned him. What? Al asked. There was then a knock at the door and Armstrong's voice, Elric Brothers. Martin. I know you're in there. Open up. This is the Major. What do we do? Al asked. We ignore him, that's what. Ed said as the door suddenly broke down. They all began to panic. I know what it said, Edward and Aaliyah. As Armstrong had tears falling, also with sparkles. Ed and Ally then glared at Ross and Brosh. We're sorry. Ross said as Brosh said, it's really hard to stay quiet when he's asking. Imagine the military being behind something like that. The truth is more than we bargained for. Armstrong said. Truth. Ed muttered. What is it, Ed? Ally muttered, now standing next to him. Do you remember what Dr. Marcoh said at the station? Huh? Al asked as Aaliyah said, didn't he say something about the truth hidden within the truth? Yeah, I didn't have a clue what he meant but now, it's the same as with alchemic notes. What you can see on the surface is only a portion of the truth. There is still more here, there has to be. They all gathered around the table as they turned the lights on. Armstrong pulled out his map and said, currently, there are 4 alchemic research laboratories in Central that have connections to the government. We can narrow it down even further. Marcoh worked in the 3rd laboratory, we should start with that one, the most suspected. Al, Aaliyah, and I have been to all the laboratories in the city and none were doing remarkable research. Ed glanced down at the map to a spot labeled, 5th laboratory, closed. What's this building used for? It was designed for the 5th laboratory. Ross said, but not currently in use. The building's not structurally sound so it's been off limits. So it's there. Ed said. Huh? Brosh asked. How can you be so sure that's it? There's a prison right next door. Aaliyah said. Okay, so? What was the main ingredient for the stone? Ed asked. Brosh thought about it for a minute and then said. You said it needs live humans. There'd be plenty of condemned criminals in the prison, officially, they would be recorded as executed. Aaliyah stated as Ross said. They're using the prisoners to make the stones. Ross then gained a nauseous look. Don't look at us like that, we don't like talking about it more than you. Ed stated. Prisons from other jurisdictions could be used to. Al said. I wonder if the government is involved. Aaliyah said in thought. Why do I get the feeling that we're involved in something dangerous? Ross stated. That's why we said to pretend you didn't hear anything. Al said. Armstrong rolled up his map and walked to the door, turning to the others saying, this has the potential to become a political nightmare, I'll look into what we talked about tonight. He glances at Ross and Brosh saying, in the meantime, speak this to no one. Sir. They saluted. He then looked to the trio and says. Martin, Elric Brothers, behave yourselves. He gave a scary look as he continued, I know you 4 and you were thinking about sneaking into the building and looking around, weren't you? We weren't. We promise. They all began to shake with their hands raised for assurance. Later/5th lab. A guard posted at an unused building, interesting. Aaliyah muttered as they peeked over the corner of the wall. That is suspicious. Aaliyah trailed off as Ed said, I wonder what they're hiding. They all walked over to one of the walls as Al asked. How do we get in? Well, we could make our own way in, Ed suggested. They would notice the light from the transmuted reaction, Aaliyah told him. In that case. Ed trailed off as Al cupped his hands, tossing Ed up the wall. Ed grabbed the barbed wire with his automail, letting some loose for Al to climb. Get on, Al said as Aaliyah did as told. Hang on tight. Al began to climb up the way. Ed jumped down as Al reached the top. Ready, brother? Al asked. Yeah. Ed said as Aaliyah asked, ready for what? Here she come. Al whispered/shouted. Whoa. Aaliyah light shouted and fell into Ed's arms. And he set the girl down. Aaliyah glares at them. Warn me next time. Yeah. Come on. They followed Ed to a door that was blocked off. They aren't taking any chances, are they? Ed asked. Aaliyah noticed a shaft. We could use that. Aaliyah pointed. Ed walked over to it, taking the cover off. Al, you stay here and wait. Aaliyah and I will go take a look. Are you sure you'll be fine? Al asked. Whether we're fine or not, you two are too big to fit. Ed told them as he crawled through. Sorry guys. Aaliyah said as Al pouted, saying, it's not like Isake to be this big. Somewhere else. 46? What is it, 48? It looks as if we have guests. Huh, some daredevil idiots came to visit, did they? Damn, it's even tighter in here than I thought. Ed said as Aaliyah and he crawled through the shaft. I couldn't get through this if I were regular sized, lucky I have a small body. Ed said. Ed? Ed then realized what he said and shouted, OHNO. I just called myself a tiny little pipsqueak. Aaliyah just sweat dropped. Ed kicked the vent off and jumped down. Careful. Ed said as he held his hands to catch Aaliyah jumped in. Okay. She said. There are lights on. Ed stated looking around. Hey, it's like someone waiting for us to come. Aaliyah said. Yeah, these. Ed replied. Outside the lab with Al. Ed and Aaliyah sure are taking a long time. Al muttered, waiting in his same spot. Someone on the roof looked down at Al and Lissa with a butcher knife in hand. Al heard a noise and quickly turned to see someone jump down, attacking him as the sound of a blade hitting metal could be heard. Chapter 8, The Fifth Laboratory. Al heard a noise and quickly turned to see someone jump down, attacking him as the sound of a blade hitting metal could be heard. Al pushed the blade back, only to have the guy continuously attack him. Al dodged each one with ease. After about the fifth swing, Al jumped back, putting some distance between them. You move pretty well for your size. If you didn't though, it wouldn't be worth the effort to cut you down. Unknown man said. Who are you? Al questioned. Well, girlie. I'm number 66. Well, that's the name they gave me to come work here anyway. 66 crossed his knives across one another. I'm going to cut you up, nice and neat. All you have to do is stand back and scream. He lunged for Al. Inside the fifth lab. Ed and Aaliyah continued walking through the hallway, coming across a huge room. As they walked in deeper, they saw the floor had a transmutation circle on the ground. What is all this? Ed asked. This has to be where they made the Philosopher's Stone. Aaliyah said as she looked around the room. Yes, that's right. I don't know who you are, but you sure figured out a lot from looking at a transmutation circle. Ed and Aaliyah turned in the direction of the voice to see a suit of armor step out. We're just good like that. Who are you? Ed asked. I'll the one in charge of keeping this place from brats like you. For the moment, let's say my name is 48, and believe me, I'm not your pal. My order 8 to dispose of anyone who wanders in here, poke their nose where they don't belong, try not to take it personally, kids. 48 stated as he looked at the two. Alright, we won't. Ed and Ally both said as they transmuted their arms into blades. And you try not to take it personally when these kids kick your ass. Ally said. You're alchemists, aren't you? He charged at the two as he said. Alright, let's see what you've got. He then swung his blade down at Ed, who moved quickly out of the way. 48 then swung his blade at Aaliyah, who blocked it with her arm. Prosthetic arm, huh? No matter, my sword can pierce through steel as well as flesh. Aaliyah managed to push the guy back some, and then kicked him, gaining some distance. The man in armor now stood in the middle of Aaliyah and Ed. After Ally kicked him, the sound of an empty suit of armor being hit was heard. My, what's this? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you're hollow inside. Ed stated with a grin. You're a perceptive one. I can tell from the sound. I spar against someone like you all the time. And loses. Aaliyah muttered. So there are people like me on the outside too? That's surprising. Yeah, it makes me sick, to think, there is more than one idiot in the world who thought of bonding disembodied soul of armor. Ed said. Perhaps I should introduce myself again. 48 said, lowering his sword but not loosening his grip. 48 is the number I was assigned when I was on death row. Back when I still had a living body, I was better known as Slicer. I was a mass murderer, you see. People like you make me sick. Aaliyah said in disgust. So you were slated for execution then? So tell me something then, this laboratory, are they using condemned prisoners like you to make philosopher's stones here? Ed said. That I can't tell you, it isn't my area. They simply recognized my skills, gave me this body, and made me the trusting guard dog. Interesting. I'm sure they gave you a seal too, to serve as a bond between soul and armor. Aaliyah stated. Yes, Slicer removed his mask and mouthpiece of his armor, revealing a circle of blood on the back of his head. I have a blood seal. This is it, right here. If Tot destroys this, the fight's yours. He said. That's awfully considerate of you to show your weak spot. Ed stated as Slicer said, I like to give myself a little extra challenge during a fight, now and then. As long as you're in such a giving mood, then how about this, why don't you just let me go? Ed asked. Nice try, kid. Slicer fixed his helmet as he said, but what kind of mass murderer lets his prey get away from him that easily? He tightened his grip on his sword. Now let's fight. Central Headquarters. Did you hear what I said? My dear little Alicia is about to turn 3. Hughes gushed over the phone. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, don't you think this could have waited? I'm at work. Mustang sighed, annoyed on the other end. Oh, what a coincidence, I'm at work too. She's the cutest little thing. You should see her. Hughes gushed again as he looked at a picture of his little girl. I'm sure she's adorable, but stop calling me to gush over your daughter and on a military line too, not just my daughter Colonel. Hughes then pulls out a picture of his wife as he gushed over her saying, I gush over my wife too. Hughes then got serious as he said, I know, it's your turn now. Go ahead Colonel, I know you're trying to gush over your very own, scar-faced Ishvalan. We found many bodies on the site where he vanished, but they are all so decomposed that it's difficult to identify them. He hasn't been sighted anywhere in the east so, at present, many people think he is dead. If that's the case, then I should be able to lift the bodyguards from the Elric Brothers and Martin. Is Major Armstrong still in charge of them? Roy asked. He was, but a couple of his men have taken over Elric's and Martin's room. We're been played. Ross shouted as she held the tied-up sheets they used to escape. I thought it was suspiciously quiet in here. Ah. Major Armstrong is going to take his shirt off again and yell at us some more, isn't he? Brosh said as he cried. Ross got angrier as she said, they are going to pay, do that even think about how this makes us looks? Let's go Sergeant. Ross headed towards the door as Brosh asked, huh? Where? Where else do you think, Brosh? To the 5th laboratory. Inside the 5th lab. Slicer charged at Ed continuously, each dodging the other's attacks, as Ed suddenly heard a noise come from his arm. What happened? My shoulder doesn't feel right. Slicer brought his blade down, causing Ed to quickly duck down and jump out of the way. I have to find a way to end this quickly. Or else I'm dead. Ed shouted as he ran at Slicer. Slicer used his foot to kick Ed back, causing him to hit the ground. Slicer then continued to attack Ed, eventually cutting his left shoulder. Ed? Aaliyah shouted as Ed was now backed into a pillar. Ed ducked out of the way from his hit and rolled away as Slicer said, "What a cute little monkey." Ed got angry and shouted, "Who are you calling little?" Slicer chuckled and said, "It's been too long since I had prey that was worth hunting, too bad you won't last much longer." He then glanced back to Aaliyah and said, "I hope you're better than this one." "No. You won't touch her." Ed shouted as Slicer said, "Looks like someone is protective of his girlfriend." "No matter, besides, right now, my partner should be finishing off your other friend." "Is this companion of yours strong?" Aaliyah asked. "Yes, he is, but he isn't so strong as I am." Ed and Aaliyah laughed as Ed got up and said, "In that case, no need to worry. You see, we've been sparring partners for a long time, and I've still never beaten him." Outside the fifth lab, Al had just punched the guy in the face, causing him to fly back. 66 got off the ground saying, "Damn it. Why can't you two sit still and let me cut you two up? You big bucket of bolts." 66 then charged at them as he simply moved out of the way and knocked his helmet off. Al then got a shocked look as Al said, "You're empty." 66 laughed as he said, "There's a story behind that, would you like to hear it? It's a pretty good yarn. You probably already know it though, it all starts with a man named Barry. Once upon a time, right here in Central, there was a butcher named Barry who loves his work. His favorite part was cutting up the meat into little, tiny pieces. But one day, he found out that beef and pork weren't enough, so he took to the streets and began cutting people instead, night after night. One day, he was caught but not before he has taken 23 victims. Naturally, after terrorizing Central for so long, he was sent to the gallows for his wicked deeds, and the world was happily rid of him. At least, that's what they believe. But our story isn't over yet, we haven't reached the good part. Barry isn't actually dead, he's very much alive, in charge of guarding a certain place, only without his body. Yes. He is standing before your very eyes. I am Barry the Chopper." He then struck a pose. "Sorry, I've never heard of you. I'm from a little town to the east so." Al trailed off. Barry's face showed shock. "Well, even if you don't know me, shouldn't you be scared?" Barry then started to take his helmet on and off. "Shouldn't you two be going ah? Or, what happened to your body?" He pointed towards Al then removed his helmet as Barry shouted, "Ah! What happened to your body, you freak? Now that's impolite." Al muttered. "Oh. I see, you were on death row too. You had me startled there," Barry said. Al then got angry and said, "No way. I'm not a criminal." "Huh? Then what happened to you?" he asked confused as Al placed his helmet back on as Al said, "It's kind of a long story, I lost his body, my brother transmuted his soul and bonded it to this armor." "His brother, haha." "Of course." Barry began laughing. "What's so funny about it?" Al asked irritated. "Are you sure your brother and you are really related?" "Well, I guess brother and I don't look much alike now," Al says. No. That's not what I mean. Are you sure you're not a puppet, controlled by this so-called brother?" Barry asked. "I was a real boy. My name was Alphonse Elric." Al shouted. "Ah! How you be so sure of that?" Barry said. "I have memories, I remember who I was before." Al trailed off. "And who is to say Rose's memories aren't made up? But my family and friends, they know me. Al said. That's easy, they are in on it too. Silly boy, you were never alive, to begin with. It's as simple as that. Barry said. Then how do you know you were really alive? Al asks. I was, trust me. He stated as an officer ran to the scene shouting, this area is off limits. Don't move. Barry took his knife and threw it at the man, killing him. There, did you see that? There's nothing I love more than chopping up live people. I can't control myself. Barry walked over and picked up his knife. I kill, therefore I am. As long as I know that, it's enough to prove I've been alive. Inside Fifth Lab. Your brother is that good, is he and she? Then I'll have to get rid of you too quickly so I can get to them. 48 stated as he took a fighting stance. Ed glanced to Aaliyah, then 48 as he thought, I have to end this soon. Aaliyah, sensing the same thing, decided to help. Go, Al. Do it now. 48 quickly turned around to look for Al, only to have his helmet sliced clean off. That was dirty. 48 shouted angrily from the ground, his helmet still separated from his body. There's no such thing as dirty in a fight. Ed shouted back as he turned his arm back. Aaliyah moved back to Ed and she congratulated him. Great job, Ed. Thanks, great thinking using Al. What's the matter? You still haven't destroyed the blood seal I pointed out. Are you going to or no? Ed picked up Slicer's head and said, there's something I need to ask you about. The Philosopher's Stone? Slicer asked. Just tell us everything you know. Aaliyah told him and he replied with, sorry, I can't. Come on now, I did beat you at your own game. Ed stated as Slicer said, that's where you're wrong. I'm not beaten yet. After that was said, Aaliyah saw the other half of his body move. Ed! She shouted, pushing him out of the way. Slicer's body swung down, slicing Aaliyah's left side pretty deep. Ah! Aaliyah? Ed yelled as Ally brought her hand to grip her cut. Look out! Ed shouted as Aaliyah turned only to see a blade she quickly slow-moed to dodge his attack to only causing him to kick her with his foot. The pressure from the kick sent the poor girl into one of the nearby pillars. Gah! Aaliyah's air was knocked out of her. As she got her breathing back, Ed shouted, you bastard. I forgot to mention something about this mass murderer, Slicer. Slicer's body then said, his crimes were really sneaky by a pair of brothers. An independent head and body, that's a dirty trick. Aaliyah spat. Now, wasn't it your friend who said there isn't such thing as dirty in a fight? Slicer spoke as his body said, are you ready for round 2? It's about to begin. Slicer's body got into a fighting stance as he slowly walked toward Aaliyah. Aaliyah tried to move, only to whine in pain. He got closer and closer as Ally closed her eyes. Instead of getting hit, nothing happened. She opened her eyes only to find that Ed was in front of her protectively, with his automail arm outstretched, the blue from his transmutation fading. In front of him, lay Slicer's body in pieces. Ed soon sat back against the pillar, trying to catch his breath as Aaliyah asked, are you all right, Ed? He turned to face the girl as he replied, compared to you, I'm great. How? Slicer muttered as Ed looked toward him. You reminded me of someone I don't like, and now, I've done exactly what he did. Ed said. Slicer's upper body started to move as Ed and Aaliyah both screamed, he's wiggling, that's freaky. As much as I hate to admit it, we've lost. Ed started to poke the bottom half of the armor as Aaliyah asked, so, you're not going to say you're really 3 brothers, are you? No. The upper part said as Slicer said, come on, you've won, hurry up and destroy us. Aaliyah started to feel weak from the blood loss and laid her head on Ed's shoulder as Ed put his arm around her saying, no. I'm not a murderer. With bodies like these, are we really even people? Slicer asked. We consider you people. If we didn't, then that would mean we didn't think one of our friends was real either. Aaliyah trailed off. Outside fifth lab. Come on. What's the matter, little puppet? Barry taunted Al. I told you, I'm not a puppet. Al shouted. As Barry swung down at Al, who brought his arm to block it. Al managed to hold it back as Barry said, you keep telling yourself that, but how can you be certain you were really alive? There's only one way to prove it, you've got a blood seal, right? Destroy it, break it yourself. If you die, then you were a real boy all along, just like you want to believe. No. There's no way I could ever do that. Al pushed his blade back. Oh no? Then I'll do it for you. Barry shouted, attacking him once again. Inside fifth lab. I know my brother is a real person and that means you guys are too. I will not take the life of another person. Ed stated as Slicer said, my brother and I have been lying, cheating, and stealing all our lives, and now that we're in this suit of armor, we're being treated like people. Don't you see the irony? For that, kids, I'll give you a parting gift. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you who made the Philosopher's Stone and who ordered us to guard this place. He was cut off by something spearing him through his helmet. Aaliyah and Ed went wide-eyed. What was that? Aaliyah muttered. That was a close call, number 48, you should know not to talk about things that don't concern you. A woman's voice said as she retraced the spear that went through Slicer's head, taking him with it. Well, would you look at that? What are the Blue Flame and Fullmetal Pipsqueaks doing here? A man's voice said. He had long green hair and the woman had long black hair. Such troublesome kids, how'd you find out about this place? She asked as she split the helmet in half. Brother. The body screamed as a sword was stabbed into his blood seal. Quit your blubbering, idiot. You were trying to kill two of our most important sacrifices, do you understand me? You could have messed up the entire plan. What would we have done then, huh? The guy continuously slashed. He then walked over to Ed and Aaliyah as the woman followed. Ed slowly stood with Aaliyah as he asked, what plan? What do you mean by important sacrifices? Aaliyah asked. Oh my, the pipsqueaks are raring to go. I think I made them angry. Don't call me a pipsqueak again. Ed stated, angrily as the guy said, then what would you prefer? He grabbed Aaliyah and then said, pipsqueak. Ed tried to kick the guy, only to have him dodge. Whoa now. There's no need to fight me. Wouldn't want her getting in an accident now, would we? This is a fight you started. Leave her out of it. Ed shouted, clapping his hands only to have a popping noise sound and his arm fall limp. Ed? Aaliyah muttered as everyone glanced at him. Technical difficulties. The woman asked as the green-haired man grinned saying, lucky me. He then kneed Ed in the stomach. Aaliyah was cut off by a blow to the stomach. He dropped her to the ground as she heard the woman say, don't kill the girl. She's not dead, at least I believe she isn't. They are useless without the other. The woman then walked over to Aaliyah and grabbed her face in her hands saying, remember, we allowed you to live. The woman let go of her face as she said, we can't have them poking at this place again, it's too dangerous. It'll have to go, blow it up. Outside fifth lab. What could brother have wanted to tell me? Al thought as Barry brought him from his thoughts, what's the matter, little boy? Something on your mind? He charged at Al as he blocked saying, shut up. You're wrong. Barry swung again, only to have Al block it once more. Just accept it. It'll make you feel better. He then swung at Al's chest, causing him to fall to his knees. Barry raised his knife up, ready to decapitate Al. As a bullet flies through his hand. He dropped the knife to examine the holes in his hand as a woman's voice said, stay right there or the next one puts a hole in your head. They turned to see Ross and Brosh standing with their guns pointing at Barry. This isn't going quite as planned. Barry scratched the back of his helmet. The ground suddenly began to shake as there was an explosion. Sergeant, get down now. Ross commanded as pieces of the building started to fall. Get away from there. She called Al and Barry. But brother and Aaliyah are still in there. Al told her as her eyes widened. Ed and Aaliyah are in there? Hm. I know what this means. Barry started as he then ran off saying, time to get out of here. Hey, you. Hold it. Brosh called as Al called, brother. Aaliyah. Ross tried to pull Al away only to fail. There you are. A man's voice said. Al and Ross turned to see a man with green hair, carrying Ed and Aaliyah on his shoulders. I've got 2 presents for you. Brother. Ally. Al shouted as he ran to the guy. The man placed them on the ground and said, they're not in danger but they have lost a lot of blood, especially the girl. You might want to hurry and get them to a hospital. Also, you should keep a better eye on them so they won't take all these crazy risks, they are precious resources. But who are you? Ross asked. Lieutenant Ross, we need to go. Brosh shouted as he ran up to them. Sergeant. Help me with them. Ross called as he asked, what happened? We'll talk later, you should go too. She said to the man, only to find him gone. The building started to collapse as Brosh carried Ed, and Al carried Aaliyah. Al glanced down at the girl in his arms, seeing her face pale and slow breathing. Are you sure you're not a puppet? Barry's words rang through Al's head as he thought, am I? Then the central prison next door heard the explosion and shouted, what's happening? One guard said, calm down and get quiet. One prisoner was amazed by the sound of explosions and loved it and also says his days in the Ishvalan war of extermination. And had a huge, sinister grin on his face. Chapter 9, Created Feelings. Aaliyah and Ed sat in the hospital bed with irritated looks on their face. Looks like you can sit up now, huh? Ross asked as Aaliyah asked, what happened to the 5th laboratory? Well, Brosh started. Somebody blew up the building and now there is only rubble. Ross finished. Damn it. You mean they wiped out everything? Ed shouted, stopping short because of his wound, that didn't feel good. He muttered as he held on to it. This isn't fair. Do you know close ally and I was to finding the truth. This is not the time to be in a hospital. Ed said. Aaliyah sighed. Ross and Brosh looked at each other and then shouted. Fullmetal and Blue Flame, sir. Ed and Aaliyah glanced at them as they said, we do apologize in advance for this. Huh? Ed asked confused as Aaliyah. Ed was then slapped by Ross. As Aaliyah was slapped by Brosh. They stared wide-eyed, not believing what just happened. You acted like a selfish child. You and Aaliyah only escaped with your lives because you were lucky. You don't have to do everything on your own, you can lean on other people, like us. She glanced at them with worried eyes. Not all adults are enemies, you can trust us. There was silence until they both shouted, that is all. Huh? Aaliyah said. Please excuse our words and abusive conduct, sirs. It will not happen again. No. You're right. I should be apologizing. Ed stated as Ross said, my punishment, for slapping you too. Brosh and she stood tense as he and she looked at them confused as Aaliyah said, huh? Nothing, we had it coming. The two relaxed as Ed continued, what's got you two so scared of us? State-certified alchemists carry a military rank equivalent to that of a major. Ross said. Brosh agreed, holding his chest. Don't worry about it, Aaliyah said. We didn't get our certification so people would kiss up to us. You don't have to talk to me like I'm a high-ranking officer. Really? Oh. Ross said cheerfully. I guess we were scared of the brats for nothing. Brosh said. They adjust quickly. Ed thought angrily. Oops, where's Al? I haven't seen them. Ed said. Alphonse got his lecture earlier. But, Brosh said, raising his swollen, red hand, I was the one doing the slapping. Ed and Aaliyah laughed. Ed and Tenna stood up. I almost forgot. I still have an even less pleasurable lecture in store for me today. They looked at him blankly. The telephone rang. Hello. Rockbell Prosthetic Limb Outfitters. Oh, Ed, Aaliyah, since when do you ever bother to call us? Winry asked on the other end. Is something wrong? Yeah, here's the deal. Ed said. I hate to ask you, but do you think you can make a service call out to Central for us? Aaliyah said. A service call? Winry asked. Yeah. Ed's right arm's messed up again. I think he can move the fingers, but that's about it. He can't lift the arm at all. Aaliyah said. Winry looked over at a screw. Heh, yeah, that sounds about right. Huh? Ed said. Nothing, just talking to myself. So, what were you two doing when Ed's arm stopped working? Winry said. We got in a rough fight. Ed said. You did again, moron. How could you treat my precious automail like that, alchemy freak? Winry said. There was silence. Ed brought the phone back to his ear. Are you there? Hello, Winry. I guess I have no choice. Tell me how to get there. Winry asked. Ed looked at Aaliyah and then at the phone in surprise. You're sure in good mood today. I thought for sure you were gonna, you know what, never mind. Thanks. Right. Goodbye. He put the phone back into the receiver and sighed. Ah, what a nice friend you two have. Brosh asked. What? Ed's injury came open again. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. Brosh said, pushing Ed and Aaliyah as she sat on his lap, through the halls in a wheelchair. When I was your age, I had a different girlfriend every week. Ed looked over Aaliyah's shoulder in the hall to their left. What are you doing, sitting in the dark by yourself? Hey. Hey, Al. Al looked up from his trance. Brother, Aaliyah. You know you can come to the room, right? Aaliyah asked. The three looked at each other in silence. I'll be there in a little while. Al finally said. You two go on ahead. Okay. Aaliyah and Ed said in unison. Brosh pushed them along. Later that day. What happened? Winry exclaimed, dropping her toolbox as she walked in. Ed looked up. Well, that didn't take long. His shirt was now off, revealing the bandages that coved nearly his entire upper body. You're gonna charge me an express service fee now, aren't ya? No, I won't charge you for this, she said, feeling guilty. I didn't do a good enough job on your automail last time. She looked at the floor. And now you're badly injured. Aaliyah, Brosh, Ross, and Armstrong all looked at Ed. Ed caught on. It's not your fault. He said, waving his left arm. You can't blame yourself for this. I broke it 'cause I was being reckless. Your repairs were flawless as ever. This was all my fault. He has no idea, Wernie thought realized. He never noticed that I forgot to put in that screw. Winry thought as well. Besides, if my arm hadn't broken when it did, I would have kept fighting and then I would have been hurt even worse. So don't worry about it, okay? 'Kay? Ed said. Aaliyah nodded her head. So it turned out all right? Winry thought, then ran up to Ed's bed and smiled. Well then, let's go ahead and get right down to business, shall we? I'll have to charge you the usual rush order fee. Huh? Ed said. Winry looked over at Ed's tray. Nothing was there save for a plate, some utensils, a used napkin, and a full bottle of milk. You didn't drink your milk. Winry looked at him. Then she looked at Aaliyah's tray and saw her milk bottle empty. Aaliyah drank her. Why can't you? Winry questions angrily. Ed looked away. Why should I? I hate it. You're going to be small and stubby forever if you keep using that stupid excuse. Winry yelled. Shut up. I don't have to drink it if I don't wanna. Ed yelled back. You sound like a spoiled brat, Edward Elric. Armstrong says, removing his shirt and flexing his muscles. Every growing boy needs his milk. Ross said. He doesn't need it. Aaliyah said. You're just saying that. Winry said to her. Yeah, you want Aaliyah to like you to be tall, don't you? Brosh said. Al closed the door and walked back to his dark hall. Ed, with Winry pinching his cheek, looked at the door. Was that Al? Ed asked. So yeah, like I was saying, he did grow. Aaliyah said. They all look at her as crazy. Yeah, right. Winry said. Aaliyah sighed. I'll show you. Aaliyah said. Aaliyah walked towards Ed. Ed, stand up. She said. He obeys and stands up. Well, we are the same height. Aaliyah said. She's right. Winry's jaws dropped. Oh, might say you guys are the same height. Ross said. Yeah. Brosh and Armstrong said in unison. Ed lay on his stomach. Winry sat at the bedside, working on his right arm. I don't get it. Ed said. Al's been actin' weird lately. Aaliyah and Winry looked at him confused. Weird how? Winry asked, pulling out the missing screw and screwing it into the empty hole in Ed's shoulder. Just seems like something's been bothering him. Ed said into the pillow. Winry then stood up after wiping down his arms saying, You're all set. Ed sat up. Well done. He put his hand on his metallic shoulder and told it. Feels good to have it back. Thanks a lot. Winry. Aaliyah said. She smiled. Sure, no problem. Guys. Yo. Ed, my boy. Hughes burst into the room, no longer in his military uniform. Is it true you have a pretty blonde girl in your room to service you? Ed fell out of his bed. Opening his wound. She is our automail mechanic. That's all, nothing more. Oh. He said, putting his hand on his chin, you've seduced your mechanic and girlfriend? Have you? No. That isn't what I said at all. Were you even listening to me? Ed yelled. Aaliyah laughed nervously. Hughes took Winry's hands and shook them. Maze Hughes. I'm pleased to meet you, young lady. You, too. I'm Winry Rockbell. Winry answers. Ed slid back onto his bed. Nice to see you, Hughes, but don't you have work to do? Hughes let go of the girl's hands and put up his own. Nope. It's all under control. I gave Shiska some overtime. You're a real jerk, aren't ya? Ally said in. Oh, yeah. I think you'll be happy to know, I just found out you guys shouldn't need to be kept under guard for too much longer. Hughes said. What did you say? Winry asked, puzzled. Hold on just a second. Winry looked at them. How much trouble have you three gotten yourselves into this time? Ed backed up from them. Well, you see, it's... He took a deep breath and looked away from their gaze. It's noting that concern you. She kept looking at him. Ed didn't look back. Winry backed up and turned her head. Of course not. I dunno why I bother to try. It's not like you'll talk to us anyway. Winry said. Then Winry put on her jacket and threw her tools over her shoulder. Fine. I'll see you three tomorrow. We have to see if we can find someplace to stay tonight. Winry said. Come on, Hughes said, lighting up. No need for that. Why don't you spend the night at my place? Really? Winry said. Yes, of course. My wife and daughter will be delighted to have you too. Hughes stated. No, I couldn't, Winry said but interrupted. It's settled. Come on. Hughes said. He took her and dragged them out of the room. Hughes's place. Winry stared wide-eyed at what was in front of her, a birthday party. Happy birthday, Alicia. She blew out her candles as everyone cheered. If you don't mind us asking, Mr. Hughes, what's this all about? Winry whispered to Hughes. I'm so glad you asked that, Miss Rockbell. Today is my darling Alicia's birthday. He gushed. It's my birthday, Alicia said excitedly. That's exciting. So how old are you now, Alicia? Winry asked her. She held 2 fingers as she said, I'm 2, then she paused, no 3. How adorable. Winry and Hughes all began to gush. It was later in the day as Winry sat down next to Hughes, Alicia on Winry's lap, as she said, we've known the Elrics and Martin for as long as we can remember, we've grown up together. It's like we're all brothers and sisters. Hughes chuckled as he says, I sure know these 4, and you 2 must have plenty to worry about. That's an understatement. Winry said, giggling as she suddenly got serious. When they finally came for a visit, it was because Ed's arm busted up, and now they called because of the same reason. Something's bothering Al too. They keep their mouths shut though. The only one who will talk to us is Ally, and it's limited to what she'll tell me. Just like when they left Resemble for the first time. Maybe nothing needed to be said? Winry glanced at Hughes as he continued, you know them, maybe they thought you'd understand without anything being said. Maybe, but there are some things I need to be told. Hughes removed his glasses saying, just what will I do with you? In general, men let their actions speak as opposed to telling. I'm sure Allies learned that pretty well, and that's why she tells you too. Even so, they may ask for your help one day. Isn't that enough? Alicia. We want to play. Let's go. One of the 3 boys asked her. Will you put me down now? Alicia asked as Winry did as told. The 3 boys began fighting over who Alicia wanted to play with as Winry said, she's quite the heartbreaker already, isn't she? Hughes placed his glasses on as he cocked his gun, a dark aura around him. The 3 boys panicked as he said, listen up boys, you try anything with my daughter and you'll answer to me. Your actions speak too loudly. Winry shouted. The next morning. Are you sure you 2 have to go? Gracia asked as she stood by the front door. You're more than welcome to stay with us for as long as you're in town. We don't want to put you out more than we have already. Winry stated as she felt a tug on her sleeve. Alicia's gotten much attached to you too. Hughes chuckled as he said, look at that. The 3 of you could be sisters. Sissy. Come back and visit me real soon. Oh, and be safe. Alicia said excitedly. It's settled, you're staying with us again tonight, Gracia said with a smile. Winry kneeled next to Alicia, and hugged her as Winry said, looks like I've found me, little sister. Hospital/Ed and Aaliyah's room. Aaliyah was sitting behind Ed with her head on his left shoulder since she finished her meal and wrapped her arms around him. As Ed was eating his lunch as he glared at his milk. So we meet again, you little bastard, I'm not gonna drink you. Aaliyah's sweat dropped at him. Ed, it won't hurt you. Aaliyah said. Ed glared at her. Brother, you have a living body that needs nourishment. Barry's face flashed in my mind. You have to drink it. Ed took a bite of his bread loaf. I don't have to if I don't want to. It may not look like it, but I have grown some. Everyone still calls me a pipsqueak. I wish I was like you, Al. Ed stated. Aaliyah laughed nervously. Winry opened the door. Huh? Al looked up. You've got such a big body, Al. Ed says. Al stood up, knocking over the small stool beneath him. It's not like I asked for this body, brother. Ed sat in silence. Sorry. You're right. It's my fault that it happened. But I'll make it right, I'll get you back into your normal body. You'll see, Al, but interrupted. That's what you always say. But you don't know that for sure. Al yelled. Look, I promise I'm gonna get you back. He looked at his brother as Aaliyah backed up a bit. Believe me, Al. I'll do it. Believe you? How am I supposed to believe anything when I'm stuck in this body? What should I believe in? My memories? Memories are just scraps of information that can be made up as easily as anything else. Al shouted. Al, what are you talking about? Aaliyah asked. You remember when you said there was something you were afraid to tell me? Al said. Then Winry and Aaliyah gasped. I think I might know what it was. Maybe you wanted to say that my soul and memories are artificial constructions you created. Al said. Ed gasped as well as Aaliyah. You, Winry, Aaliyah, and Granny, you've been lying to me all along, haven't you? He clenched his fist. What do you have to say for yourself, brother, Aaliyah? Ed slammed down on his tray. Is that what you think? You believe that all this time? Al back up, as Aaliyah looked down at what Al said. So are you finished? Or is there more you wanted to say? Ed said. Al looked at the floor silently. Okay. Aaliyah said as Ed pushed the tray away and got up and grabbed Aaliyah's hand and walked out of the room. Don't go, Winry said. Ed, ally. They didn't listen. Al. Winry said. You moron. Winry brought up her wrench and thrust it down on Al furiously. Hughes, Ross, and Brosh shivered. Where did that come from? Al said, his head shaking. Tears streamed down Winry's angry face. Ah, Winry. Al says. You idiot. Winry hit him. You have no idea how Ed and Aaliyah feel. Do you know what he and she were so afraid to talk to you? He and her want to know if you blame them for what happened to your body, Al. On the roof. Ed and Aaliyah had their hands on the railing. I can't believe that. Ed said. Yeah, he thinks that you created him. And that he has fake memories. Aaliyah said as tears rolled down her cheeks. Yeah. Ed says as a tear rolled down his cheek. Ed hugged Aaliyah tightly with love and care and wiped her tears off. Hey, don't cry. That beautiful face doesn't need tears falling on it. Ed says sweet. Aaliyah looked up at him and smiled. Yeah, you're right. But, Aaliyah said but stopped and sighed. I can't believe he say that about him. Ed sighed and stroked her dark red hair and rubbed her back as well. Edward. Aaliyah says. Ed looked at her to see what she have to say. No matter what, Al said, I still believe that we found a way to restore our bodies, no matter what. Ally said. Ed looked at her with a sad smile on his face and kissed her forehead. Yeah, no matter what. We will find a way to regain our bodies. Ed said. Then they kissed each other, as they pulled away. They stared into each other's eyes. Hey, do anyone tell you that I love you? Ed says. Aaliyah giggled and says, yeah, a few times and you get so romantic about it. Huh, I do, that just shows how much I adore you. Ed said to her with a longing look. Did you know that your eyes turn sapphire blue when it reflect from the sun? Ed said. They do? Ally questions. Yeah, they do, and it's ruin your pretty eyes. Ed said. Aaliyah blushed a little and then giggled at Ed's silliness. Hey! What's so funny? Ed yelled at her. Aaliyah giggled and saying, you're so silly. You always find a way to make me laugh. Aaliyah reply. I do? Ed asked. Yeah, you do. That's what I loved about you, you make a smile on my face. Aaliyah said smiling. Ed smiled as well and hugged again. And I will always do it. To make you smile. Ed says sweetly. Aaliyah smiled at him and cupped his cheeks and kissed him again, and pulled away. I love you, Eddie. Aaliyah says sweetly. I love you too, princess. Ed respond. As they kissed again and pulled away as they turned to the railing and holding each other hands, and staring at the blue bright sky. Edward's flashback. It's all my fault, Ed said, his eyes covers as he underwent his right arm operation. Al lost his body, Aaliyah lost her leg, and it's all my fault. He can't eat anymore, he can't sleep, he can't feel the cold or warmth. And Aaliyah can't walk anymore. Al, my little brother, Aaliyah are my friends, and I'm supposed to protect them, and I did this? How could they ever forgive me? He clenched the white sheets. Al and Aaliyah aren't the type of people who would resent you for this, Marcoh said. If you just ask them, I'm sure you'll see. No. I am too afraid. A tear rolled down his cheek. I'm too scared of what they'll say. Aaliyah's flashback. I'm a bother to them, Aaliyah said, her eyes covered as she underwent her right leg operation. I was blind. And I brought them misery and guilty to them. I'm a bother, and failure, and weak. I don't know to want them to think that weak and bother. I love them and am afraid to tell them how I feel, or that they forgive me. She clenched the white sheets. I don't think that you a bother to them, Marcoh said. If you just ask them how you feel, they will understand. No. I am too scared. Tears rolled down her cheek. I'm too frightened of what they'll say. End of flashbacks. And then, Winry said, wearily hitting Al's chest. You idiot. You said that. Who's ever done something like that? Who'd ever prepared to risk his own life to create a fake brother? Don't you get it? Winry asked, wiping away her tears. All the three if you have left, is each other. Now, Winry pointed to the door, go get your brother and friend. Al stood up slowly. Start running. Winry yelled. Right. He obeyed her command. Rooftop. Birds chirped as the soft wind blew through the crying hospital sheets on the roof. Ed and Ally were holding hands and leaning on the railing and looking out across the city. They turned to see Al. Al stopped just outside the door. Bro, you know something, Al? We haven't had a good fight in a while. I'm startin' to get flabby. Ed said. Huh? Al said, confused. Ed let go of Aaliyah's hand and kicked off his slippers. Al said, confused again. Ed turned around and ran to Al. Hey. Al said, dodging Ed's first kick. Hold on, brother. Ed came at him with a forceful punch, easily blocked by Al's armored body. Stop. Al said. Ed ignored his younger brother. He kept coming with attacks, kicks were followed by punches and flips. Your wounds haven't enough for this? Al exclaimed. A white blanket flew on top of Al, blocking his view. Ed pushed down on his knee and kicked him to the ground. I beat you. First time I've ever won. Ed sat down and lay on his back. Al removed the sheet and stayed on his back as well. That wasn't a fair fight, brother. Al said. Don't give me that. A win is a win and you know it, Al. We've always fought like this, ever since we were really little. Now that I think about it, we've fought over some really stupid things, haven't we? Ed said. As Ally walked over to them and lay with them. Yes. When you guys fought over who would get the top and bottom bunks. Aaliyah said. We fought over candy a lot, huh? Ed said. And don't forget, that toy you fought over too. Aaliyah said. I won that one. And when we played in the rainy river, too. Al said. I remember, you shoved me and Aaliyah into the water. Ed said. And the fight you guys had during our training. Aaliyah said. And that teacher said if you guys were being too loud then she'd beat you guys up herself, and called me and Aaliyah the good ones. But you called that one a draw. Al said. We even fought over which one of us would marry Winry or Aaliyah someday. Al said. What? I don't remember that one. Ed said. Aaliyah giggled. I won the fight, but Winry shot me down. Al said. Oh, I see. Ed said. There was a quick stretch of peaceful silence. You tellin' me all those memories are lies? Ed asked, opening his eyes. Sorry. Al apologize. And your determination to be whole again, to get your body back no matter what, that's a lie too? Ed asked. No, it's not a lie. Al said. Ed clenched his metal fist. That's right. We're in this together all the way. Don't forget that. We're gonna keep moving forward. Ed said. Al clenched his fist. The girls as well. They lifted their hands to the sky. We'll make ourselves stronger and faster and better until we get our bodies back. Ed said. Al laughed. And the milk? Milk? Fine, I'll drink a little. Ed said. They all laughed. Whatever it takes, brother, Al said. Then their fists met with Al in an agreement. Mr. Hughes, Winry said, standing in the doorway watching the three friends, maybe you don't have to hear something out loud, but it sure is helpful sometimes. Hughes smiled. I guess it is. Al helped Ed and Aaliyah while he and she tended to their reopened injury. Then Scar had a dream. Then wake up from. Then a little boy called out to him. Scar said, where I am. An old man said, a slum outside East City, you're among friends now. Scar questions them. Then other stuff happens that I don't care about, so yeah. Chapter 10, Separate Destinations. The power of one man doesn't amount to much, but little strength I'm capable of, I'll do everything I can to protect the people I love, and in turn, they'll protect the people they love. It's the least we tiny humans can do for each other. Roy stood in line with the other soldiers as Hughes said, it seems like a pyramid scheme, there's just one thing, if you protect everyone, then you'll have to find a way to stand on top of the pyramid. Hughes and Roy both glanced at the Fuhrer Bradley as Roy said, I can only imagine how good it feels up there, Hughes. Although, I may never get to know how that feels without support. There's no doubt about that. Fuhrer glanced down at him as Roy gave a small glare. Very subtle, you're got my support, but you could have just asked. It could be fun to watch and who knows. Maybe your naive idealism might do some good. Roy's office. Colonel, there is an open bunk if you need it. Riza stated, waking Roy. Ugh, I'm fine. Roy brought his hand to his face as he said, I still need to finish my paperwork and stuff before we go to Central, I haven't much time for sleep. It looks like you were in the middle of a pretty vivid dream there. Roy said. Humph, not really, it was just an old memory. Chapter 10, Separate Destinations. Hospital. The last thing I remember is this guy grabbing Ally and then kicking me. Ed stated as he showed a picture of what the guy looked like. Yeah, and then they called us sacrifices. Aaliyah finished. Oddly, he let you two live, and what about this sacrifice and other armored souls? Armstrong asked. Not to mention the Ouroboros tattoos and transmutation circle, and Dr. Marcoh claims they were using the Philosopher's Stone in Ishval. Hughes said. Every clue we get seems to lead its mystery. Not much we can do about that, any answers we could have found were buried in the lab. All six sighed. I'll run a search for anyone with an Ouroboros tattoo. Hughes said. Very good, and while you do that, I'll continue to look into this team that worked with Dr. Marcoh in Ishval. Armstrong said as a knock sounded at the door. They all glanced to the door, to see none other than Fuhrer King Bradley. Sorry to interrupt. He says. Armstrong and Hughes saluted. Fuhrer Bradley, Your Excellency. Armstrong said. Calm down, gentlemen. This is just an informal visit. Bradley said. Yes, sir. Hughes said, bowing. But may I please ask the occasion, sir? This young man and woman. He said, walking over to Ed and Aaliyah. I heard you two were injured. He lifted a basket. I thought a nice melon would cheer you two up. I guess. Ed says, taking the basket. Aaliyah hit his left shoulder to alert him. Thank you, sir. Aaliyah bowed. I understand that you've been checking up on some of the elder staff, is that true, Major? Yes sir, how did you know I was Armstrong started as Bradley said, and now you too, my full metal and blue flame alchemists, tell me what you know about the Philosopher's Stone. It was as if a dark aura was surrounding him. And I hope for your sales you don't know too much. Ed and Ally glared at him, then he started laughing. I'm only kidding. There's no reason for you to be so uptight. He placed his hand on Ed's shoulder. I know that there has been some suspicious activity within the military lately, and I believe something must be done about it. He glanced at the small table that held all of the drawings they had of the guy and woman, picking one up. Oh, that's just Armstrong began. A list of the research team assigned to study the Philosopher's Stone. Every person listed in this document has been reported missing. They all vanished several days before the fifth laboratory collapsed. It seems the enemy is always one step ahead of us. Even with my vast network of informants, I have no way to determine how far our ranks have been infiltrated. The most we know about them is that they know a lot about us. In that case, this is proving to be more dangerous than we thought. Hughes muttered. Bradley placed the paper down and turned to each of them saying, Major Armstrong, Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, Elric Brothers, and Daniel Seidling, you've all proven yourselves to be men of worthy character. From this point forward, I'm giving you the direct order to forget this matter and all it concerns. At this time, suspicion is our strongest line of offense. Our only form of defense is discretion. Do not trust anyone, keep this to yourselves at all costs. However, when I deem it the time to confront the enemy, I expect you to join me in the effort. Yes, sir. Armstrong and Hughes said, saluting. Where is he? A man said from outside the room. Has Führer Bradley been through here? Gotta go. Bradley quickly saluted. Darn bodyguard thinks he's my shadow. They all turned and watched him open the window. You see, he said, preparing to jump. I've snuck away to get a few moments of privacy. Well, farewell for now. He jumped down to the ground from the first-story window and walked on his way. They all looked puzzled out the window. Hey, guys. Winry said, opening the door. What's going on? Did I miss something? Not really. Aaliyah said, not sure of what just happened to them. Just a tornado passing by. She closed the door and walked over to them. Well, I don't think there's anything I can do about that, but I did go and buy the train tickets you asked for. Thanks. Just in time. Ed says. You sure on the move, aren't you? Aaliyah, and your wounds haven't even healed yet. Armstrong said. Yeah, 2 days of sick people and hospital food is enough for me, thanks. Ed says. I second that. Ally agreed. Where are you headed off to this time? Hughes asked, glancing at the tickets. Winry's hand. What's in Dubboleth? Well, with the way things have gone lately, Ally, and I decided to go visit our old teacher. Ed stated as Aaliyah, and Al started to shake out of fear. I think I'm a too scared brother. Al grabbed Ed's hands. There's no way she won't kill us. Don't you chicken out now. I'm scared too, okay? Ed and Al whined. Aaliyah shaking in fear, too scared to speak. What exactly does this person teach? Winry asked, it appears you have quite a long journey ahead of you. Armstrong said with a finger to his chin. How far is it? Werney asked. Armstrong pulled out a map as he looked for it. Well, let's see. Right here, down here. Al pointed. Hm. Winry's eyes caught sight of something as they screamed joy. What? Ed asked. That. She pointed to a place on the map. The holy land of automail engineering. It's Rush Valley. Winry said. She waved her hands and chanted, we have to go. We have to go. Take me. Take me. Whatever, I don't have to take you. Ed said, irritated. While someone has to pay for my travel fare. Winry shouted. Why does it have to be me? Ed whined. Come on brother, what's the big deal? It's okay our way. Al stated. Yeah Ed, all we have to do is drop them there and we leave. Aaliyah said, as Aaliyah hugged him from behind saying, please Ed? It'll give us some more time with the Winry, and maybe you and I can have some alone time. Ed blushed as finally caved, fine. Only if Aaliyah want to. Yay! They cheered, running to the door as Winry dragged Aaliyah with her, saying, hey, ally. Let's go. Wait what? No, let me go. Aaliyah whined and tried to get free. I got to call and tell Grandma. As she ran out of the door dragged Aaliyah with them. Humph, Aaliyah will make you a fine wife someday. Don't start that again. Hughes' place. It's time for bye-bye Daddy had to go to work now. Hughes told his daughter, childlike. Come home early today, okay Daddy? Alicia asked. I can try, but Daddy has a lot of work he has to do today. I promise to do it as fast as possible. Alicia giggled as Gracia said, all right Alicia, it's getting late now. Well the rock bells, I probably won't see you before your train leave but it's been fun. Tell Daniels and the boys I said bye. Thanks, Mr. Hughes for the hospitality. Winry and Zelda bowed. Just make sure to visit us when you're in Central, okay? Our home is your home too. Till then, bye hun. Work hard Daddy. Be safe. Gracia waved. Train station. Ed, Aaliyah, Winry, and Al were all on the train waving to Ross, Brosh, Gracia, Alicia, and Armstrong as their train left the station. So, why is it suddenly important to visit your teacher? Winry asked. Different reasons. For starters, I'm getting a little tired of getting my ass kicked. They muttered the last part as Winry asked, wait. Is this some kind of combat teacher? Why don't you just quit fighting? Oh, that'd be nice but it's not simple as that. It's not only for fighting, our core too, right guys? Ally asked as they nodded. We feel like something our teacher will help us grow stronger on the inside. Al said. Yeah, and we're gonna need as much strength as we can get. Ally said. What's reason 2? Winry snickered. To see what she can tell us about the Philosopher's Stone. Ed looked out the window, resting his head on his hand and glass. And to ask her about the truth within the truth. Al added. We haven't gotten any closer to figuring it out. There's a chance that our teacher knows something about it. Aaliyah said. Let's hope she at least gives us a chance to ask her. You should be more concerned about explaining your appearance to her, Al, considering. She's gonna kill us when she finds out what happened. Ed said in fear. It would have been nice to at least have a girlfriend before I died. Al said. Don't worry Arukuan, you will. Aaliyah said cheerfully and grins evilly. Maybe you guys should get a new teacher. Winry said. Central/Archives room. Riots in Leor. Hughes muttered as he read the newspaper. Yes, it's apparently in response to that Shem religion that was preying on the townspeople. They finally realized they were being suckered. Captain Fokker said. Yeah, Hughes said, looking over some old and partially new newspapers. Ishval and Leor. The East has been a real hotbed, huh? Shiska says over a few chairs, exhausted and already asleep. I'm afraid it's not just the East, the dark man said. There have been reports of the uprising in the north and west as well. The bodies are piling up all over. The government's gonna have a hard time keeping control at this rate. He stood up and walked to the door. Colonel Hughes? Is something wrong? I'll be in the archives room, he said, closing the door behind him. Shiska woke up and Fokker looked at her. Leor, Hughes said, circling it in ink on a map, these endless uprisings, the Philosopher's Stone, human sacrifices, and the outright genocide of the Ishvalan people. This means... How could this even happen? And who could have orchestrated something as terrible as this? We've got to tell the Führer right away. A woman closed the door. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel, Lust said, so good to finally meet you. Well, hello really isn't the word I'm looking for. She spread out her fingers as they grew two long sharp points. Hughes backed up and the woman walked forward. He looked at her chest. A dragon eating itself around 3 triangles sat there, the Ouroboros tattoo. Cool tattoo you got there, he said. Those are your last words? Wouldn't you rather scream? She threw her fingers at him as he threw a small knife from behind his back at her. He opened the door and fell on the floor, holding his wounded shoulder. He stood up, walking against the wall for support. Darn it. Lust sat against a bookshelf, the small knife jammed in the center of her forehead. She pulled out the weapon and creased her brows. Darn it. That's exactly how I feel. Oh, my, the secretary said, turning to Hughes with a smile, you're back again already. Who gets to hear about your daughter? This to Lieutenant Colonel, you're bleeding. It's nothing, he said, making his way to the phones and holding his limp arm. I need a private line. I have to tell him. He picked up the phone. He stopped and put the phone back on its receiver. Sorry, he said, passing the woman again, forget I was ever here. But, sir, she said. Outside of Central Command. Hughes headed straight to the nearest phone booth, dialing the number as a girl's voice came on. Central Command. I need you to connect me to Colonel Mustang right away. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to connect from an outside line. You are speaking to Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. This a matter of life and death. Can I have your code, please? She asked as Hughes got angrier. What? Are you trying to waste time? He pulled out his small notebook and read off the code. It's Uncle, Sugar, Oliver, then 800. Your code was verified. Please hold while I connect you. Will you hurry? It's an emergency dash. A gun cocked itself behind Hughes. I need to ask you to put down the receiver, please, sir. Maria Ross said. Hughes looked back. Go on, just hand it up. You look just like, he smiled, but you're not. Who the heck are you, lady? Hughes questions. She smiled and shifted her stance. I'm Second Lieutenant Ross, sir. You've lost too much blood. Drop the act already. You're not Second Lieutenant Ross. She has a mile under her left eye. The doppelganger smiled. You're observant. I can't believe I forgot. She brought her fingers up and touched under her left eye, and a small mole appeared. There, how do I look now? Hughes gasped. This is not happening. Please tell me I'm hallucinating, or something. You are a smart man, Lieutenant Colonel. Did you ever think that'd be the cause of your death? Come on, have a heart, will ya? I've got a wife and daughter waiting for me. He slides a knife into his hand. So the last thing I'm gonna do is do on them. He turned and got ready to throw the knife, but he froze. There, standing in front of him, smiling and holding the gun to his chest, was his wife, Gracia. Her grin grew larger as she looked at the fear trapped within the soldier's eyes. You look surprised. Hughes trembled and shook. What the heck are you? The imposter pulled back on the trigger. A telephone rang, and Mustang put it up to his ear. There's a Lieutenant Colonel Hughes on hold for you, he claims it's urgent. The woman operator said. Of course he does. Put him through. Look, Hughes, I don't have time for daughter stories. There was no response. Hey, Hughes. Hughes? Are you okay? Hughes. Hughes tried reaching for the dangling phone. The doppelganger grabbed it before he could reach it and hung it back up. Envy looked down at the weak man. You humans don't make any sense to me. You throw away your lives for nothing. Blood ran down the slight step to the phone booth, drenching the small picture of Hughes's family. Envy walked off, leaving Hughes alone in the dark. Gracia, he said anemically, I'm so sorry, Alicia, remember Daddy loves you. He looked to the sky. I'm sorry. With the last of his strength, he spoke his words of farewell, letting his head fall lifelessly to his shoulders as the cold breeze passed by. On the train, Winry was fast asleep as Al and Ed glanced out the window. Ed looked to be falling asleep, Ally not far behind. Ed glanced at Aaliyah as he noticed a tear fall down her face. Are you all right, Aaliyah? Ed asked, sitting fully up. Hm. She looked at him. You're crying, he stated, bringing a hand to her face to wipe away a tear. Ally. Al muttered as he looked at the girl. So, he died, didn't he? Aaliyah looked out the window. She felt an arm wrap at her shoulder and pulled into a hug. She glanced up, looking at his face, as he smiled at her with caring eyes. Aaliyah could feel more tears begins to fall as she buried her face into his chest and cried, eventually falling asleep. Next day. Oh, man. This is the best apple pie ever, Ed stated as he stuffed his face. Isn't it though? Mrs. Gracia is an excellent cook, Winry commented as she ate hers. To put it mildly, not to mention that quiche she made wasn't pretty bad either, Aaliyah said. Yeah, I wrote down the quiche as something I want to eat once I have a mouth again, Al said. Well, she gave me the recipe, so when you're back to normal, Alabama, Aaliyah, and I will make it for you, Winry said. Awesome. Thanks. He stretched out his arms and laughed. I had such a good time staying with them, they're both great people, Winry said. Yeah, but Hughes is obnoxious, he doesn't know when to shut up and he spoils his daughter rotten, Ed said as he shoved the last bit of pie into his mouth. He did come by the hospital room a lot to talk to you, Aaliyah said. Every darn day, he swallowed and smiled. He always made it a point to come and talk to me, and it didn't matter when he'd even blow off work. We should figure out some way to thank him next time we're there, Aaliyah said. Yeah, we should, Winry said. The next scene is Hughes's funeral. I'm skipping this because it is too sad and heartbroken. To write it was hard in the anime than to write it here. Oh yeah. Chapter 11, Miracle at Rush Valley. Rush Valley. Automail. Automail. Will's so happy, Winry exclaimed as she jumped up and down, happily. She then had sparkles in her eyes as they spotted something. It's the most recent God's model. I'd never imagined beholding such a thing with my own eyes, Winry said, as she pressed her face against the glass and squealed. Yes, my friends. She has a fangirl moment. Al, Aaliyah, and Ed all sweat dropped as it went unnoticed by her. Welcome to the holy land of Automail. This place sure is bustling, Al stated as all five walked down the street as Ed and Ally had their coats off. Ed says, remind me why we got dragged out here in the heat to look at a bunch of Automail? We should have dropped Winry off the station and headed off to Dubboleth. Come on Ed, it isn't that bad. We get to spend some time with Winry and as I said before, we get some alone later. Aaliyah smiled at him. Hey, kids. Come back here a second. Before they could move, a crowd formed around them and started to examine Ed's arm Automail and Ally's leg Automail as well. I've never seen one like this before. It is unusual, everyone, have a look. Next thing, Ed and Aaliyah were stripped down to their underwear. Go away. Aaliyah yelled at them. Don't be rude, they just want a closer look, Winry told them. A little help here, Winry. Ed and Aaliyah kicked out of the crowd and put on their pants and Aaliyah put on her shirt as well. Geez, this is why I steer clear of Automail engineers, oh no. He felt around in his pants Aaliyah as well. Is something wrong, Ed, Ally? Winry asked, stopping the admirers to stop gawking at her. It's gone, Ed and Aaliyah said. What did you lose? Al and Winry asked. Only the thing that proves that Ed and I are state alchemists, Aaliyah said, as her and Ed pulling out their pockets. Our silver watches are gone. Then they all screamed. It sounds like you guys had a run-in with Paninya. A man with an automail, I said. Paninya? Aaliyah said. A pickpocket around here who likes to target tourists. An elderly man said. Do you know where I can track down this Paninya girl? Ed asked. She took something important. Aaliyah said. Let's see, where is she again? I know what might jog my memory. The old man said. If I can just have one more look at that automail. The two men said. Ed clapped and brought out a massive forearm blaze, scowling angrily at the men. They turned and pointed, false smiles crossed their faces. The automail shop is run by an engineer named Dominic. Mountains. Winry, Al, Ed, and Aaliyah were currently walking through the mountains to find Paninya or Dominic's place, whichever came first. This guy lives deep in the mountains, are you sure we're going the right way? Water if they tricked us? Winry asked. What are you complaining about? You're the one who drugs us to this automail town in the first place. Ed replied. My fault? You two are the ones who got their dumb watches stolen. Winry yelled. Oh really? Ed turned as if they could continue fighting. Please stop it guys, it's too hot for this. Ally muttered. Guys? Al asked as they turned and shouted, What Al? Al pointed to a bridge far off Paninya. Ed revealed to be walking across it. Could that be her? Al asked as Ed gained a look that looked like his inner demon was released. The heat had finally gotten to him. I've got you now. He then used alchemy to make stone steps that led up to the bridge as Ed grabbed Aaliyah's hand with him. Wait up, guys. Winry called, following after him. He used alchemy to make a stone wall to block her from going further. I'd like our watches back. Ally said. The girl smiled and said, That was awesome. How'd you do that, Mr. and Miss? We're alchemists. Want more? He then made stone hands to try and grab her, only to have her dodge and say, Wow. So cool. Quit moving around. Ed shouted, annoyed. What's the matter? Can't catch a little girl? She giggled, running off again. I've been waiting for you. Al said as he activated his alchemy, causing the circle to glow and a stone cage to rise around her. Nicely done, Al. Aaliyah said. Ed and Aaliyah walked over to the cage. Now, why don't you hand it over? Our watches PL, he quickly jumped back. The girl jumped out of the cage, her right pant leg was now cut with a sharp blade protruding from her shin. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al gasped. Come on, you can't be too surprised. You've seen the town, haven't you? Oh, Anne, she said. A smoky blast shot out at Ed and Aaliyah. My other leg's got a 1.5-inch cannon. What do you think of that? She ran off. Come back. Ed said. No way. Why don't you see if you can catch me? There was a tug at her wrist and she stopped. Well, now, how do you like that? That wasn't so hard. Winry said, smirking. Nice work, Winry. Ed said, running up to them with Aaliyah and Al, now don't let her get away. Winry tightened her grip. No way, we're letting her go. As her voice changed and her eyes filled with longing. Not quite yet, anyway. Not until we've had a closer look at that automail. Ed and Al fell and screamed in disbelief. As Aaliyah sweat dropped at this. A woman opened the door to the house nearby. Oh, hello there Paninya, friends of yours? She asked. Not really. Paninya stated as Winry continued to fangirl over getting to see her automail. Dominic's place. Wow. I've never seen such craftsmanship like this before. It had an advanced suspension, and would you look at the balance? The design of this piece is truly a work of art. It's incredible. Winry screamed, looking at Peninya's automail legs. Do you think we could talk about our watches? Ed tried to say. He was ignored as Winry asked, who is the wonderful engineer? She looked at the younger man in the room as he shook his head. A man's voice then said, I am. They turned to see an older man who didn't look very happy. Dominic looked over Ed's and Ally's arm and legs as he said, it's too heavy. Yes, I guess it is. Winry muttered as Dominic told her, you want to be careful not to strain the outfitter or they'll never grow. Hey! Ed exclaimed as he suddenly had an idea. So you're telling me if our automail was lighter, I would grow taller? It's a possibility. Dominic trailed off as Ed started to imagine him taller than Aaliyah, Al, and Winry. Oh dear. Aaliyah muttered and smiled at Ed, Mr. Dominic. He glanced at Winry as she asked, I beg you. Make me your apprentices. Not a chance. Aren't you going to think about it? Winry muttered as he said, I don't take on apprentices. Wait. Couldn't you at least teach them to make automail that could help me grow taller? Can it, you little flea? Ed gasped. Dominic left the room. Sorry about that, Riddle said. My old man can be pretty stubborn. A little flea, Ed said in a daze, being dragged around by Al, a little flea. He called me a flea. Al stopped. He watched Satella sitting in a chair stroking her stomach. Excuse me, he asked, but are you having a baby? Aaliyah said. Why yes, I am. Do you think, would it be all right if we touched your tummy? She laughed gently. Go right ahead. Ed looked up at Satella. Al and Aaliyah placed their hands on her stomach and watched it closely. She reached out to Ed. She put his hand next to Al's on her belly. A small fluttered as the new organism developed within. Hey! It moved. Ed said. Of course, all babies do, silly. Aaliyah said. Then she winced. Are you okay? Ed asked. Why yes. She replies. Whenever it pours down like this, it makes my stumps hurts like crazy. Peninya said, rubbing where automail and skin meet. If you don't mind me asking, what happened? Winry asked. I was in a train accident when I was a kid, it killed both my parents. I ended up losing both my legs in the wreck. I couldn't walk anymore, it was like my whole world came crashing down. That's when I met Mr. Dominic and my life changed completely. He said I had eyes like a dead person, I'm sure I did look miserable. So without my opinion, I was outfitted with automail legs. The surgery and habilitation were pretty painful, but I was soon able to walk on my two legs again. All thanks to him, Mr. Dominic, I owe him everything. I'm going to pay him back someday. Even if it takes him my whole life. Of course, he doesn't take money from me, making it very difficult. That's why you're a thief. If you're so grateful to him, you should pick up your act and stop picking pockets. Winry said. He gave you these legs out of an act of kindness, so use that as an example. Instead of taking from tourists, stand tall on those two legs he made for you. Stand up and get to work. Mr. Dominic would like it more if you did that than steal. Winry said. You know what, you two are right. From now on, I'll work honestly to pay him back. She then pulled out Ed and Aaliyah's watches. I guess I shouldn't give these back, the Peninya tried to open it but found it hard to do. I think I broke it. Ahem. Let me see. Winry glanced at it as she says, don't worry, it's been sealed with alchemy. Why would he do that? I think I know why. Winry then pulled some tools from nowhere and said, it must be too embarrassing to see. A click was heard as she said, now let's see what he was hiding. She glanced at it, only to stop smiling. Don't forget, October 3rd year 11, what's that? Peninya asked. Winry closed it and wiped at her eyes as she handed it to Peninya, saying, "Here, you should give this back to Ed." "Alright, what about Aaliyah's?" Peninya asked as she opened her watch, only to find a picture and quote, "I will always keep her promise. October 3rd, year 11. Then Winry saw the picture, to only feel more tears fall. "Give it back to her. Are you alright?" "Yeah. I going to ask Mr. Dominic to appreciate me again." Ed and Ally raced through the house to finally find the people they had been looking for. Winry knocked on Dominic's door so she could ask him to appreciate her when she saw Ed and Aaliyah's panicked faces. "What's wrong?" Winry asked. The Bay," they said. "The Bay?" Winry said. "The Bay." As they shook their heads. "The Bay. A bay is a type of horse, what are you going on about it?" Winry said. The baby's coming. The baby's coming." Then a pause, and she screamed. "In a storm like this we can't get her to the hospital in town," Dominic said, buttoning up a green raincoat and pulling his hood on. "I'll fetch the doctor myself." He hopped onto a horse and rode off. "Pop will be right back with the doctor, just hang on a bit longer for me, okay?" Riddle said to his wife. "There's no hanging on here," Satella said, wincing from the pain. "It will come whenever it's ready to." She gasped. "What's the matter, hun?" She mumbled something. "Huh?" I said. They all came closer to hear. "Sorry, one more time." "I couldn't hear that." I said it's coming. They all screamed. "What do we do?" Ed screamed. "The doctor's not here. We're just going to have to do it." Winry said. "Have to do what?" Aaliyah asked. "Deliver it." Winry said. They looked at them in disbelief. "So you two have seen a baby being delivered before?" Riddle asked. "No, we haven't it, but we have no other options here. I need everyone's help. We are going to do this." Winry then sent them all off to gather their needed things. Winry stood in front of the door as Al, Aaliyah, Peninya, and Ed gave her some encouragement. "Aaliyah, Peninya, will you guys help?" "Sure. You've got it." The door was closed as Al and Ed were left all alone. The sound of screaming was then heard, causing Al and Ed to hide in the corner, hugging each other, scared for their lives. The door opened as Peninya stepped out, falling to her knees. "What?" Ed asked as Al ran over to them. "All that blood, I can't do it anymore." Ed and Al peeked into the room to see Aaliyah sitting against the wall and Winry on the ground. All two of them were out of breath. "What happened?" Ed asked as Aaliyah pointed to the bed, where they found Satella and Riddle with their baby. "It's a baby!" Ed shouted happily as Al said, "Hooray! This is awesome." "What's so awesome about this?" Aaliyah asked him. "What else is there? It's the birth of a new life, something science can't do, people are awesome." Ed then glanced down at Winry as he asked, "Is there anything you need?" "Yeah, can you help me up?" she asked. A sign said, "Can't stand up." Ed bent down, letting her get on his back as he glanced at Aaliyah, who talking to Al. Ed walked out of the room and went to place Winry on the chair until, "I saw what was in Aaliyah and your watches." Ed dropped her to the floor. "Ow, that hurt." "You forced it open?" "Yeah. I'm so sorry." Ed sighed and helped her up. "You idiot." He told her as she said, "Yeah." She sat on the chair, Ed next to her as he said, "I haven't shown it to anyone, not even Aaliyah, and Al." "Why not, Ed?" "It's private. I hate to admit how weak I am. I had to give what happened that day's substance and carry it around with me as a reminder." Winry began to cry. "Winry, why are doing that? What are you crying for?" Flashback. A house engulfed in flames burned before Ed's, Al's, Aaliyah's, Winry's, and Pinako's eyes. "Well, there's no turning back for us now," huh guys? Ed said, holding his newly obtained silver watch. They nodded. Winry looked up at the house. She was a swing on an old oak tree, the beakers and books on the tables now turned to ash, the picture of Ed, Al, and Aaliyah smiling next to Trisha. Aaliyah turned and saw Winry, and smiled softly. What are you crying for, Winry? End of flashback. You three won't cry. Someone else should do it for you, don't you think? Winry said. Don't be an idiot. Ed got up. You should get back to resemble. You've been gone a long time. Granny must be lonesome without you too. Winry shook her head. No. We're not leaving. Why? Ed asked. Seeing your resolve inspired me. I want to do more, Ed. I can't just commit halfway. You don't need to do anything. There's no need to get more involved. Ed said. Yes, there is. I want to hone my skills so I will be able to make you and Aaliyah the finest automale prosthetics. That way you can continue your journey knowing you're as strong as you can be. I'm going to try a guy. I'm going to ask Mr. Dominic to make me his appreciation. Ed snickered. Okay. Well then, good luck. Peninya walked out of the room and said, Mr. Riddle wants to talk with you. Peninya, Ed dragged out. As she looked at Ed with a smile, then pain swelled on her head. Hey OW. Why'd you go and do that? Quit whining, you dirty pickpocket. Give me our watches back right now. Ed yelled. Did you have to hit me with your right arm? Peninya said. I can hit you again with my left if you prefer. Ed reply. Yeah. Where's Aaliyah? Ed asked her. Oh, she said she needed some air. Outside Dominic's place. As Aaliyah stand outside looking at the sky. While thinking about how her life from before and now. Then she smiled. Inside Dominic's place. She did, huh? Ed looked down at the girl's watch as he contemplated it. He felt like he should see what she held onto from that day, what kept her going. Ed opened her watch as Winry, and Peninya looked up at him. He glanced at the quote and saw a picture. His eyes widened. What is it, brother? Ed could feel tears want to fall from his eyes but held himself together until he ran out of the room. Brother. Al was about to go until Winry stopped him. Winry? This is something they have to do. Outside Dominic's place. A few tears fall from her face. As she remembers her promise that Trisha told her. Aaliyah held Trisha's hand as talked. Aaliyah, I want you to know that. I and Hohenhia made a promise about we died together. I guess I'm drying before him. And that I love you all with all my heart. And that watch over them for me, please. Then Trisha closes her eyes. Mom? Mom! Aaliyah yelled with tears in her tears. Don't worry. Mom, I will. She sighed. That was the day she died and told me to watch over them. I miss you, Mom. Ed quickly opened the front door as he searched for the girl. He found her standing off. Aaliyah! He shouted. As he ran from the front door. More tears fell down her face. Aaliyah! Ed? Aaliyah muttered as she wiped her eyes. Aaliyah, turn around. The way his voice sounded, it was like he was angry. She slowly turned around and looked at his face only to have her eyes widen. He was crying. Ed, what's this about? What do you mean? She asked as he held up her pocket watch. The picture inside, can you tell me what happened? She sighed. There is something I have to tell you. What's that? Mom, I told me that, she and Dad made a promise, and that she wants me to look for guys. When she passed away. And that caused you guys pain. And that we try to bring her back. She started crying as Ed balled his fist as his grip tightened. I am a failure. I'm weak. I'm pathetic. Shut up. Ed yelled. Aaliyah looked at him in shock. You're not these things you said, you're special. And always be. Ed said as he walked toward her and hugged her. Aaliyah, you are the most beautiful, talented person. I know and I love you with all my heart. Ed says. Aaliyah cried as he wiped her tears and placed his forehead against hers as he said, I regret getting you involved in all this. Now that you are, I'm going to make sure you stay safe. It's the least I could do for you. Ed placed his lips against Aaliyah's as they both closed their eyes. Al, Peninya, and Winry stood at the front door, watching the scene. Ah. That's so romantic for them. Winry said. As Ed and Aaliyah separated, as Aaliyah said, You idiot, you already do enough for me. Ed grinned as he said, Well now, I'm always going to be here, next to you. Aaliyah hugged him as he held her back. Now come on, let's go back inside. Ed told her as she says, Whatever, dummy. The two turned to walk towards the house. They saw Al, Winry, and Peninya with huge grins on their face. Hello there. I'm your granddad. Dominic told the baby happily. What a cutie. You sure are out of character. Ed muttered. Dominic turned and glared at him as Ed looked away, and the doctor said, Both mom and baby are healthy. It seems the delivery was done correctly. He turned to Winry as he said, Well done, sometimes adults can't be in the presence of childbirth. Winry waved her hands as she said, No, we did what we had to, that's all. We truly are in your debt, young lady. Thank you. Dominic told her as he bowed. Please sir, there's no need to thank me, oh goodness, you're going to make me blush. Ed then got an idea and asked, Maybe you could make an exception and take on an appreciate? One had nothing to do with the other, I don't take on appreciates. Dominic stood then said, But, if that's what your heart is set on, I can recommend you two to an accomplished engineer at the base of the mountains. He walked over to the door as Winry asked him, Pardon me sir, but would it be okay for me and my sister to come and watch you work sometime? I won't stop you from coming by sometime to see my grandchild. Train station. Move it Al, Aaliyah. We got to hurry. We missed this train and there isn't another one for 3 days. Ed stated as they ran for the train that was already leaving. Al jumped on as Al caught Ed's suitcase. Now you four be careful. Winry called as she ran with them, Peninya following. Next Ed and Aaliyah jumped on, Al and Lissa helping them both. You to Winry. Ed waved as Aaliyah said, Bye. Don't forget to visit us again, you guys. Peninya yelled. Yeah, we do. Aaliyah said. Chapter 12, One is all is one. Hohenheim stood near the front door early that morning, suitcase in hand, as he stared down at his kids, almost with a glare. Ed quickly opened his eyes, realizing he had been dreaming. Brother, we've almost reached the Doubleth station. Al stated as Ed sucked down in his seat. From the action, Aaliyah snuggled closer to him as Ed held her tighter. You were having a dream? Aaliyah asked. Yeah. I was dreaming about him. Al turned to face the window as it was quiet once more. Don't worry about it, Ed. Aaliyah stated. Yeah. Ed said. Well, let's go. Aaliyah said. Izumi's house. Well, guys, we're finally here. Ed muttered as Al muttered, Yeah. Today is the day I die. Aaliyah muttered. It'd be nice if teacher weren't home. Aaliyah muttered. Uh-huh. Al and Ed agreed. The sound of footsteps was heard as the door suddenly opened to reveal what looked like a murderer. The three all held onto each other, scared. Sig stepped out of the shadows as Ed said, Hello Sig. Been a while. Aaliyah stated as Al finished, Long time no see. He walked up to them, placing a hand on Ally and Ed's heads as he said, Ed, Ally, nice to see you. You've grown a little. You probably don't recognize me but it's Alphonse. Sorry, we've been away so long. Sig's eyes widened a little at the size of Al but soon started to pat his head saying, "You've grown more than a little. Izumi, the Elrics, and Martin have come for a visit. Do you think you could see them?" Sig asked from the window. Lying down, that's not a good sign. Al whispered to Ally and Ed, "Guess she hasn't gotten any better since last time." Ed was then cut off by a foot hitting him in the face as Aaliyah was behind him, and hit caused them to crash into the nearest building. "Hello, my stupid pupils, I hear you've become one of the military's dogs. You're not the only one." The black-haired woman trailed off as she turned to find her next target. Then she looked at Al as he panicked. "I'm sorry." Izumi's face softened as she said, "Al." "Teacher, it's good to " Al went to shake her hand, only to get flipped. "Your skills are rusty." Ed got up and went to help Aaliyah, who was rubbing her back. "You seem fine for someone who isn't feeling well." Al trailed off as she shouted, "Not feeling well? I'll show you I'm perfectly " She was interrupted by blood spilling out of her mouth. Sig was by her side as he said, "You shouldn't exert yourself." "How sweet of you to worry, dear." She buried her face into his chest and said, "Thank you." As little hearts form around them and fly toward us. "I screw this woman is so bipolar." Aaliyah mumbled to herself. Inside Izumi's place. The Philosopher's Stone. "I don't know much about it. It holds no interest for me," Izumi stated. Ed got a defeated look as he said, "I see, okay. There was that one alchemist, the one from Central." Sig stated as Ed, Aaliyah, and Al gained looks of hope. "So who was the guy?" Aaliyah asked. "Let me think, what's his name? Hohenheim." Ed's face went from hopeful to angry. Ed balled his fist as he thought back to the man leaving them. Aaliyah placed her hand on his leg to try and calm him down. He grasped her hand and squeezed it pretty tight. "What?" Izumi asked. "He's alive. Someone, you know." "Yeah, that was Ed and Al's father," Aaliyah said. "The one who ran out on you when you were little?" she asked. "Yeah, that's the one. It's all because of him that our mother is dead, and if it wasn't for him." Ed trailed off. Al noticed the tension with Ed and said, "So, did Dad say anything about the Philosopher's Stone?" "Yeah, something about a lifelong dream finally coming true. He seemed very happy when he said it." Izumi then got up and hit both Ed and Aaliyah upside the head. "Ow. Now we're going to eat." "Okay." They both muttered, rubbing their heads. The six were now around the table eating. "Well, not Al, you aren't eating, Al?" Sig asked. "Oh no, I'm fine. I had a big meal on the train ride here." As stated with his hand raised. "Hey Al, you should tell them about the baby being born in Rush Valley," Ed stated, trying to change the subject. "Oh yeah. We helped deliver a baby. There was a big storm and we couldn't get the mother to a doctor. It's generous to call what we did help. Aaliyah were the ones who did something." They all glanced at them as Aaliyah blushed and said, "I didn't do much. Winry did most of the work." "Yeah, everyone is blessed when a baby is born," Aaliyah stated. "Yes, that's right, that same miracle brings us all into the world. Always take pride in the lives that were given to you." "Oh yeah, teacher. Do you know brother and Aaliyah are dating?" Al. Ed and Aaliyah both began blushing as Izumi said, "Is that so?" Al and Ed were currently in one of the guest rooms when Al asked, "Hey Ed? Teacher hasn't changed, has she?" Ed turned his gaze from the ceiling and said, "Nope, she hasn't changed one bit in all this time." Flashback. People were stacking sandbags as the rain continued to pour down. It had rained so much that it began to flood. The force from the water piled behind the sandbags broke through and caused the water to rush forward. "Brother, Aaliyah, look," Al pointed to a woman who headed straight for the flooded area. She walked right through the water as Aaliyah asked, "What is she doing?" When she was far enough, she clapped her hands together and placed them on the ground. She stood, dusting her hands off as a man, big and tall, stood next to her with an umbrella. Well, that ought to hold back the water for a while. Lady, who are you? One of the citizens asked. Just a housewife passing by. Blood suddenly poured out of her mouth. The man next to her wiped her mouth as Aaliyah, Al, and Ed ran up to them. Hey, old lady. Could you be our teacher? Ed asked her. She turned around with a devilish look and created a stone fist with alchemy to knock them back. They just got up and ran towards her again. Pretty please, old lady. She got madder as she cracked her knuckles. I'm a little hard of hearing, I didn't quite catch that, maybe you should repeat yourselves. Al, Aaliyah, and Ed glanced at each other, and then back to the woman as Ed said, we'll try again. Please teach us, Aaliyah stated together as Al finished, pretty lady. No way. She turned as they exclaimed, what? Why not? Because, I don't take on students, and besides, we're in the middle of a trip. Al and Ed jumped onto her arms as she tried to swing them off, only to fail. You brats. Where are your parents? Ma'am, these little ones don't have any parents. Ahem. She looked down to see Aaliyah hugging her. Aaliyah flashed a smile as Izumi gave in and said, how am I supposed to say no to that? Time skip. Al, Ed, and Ally stood on an island, looking at Izumi and Sig with wide eyes. You three are on your own. This is your introductory training. If you do well, you'll move on to the main phase. During this first phase, use of alchemy is forbidden. Their eyes widened more. One is all is one, you have a month to figure out what that means. You better find the answer in the allotted time. If not, you're headed back to reassemble. Sig and Izumi began to paddle the boat back when she suddenly threw a survival knife at them. Bye. Ah. What do we do now? They all screamed. It was dark now and they were lying on a bed of leaves. I'm so hungry. Ed said as Al said, I want to sleep in a real bed. I'm freezing. Aaliyah muttered together, trying to hug themselves for warmth. What's this have to do with alchemy training? Ed screamed as his stomach growled. Al and Ed snuggled into Aaliyah as Ed muttered, I'm so hungry. I wonder how they're doing out there. Sig stated as he placed meat chucks on hooks. You know what they say, no better teacher than experience. This is the best way for them to learn the essentials of alchemy. I'm teaching them the same way I was taught. If they don't learn anything from this, then it means their talents as alchemists will be limited, and I'll have to give up on them as pupils. She threw her freshly sharpened knife to Sig, who caught it between his fingers. It's not their education I'm worried about, their lives could be in danger out there. They're not doing anything I haven't. My training began in Briggs Mountains. Izumi stated as Sig sighed and cut the meat as he said, you shouldn't compare yourself to normal people. That island has plenty of things to eat. They're not going to die. We got one. Ed cheered happily as he and Al walked up to the trap. How are we supposed to eat it? Al asked. Ed pulled out the knife as he said, we kill it. Kill it? Al asked as Aaliyah cried, you can't kill it. We have to, Aaliyah, we have to eat. As Ed and Al then looked at the rabbit, Ed handed the knife to Al and said, you do it. No, you do it, Al said, pushing it back to him. Catching them is more my area. You always make me do the dirty work. Al whined as Aaliyah got up and walked over to the rabbit. As soon they reached it, a fox grabbed it. Hey! Ed shouted, running after the fox. Ed! Aaliyah and Al shouted, following after her. After chasing the fox, they were brought to a fox's den. The fox gave the rabbit to its cubs as the four watched. They then saw the fox cubs eat the rabbit and looked disgusted. Let's stick to fish. Ed stated. How are we supposed to get the fish? Ed exclaimed as they looked into the water. The four were back at their shelter, bruised and dirty on the ground as Aaliyah said, well, here we are, no food, no nothing. Hey, don't remind me. Ed shouted, irritated. A few days later, it began to rain. I hate it, Aaliyah muttered, hugging herself as they sat under a leaf. The three were now lying in the sun which beamed down onto them. Ed suddenly sat up and looked at Al. Right now, the sun was getting to Ed, because he saw Al as a buffet. He began drooling as he lunged and bit Al's arm. Ed. Aaliyah began to ed off of Al. What are you trying to do to me? Al exclaimed. Ed was back on the ground when he saw ants walk by. He suddenly poked one up and placed it into his mouth. This is gross, he yelled, falling back to his lying position and looking up to the sky. Al. Aaliyah. I'm alive because I consumed life, he stated. Nope, nope. Al shouted as Aaliyah get an idea. Hey, how about I sing a motivation song? She whispered. What kind of song? Al whispered back. It's called Colors of the Wind. Aaliyah whispered back. You think you own whatever land you land on, the earth is just a dead thing you can claim, but I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. Aaliyah sing. The boys look at her in confusion. You think the only people who are the people who look and think like you, but if you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew. Aaliyah sings the next part. Have you ever heard the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, or asked the grinning bobcat why he grinned? Can you sing with all the voices of the mountains? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Aaliyah sings the next part. Come run the hidden pine trails of the forest, come taste the sun's sweet berries of the earth, come roll in all the riches all around you, and for once, never wonder what they're worth. Aaliyah sings and stands next to Al. The rainstorm and the river are my brothers and the otter are my friends, and we are all connected to each other, in a circle, in a hoop that never ends. Aaliyah sings as she stands also next to Ed. Then there is a montage of them caught on rabbits as Ed became the brace one to deal with the rabbits as Al, Aaliyah. And when the food was finished, Ed pigged out as the other three ate normally. A few fox cubs came to the shelter, so Ed, Aaliyah, and Al threw some food at them. Then the girls come singing the song. How high will the sycamore grow? If you cut it down, then you'll never know, and you'll never hear the wolf cry to the blue corn moon, for whether we are white or copper-skinned, we need to sing with all the voices of the mountains, we need to paint with all the colors of the wind. As Aaliyah moves from Ed and walks toward the sand and put it. You can own the earth and still, all you'll own is earth until you can paint with all the colors of the wind. Aaliyah let up the sand and the wind went back but the sand flew into Ed's face. What the heck, Aaliyah? Why you did do that? Ed shouted in irritation. I was trying to make it understandable for you and Al. But the wind backfires and the sand flows into your face. Sorry, Aaliyah said as she apologized. It's okay. I understand what you and Lissa are trying to say, like you paint with the colors of the wind. Everything we see, everyone we meet, has a great unseen flow, it's bigger than that, the entire world, the universe even. When compared to something like that, we're tiny, the size of ants. Only a small part in the flow, nothing more than a fraction of it, but by putting all those together, you get one great all, just like the teacher said. The next day. Today is the day, let's hear what you've learned about one is all is one. Izumi stated as she looked down at the three. All is the world, Al stated as Aaliyah and Ed finished, one is me. She then laughed and said, very well then, now the real training start. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al gave each other high fives and cheered, yeah. The basic of transmutation is the power of the circle, which denotes speculation of power. To call this power, one must draw a structural matrix over the circle. Izumi threw the book she read into the air and knocked Al to the ground. She caught her book and said, this also is speculation of power. It's best if you experience it yourselves. She glanced at Aaliyah and Ed. They glanced at each other, knowing they wouldn't make it, and charged at her. Enough of that, keep reviewing the morning's lessons till lunch is ready. Izumi started walking towards her front door. Al drew a circle in the dirt and said, "The circle denotes power. To call upon and harness this power, one must draw a structural matrix over the circle." "But teacher, you just clap your hands together." She stopped in front of the door and glanced back to them. "You can do it without a structural matrix?" Aaliyah asked. "If you think about it, a certain way, I am the matrix." "How do you do it?" Ed asked, intrigued. "Perhaps it's something you learn once you see the truth." She did walk into the house, closing the door behind her. Flashback end. Aaliyah rose from her bed and as she remembered those words Izumi told her. "Perhaps it's something you learn once you see the truth." She couldn't have. Aaliyah muttered as she got up, headed into Ed and Al's room. "Aaliyah?" Al asked as Ed said, "What is it?" I think, is it possible teacher has seen the truth?" Al gasped as Ed looked at them and said, "I think we're on the same page." The next day outside Izumi's place. "Now, what is it you wanted to ask?" Izumi asked the four as they stood outside of her house. "Well." Ed trailed off as Izumi clapped her hands together and created a lance from the brick wall next to her. She charged at Ed, causing him to clap his hands and turned his automail into a blade, cutting the top of the lance in half. She then turned to Aaliyah, transmuting another lance, and tried to attack her. Only to have Aaliyah duck. Izumi used her foot to drop-kick her while she still lay on the ground, but Aaliyah clapped her hands together and placed them on the ground, causing a stone fist to rise and attack her. Aaliyah quickly got up only to find Izumi dodged the fist. Izumi used her foot to kick Aaliyah's upper right leg, causing her to fall on the ground with a clinking clink noise. "As I suspected, you too can transmute without a circle. On top of which, Al is a suit of armor, and two of your limbs, along with Aaliyah's right leg, are automail." Teacher, how'd you know?" Ed asked, shocked. "Please, I can tell from sparring with you." "You saw it, didn't you, Aaliyah, Edward?" "Yeah." Ed and Aaliyah trailed off. "It seems like we're all fools." Teacher, you saw it too?" "Can you tell me?" Ed trailed off. Inside Izumi's place / Aaliyah's room. Aaliyah sat down as Ed sat next to her holding her hand. "For a while, it seemed like we were barren. We wanted a child but couldn't conceive. When we were able to, I ended up falling gravely ill, and our child as well. He wasn't able to take a living breath in this world, and so I committed the taboo. As a result, I lost parts of my inner organs. What an idiot I was." Aaliyah gripped Ed's hand tighter as she muttered, "Teacher. I realize now that I should have told you sooner, it must be awful." "No, we did it to ourselves. It's not that bad actually." Ed stated as Al said, "Yeah, now I have this long list of things I'm going to eat once I get my body back." "You idiots." Izumi placed her hands around Al's neck as Ed and Aaliyah was in the middle and said, "It's okay to cry." Aaliyah to cry as she said, "Please forgive us. We're sorry." Al and Ed finished. Chapter 13, Beasts of Dubleth. A night filled the town as street lamps lit up. "Feel free to drop by when you're ever in town," Sig told the four as they were at the train station. "I'm not sure about that." Aaliyah trailed off as Sig said, "You idiots. You're so busy pouting you can see what your expulsion means." Aaliyah stared at him blankly, then Aaliyah hit her head saying, "I get it, you're saying that since you're not her students anymore, we can talk as equals." "Exactly, unless you're too chicken to try it." Sig grinned. "Damn it, Al, Aaliyah. We haven't done what we came here to do in the first place." "Thank you, Sig, we're heading there right now," Aaliyah stated as they all ran off. "Don't let her kill you," Sig warned. Izumi's place. Izumi sharpened a steak knife on a small piece of metal. "Teacher," Aaliyah and Ed stated as they walked into the kitchen, only to have a knife thrown between their heads into the wall. "Ah," they held onto each other as Izumi shouted, "What the hell are you doing coming back here? And you called me teacher? I don't teach scams like you. Get out of my home." Ed, Aaliyah, and Al all plot the ground as Ed said, "Teacher. We came to you to find a way to get our bodies back," Al stated as Aaliyah finished. "We will leave without your help. Get out now." "We're staying," they each said in unison. There was a pause of silence as Izumi and the trio glared at one another. "You idiots. Al, you didn't see the truth, did you?" "No. I don't know what means." "You must have lost your memories from the shock. We need to get Al's memory back. His entire body was taken from him. Just think, he must have seen." "Oh yeah, we only exchange parts of our bodies for what we saw. Al paid the toll with his entire physical being," Ed stated. "He must have seen more of the truth than either of us did." Aaliyah trailed off as she looked at Al. "So, if Al can remember what he saw, then we'll get our bodies back?" Aaliyah asked. "But, the memory of that thing." Izumi trailed off. "That thing," Ed echoed. "What? Is it something bad?" Al asked worriedly. "No, it's more like, awful," Izumi said, wiggling her arms like tentacles. "Yeah," Ed said, flailing his arms around like Izumi, "and horrifying. It could drive you insane. Or even leave you brain dead. Or maybe go crazy. Guys, stop, you're scarring him." Aaliyah's sweat dropped at them. "That doesn't matter. If there's a chance that can help us, then I want to do it." Izumi put a hand on her chin and thought for a moment. "All right. I have an acquaintance that might know a way to retrieve your memory for you." The four got excited as Izumi said, "But let's eat dinner first. Give me a hand." "Okay." "The rumors are true," a lizard-like man said. "He's able to transmute human souls." He began climbing higher and higher up the brick-walled building. "East City, Eastern Command Center. There's only 1 week left until the big transfer, huh?" Grumman stated as Roy and he played chess. "Yes, sir," Mustang said, sitting across the small wooden table. "Just won't be the same without you. You brought a little color to this dreary desert." "Heh heh. I'm boring compared to some of the stories I've heard about you," he said, moving one of his pieces. They sat there in silence for a few moments, each taking their turn to win the game against the other. "Well, all of your hard work has made my life easier. I finally got to relax," he moved. "I feel like I'm grown as an officer, thanks to the variety of work you've allowed me to take on." Mustang took a piece and moved it in front of the White King. The man looked at the piece and picked it up. Mustang smirked. "Checkmate," Mustang said. "Ah." Grumman stretched. "It took me long enough to beat you," Mustang stated as he cleaned up the game. "You can consider that my going-away gift." "Well, then, if you're in a gift-giving mood, there's something else I'd like." Master Sergeant Kane Fury, Warrant Officer Vado Fallman, Second Lieutenant Haymans Breda, Second Lieutenant Jean Havoc, Second Lieutenant Caitlin Glass, First Lieutenant Riza Hawkeye. "Gather up your things," Colonel Mustang commanded. "All 6 of you are transferring to Central with me. And no objections." "Understood," they all saluted except for Jean, who walked over to Mustang and said, "I got a problem, sir. See, I just started dating this girl and I like her." "Dump her," Mustang said flatly. "Cruel," he thought, the other officers casually comforting him. Ishvalan refugee camp. No one's POV. Scar sat in the tent he had been at for a while now, lifting weights made of concrete. The tent door opened, bringing light into the same place. "Come on." "Not again, your wounds will never heal if you don't give them a rest," the young Ishvalan boy said. A bald man with a mustache made his way inside. Scar gasped. "Master? I was informed that you were targeting State Alchemist for execution. I know the animosity you feel. The State Alchemists are responsible for the burning of our village and the death of our loved ones, but your vengeance will only sow the seeds for further violence. What you're doing is senseless revenge, and it's feeding a fruitless cycle of death. You must end this cycle, once and for all. Anyone home?" The 3 looked up to see 2 men, not Ishvalan. "Well, what do you know? He is here." He's got the scar and everything. Looks like you've got a deal. We'll split the bounty 3 ways with ya. What the? He looked back, but no one was there. Guess he didn't want the reward. A weak-looking man then appeared from behind a huge rock as the townspeople said, "Yoki? How could you do this? We took you in and treated you like family when you had nowhere else to go." A woman yelled. "Shut up. I never even wanted anything to do with you Ishvalans." He smiled. "You lost your war, but I'll rise again. I'll rise. And I will use my power to annihilate Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. Now then," he said to the bigger men, "catch him, please, so we can fetch our money. It's obvious I'll cause more trouble the longer I stay here. Thanks for making this easy." One of the men went to grab him, but his hands suddenly disappeared. "What you do to him?" He balled up his fist and threw it at Scar. He quickly ducked, bringing his hand over the man's mouth. "I'll give you a moment to pray to God." The man reached up and brought Scar's hand down just enough to say some words. "You should be the one prayin', freak." Blue lightning coursed through his body. He swelled duo until blood spurted out of his nostrils, mouth, and ears. The young Ishvalan boy looked fearfully up at Scar. Scar began to walk up in Yoki's direction. "Please don't kill me," he cried as Scar stopped and picked up a pair of sunglasses. "So you're leaving then? Your brother would be sad." Scar placed the glasses on as he said, "Still, it's too late to go back now." Yoki looked at the Ishvalans and ran after Scar. Earlier in the evening / Izumi's place. Aaliyah's POV. "Ed and I were talking then I had a poker face and remembered something." Ed, didn't we forget something?" Ed stared at her in confusion and remembered. "We forget to do our state alchemist assessment." "Oh, crap, we have to do that now." So they told teacher and Al that they have an assessment to do to stay as state alchemist and went to it. We went on the train to head to Central for our assessment to stay as state alchemists. "I can't believe we forget it," Ed stated as I look at him. "Yeah, well, let's just do it anyway so it's over," I reply. "Yeah." Ed looked at me. I had a concerned look on my face as I lay my head on his left shoulder. "What's wrong, kitten?" Al look up at him. "I have a bad feeling Al are in trouble, but with what I wonder," I replied. "Kitten, they are all right. They can take care of themselves. Don't worry." "All right. But I have to worry. Like something bad happens." Ed smiled at me and kissed me on the forehead. "All right, I'm positive they're all right." Ed looked down at me. "All right, Edo, if you say so," I reply as Ed smiled at me. Later. AL's POV. As I was sweeping, I heard something fall next to me. Ahem. I bent over and picked up the piece of paper, reading it as my eyes widened. Devil nest. A man sniffed the air. "He's here," he said, standing up in front of the devil nest, with a machete hanging off his hip. "There you are," he said, as I walked towards them. "'Bout time." His name was Dalsetto, and stood next to a blonde woman, with green tattoos, Martel, and the small lizard man, Bido. "We know your secret," I read. "Meet at the devil's nest if you want to talk. Come alone and the girl will stay safe." I'm guessing you're the ones who wrote this note? I asked the group in front of him. "Yeah, we are, don't worry. Anyway, we know a log about you." "Well, that's good, 'cause there's a lot about me I don't even know. And I'm the guy you want to talk to. Why don't you come with us?" "But my teacher always said I'm not supposed to do with strangers." "How old are you?" he asked, staring up at me. 14. I reply. "Well, come on then," he said, twisting his finger in the air. "I'd say 14 is old enough to think for yourself, kid. You gotta act like an adult and start taking some risks." "You think so? I should think of myself?" I asked, sounding shocked. "Yes. And you can start by coming with you as I need the man's face." So I thought it over for myself, and I decided I should just make you tell me what I want to know. So, you wanna do this by force? Lissa! I shouted as my helmet was knocked off. A girl then jumped in as I screamed, "Ah! You're inside of me? Hey! Be a good boy and keep still." She situated herself to where I couldn't move. So what's it like having someone control you from inside? You can't stop me from moving, I said, struggling to move my arm. And you can't hold this up forever. You're right, but all I'm trying to do is slow you down a little. For my turn, a strong man appeared behind me. I threw my arm at the man, only to be caught and thrust to the ground within seconds. You are all right, Martel? The gut asked the girl. Oh, I'm wonderful, she replied sarcastically. You people aren't human, are you? I asked. Good guess, another man said, wearing shades and a furry vest. They're chimeras, and they happen to work for me. He picked up my head and smiled. Aaliyah's POV. Ed and I made it to Central HQ. And went inside and head toward the front desk. Hello, how may I help you? The woman said to us. We saw our watches and said, we're here for our assessments. I told her. She nodded her head and handed us the paper for the assessment. We wrote on it and handed it to the Führer Bradley. We head to his office. On our way we saw Major Armstrong there. Major Armstrong, you're here, Ed said, as he turned and saw us. Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. You're here for what, I assume? He asked us. Ed and I are here to hand the Führer our assessment for stay as state alchemists, I replied to him. Well, the Führer is here, go ahead, Armstrong said as we head inside Führer's office to know he was there. Ah, Fullmetal Blue Flame, it fancy to see you in Central. May I ask why you two are here for? Führer asked us. We'll be here to give you our assessments to you, Ed said. Oh, so hand them to me now. We handed him the assessments to him. He nodded his head. All right, guys, you stay as state alchemists, Führer said to us. Ed and I sighed in relief. And we headed out to go back to Dublith. We went to the train station to go to Dublith. Ed got the tickets to go. Then we saw the Führer and his man heading towards us. May I ask where you two are going? He asked us. We're going to Dublith to our teacher, I replied to him. Is that so? I'm going there too, Führer said. Ed and I looked at him in confusion. Dublith's train station. Ed and I walked towards teacher's house and don't see Al. Where is he? Ed said. I shrugged my shoulders and we saw brooms on the ground. I have a bad feeling about this, Ed, I said to him. Me too. Let's go found them, Ed said to me. Inside Devil's Nest. No one's POV. The man gasped. Cool, he said, looking into Al's body. With that girl still inside, you're hollow. He put Al's head back in place. The name's Greed. And I wanna be your friend. Then why don't you tell me what you people are? Al asked, as our wrists and ankles were bound by iron chains and ropes. Huh? You're not chimeras, not possible. No one's made a chimera that can talk. You can't believe everything the government tells you, kid. You've got all the proof you need, right inside you. The girl in there is part snake. He turned to face the others as he said, and this big guy here, Roa, what were you made with? Cow? Yep. I've also got a lizard and crocodile, and the little runt you took down earlier tends to lift his leg while he pees. Only once. You're part dog? Al asked, shocked. Al thought back to Nina. Yep, it's not so bad. I don't believe it, it's not possible. Who would even be capable of creating one? The military, Greed stated. You saying? You got it, there's a shadow world beneath yours that's jam-packed with impossible. Heck, I'm more uncommon than they are. He showed Al and Lissa his hand. It had a red serpent devouring itself around the small triangles, the Ouroboros tattoo. I'm a homunculus. Al's eyes went wide. A homunculus. You know what that means, right? I'm an artificially created human. No joke. Homunculus? Al asked as Ed and Aaliyah and looked through a textbook. It's a person made from alchemy. Doesn't it say you're not supposed to try and create people? Aaliyah asked. You're lying. A homunculus is just a theory. Nobody's made one. Oh man, guess I need to prove it. Greed then stood up and Roa knocked his head clean off. As Al asked, why'd you do that to him? Greed raised a finger as he stood, his head growing back. He popped his neck, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said, that's one time that I've died. No way. Al muttered as Greed. You get it yet? Noting is impossible, alright? I'm a little surprised you have such a hard time accepting that, considering you're just a soul in a suit of armor. Who told you that? Al asked surprised. People like to talk in the shadow world, and I've got plenty of friends. Greed stooped down to Al eye to eye. Well, let's skip this casual chit-chat. I'm more interested in hearing what it's like to have a body that'll never die. An individual's soul is transmuted and bound to an object. Sounds like that's the perfect recipe for immortality to me. Let me explain. See, I'm Greed, I want everything you can think of. Money and women, power and sex, status, glory. I demand fine things, and of course, he said, clenching his fist, I crave eternal life. Aren't you already immortal? Al asked. Well, I guess I was put together a little sturdier than most. I am nearly 200 years old. But I wouldn't exactly say that I'm immortal. So, I've spilled my guts all over and told you my darkest secret, now it's your turn. How'd you get your body? Just make this easy and tell him unless you want your friend to get hurt. Martel stated. I wish I could tell you, that would mean I remember how I got it. But even if I could, I'm not one who did it. That's not a problem, in that case. Greed asked. Outside Izumi's place. Now where would a seventh tall suit of armor go, and Lissa also missing? Ed asked looking around with Aaliyah. I'd be happy to tell you where you could find them, a short guy said, walking from an alleyway as he continued, but first, tell me what his secret is. A metal door opened as Bid fell to the ground, unconscious. Ed and Aaliyah walked into the room of chimeras. Brother. Al said. Ed, Aaliyah. Ed and Aaliyah glanced at Al as he said, never really crossed my mind that you could get kidnapped. Ed, Aaliyah. This guy's a homunculus. Al shouted as Ed said, are you serious? Way to ruin it. Greed stated as Al said, we might be able to get some leads from him on how to get our original bodies back. Greed showed Ed and Aaliyah his hand and snickered. An Ouroboros tattoo. Aren't you observant? I was hoping that I'd only have to deal with the little armored giant over there, then have some fun with this girl here. Why don't you just ask your partners what you want to know? Partners? Yeah, the rest of the Ouroboros gang from the 5th lab. They had a couple of armor-bonded souls with them as well. You don't say? Well, it's kind of a long story, but we don't talk much anymore. I've got a little proposal for you. You guys are pretty desperate to get your bodies back, right? 'Cause I can teach you how to fabricate your homunculus in no time at all. In return, all I ask is that you teach me how to transmute a soul. I tried to ask your friend but she give me sass. Greed said as Ed and Aaliyah glanced Al whose hands were bind. Classic equivalent exchange. I screw to God if you touched her Al dash, Aaliyah said B was interpret. Greed turned to Al and said, but I don't understand why you'd even want your other body back. Seems like you've got one that's perfect already, how dare you say that? You don't know what he goes through. Aaliyah shouted. Not until we get what we want. That's enough. Shut your damn mouth. Ed screamed furiously. Sounds great to you. It seems perfect. You don't know anything about the hell he's had to go through stuck with that body. And you want to know how to transmute a soul. Ed screamed at them as Aaliyah who was standing next to him sweat dropped at him for yelling. You kidnapped my brother, and you want to trade secrets with me. I'm gonna crush you creeps. I'm smashing you. End you. And I won't give you slime anything. In other words, there won't be an exchange with you scum. Greed clapped while the other chimeras looked at Ed dumbfounded. I guess we're doing this by force again, Dulcetto sighed as he took the blade from Lissa's neck and charged at Ed. Ed jumped in and spun around in the air. You're a lot slower than a prisoner I know. Ed came back down, punching Dulcetto in the jaw. He clapped his hands and touched his metallic arm, bringing out his forearm blade. Next. Roa, get the armored kid out of here. Guess we'll dismantle them. As Roa grabbed them on each shoulder. Hey, hold on. Al said helplessly. All right, they then ran out with Al as Greed turned to Ed and Aaliyah. As Ed projected his arm at Greed, only to be blocked by an armored claw. They exchanged short, quick blows. Ed ducked and hit the ground, bringing up the stone stairs which he used to attack from the air. Greed blocked once more. Nope, sorry. That little hand sword of yours is kinda neat, but it can't even scratch my ultimate shield. He ran at Ed. Be careful, Ed. Aaliyah shouted as Greed looked at her and said, Look at that, your little girlfriend is looking after you. Ed sent a barrage of spikes at Greed. He cut through the stone like butter, but Ed sent an assault of small stones quickly after. Greed blocked, but Ed was already in the air, coming down for his next attack. Then time being as they fight Greed. Izumi came in with unconscious guys. You damn imbeciles, she then some men at Ed, causing Ed to get thrown into Aaliyah. 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you think it's funny not to put the broom away? I asked you a question. No, we're sorry, they shouted, scared for life. Thanks for your hospitality, they needed the exercise. Teacher. Careful, he's a dash, Ed stated. Yes, I know. I could hear you 2 down the hall. Oh, give me a break, don't tell me you're going to start something, lady. It's not fun. Greed was cut off by Izumi running up to him, grabbing his face, and using alchemy to weaken his shield. She then kicked him into a wall. Well now, what the hell are you? He asked, getting up. You ask what I am, she pointed a thumb at her chest. A housewife? Chapter 14, Those Who Lurk Underground. Izumi, Ed, and Aaliyah all now had fighting stances in front of Greed. Ha! A housewife, a hot-headed brat, and a hottie, what a team. One, I'm not particularly interested in fighting. I'll just be on my way now. What? Ed said as Greed ran. Coward. Izumi then coughed up blood. Teacher. Ed and Aaliyah ran to her side. He ran away, how pathetic. Are you okay, teacher? Ed asked as she coughed up more, hanging her head. Teacher. Aaliyah shouted as Ed finished, just hang on. 2 soldiers then appeared in front of the door, aiming their guns. Sewers. No one's POV. Al tried to get control of his body but failed. Will you hold still? Quit struggling. Martel said, struggling inside to keep Al put. I don't wanna. Al said, crawling slowly on the ground. Martel gasped. Greed, she said, coming partially out of Al and lifting his head like a lid. Ah, Martel, I'm glad to see you're safe. What's going on up there? No one else has made it back yet. Aya, things have gotten a little out of hand, so we need to figure a way out of here. Greed scratched his head. I can't let you do that. Martel got back into Al's armor as Bradley appeared. Just what do you want, old man? Greed asked. It's the Führer, Al said, looking at the muscular man with 2 swords in his hands while 4 hung sheathed behind him. What's he doing here? King Bradley. Martel spat. Huh? What's the most powerful man in the land doing down here? Greed asked. Not that you'd know, but growing old isn't easy. Huh? This year marks my 6th birthday. It's frustrating how your body stops moving the way you want it to. So I'd like to finish this job as quickly as possible and return home. Bradley smiled as he walked toward us. Greed snickered. I've got an idea. He covers his hand with his ultimate shield. Retire. Bradley swung and thrust his swords at Greed's body, cutting across his eye, torso, and legs. He kicked Greed into the wall. Greed! Martel shouted. Shoo! Al said to her. In Devil's Nest. No one's POV. Roa slammed his mallet at Armstrong, who met that with his fist and used alchemy to change the weapon part into an Armstrong figurine. Behold! You have just had the rare pleasure of witnessing the famous Armstrong statuary technique. Roa threw aside his hammer and readied his fists. He ripped off his outer shirt. Well then, I guess my ordinary methods aren't gonna work. He removed his jacket to reveal under armor and gained horns in his head. Well that's peculiar. Armstrong trailed off as Roa tried to punch him. Armstrong ducked, causing Roa to hit the wall. Armstrong then punched Roa repeatedly. We've secured the kids and woman. Now eliminate every last one of these freaks. Those are the Führer's direct orders, the soldiers shouted as they kept shooting at creatures. Roa grabbed Armstrong by the throat and threw him against the wall, sliding his head and causing the wall to break. Armstrong punched Roa in the face and head. The two then began to lay hit on each other. You are a most commendable adversary, sir. Armstrong stated as Roa said, and you're just as tough as ever, Major Armstrong. The last time I saw you in action was the Ishvalan Civil War. A former ally then. Even more, a reason to end this, no need to shed blood, surrender. And let myself be killed, soldiers showed up and called, Major. Armstrong moved as they shot at Roa. Dulcetto appeared, slicing two of them as called to Roa. Roa. Dulcetto then cut a pipe which released steam that filled the room. The two used that as their escape. Sewers. Greed and Bradley continued to attack each other. Greed attacked and managed to knock Bradley's eye patch off as Bradley stabbed him through the neck with two swords. I understand why you think you have an advantage over a man like me, since I possess neither your impenetrable ultimate shield nor an ultimate spear that could pierce any substance. But I'll tell you a secret. Do you know how I managed to distinguish myself amongst the storms of bullets on the battlefield time after time, rise to my current position? Greed muttered as Bradley continued, I'm able to see your weakness with my ultimate eye. Bradley then pulled the swords from his neck and said, Now then, Greed, how many times am I going to have to kill you before you stay dead? Where the hell is Greed? Martel asked. I don't know. Al stated. It's too dark to see anything. Lissa said. As they heard footsteps. As Greed got closer, he dropped to the ground, as swords through his neck. No, Greed. Martel said, lifting Al's head. Al quickly pushed back and said, Quiet. Let me out. Come on, darn it. No way. I said open up. No, he'll kill you. Lissa said. Bradley walked up to Greed and pulled the sword from his neck and said, That makes 15 times you've died now. How many more lives have you got left? Damn you. Greed muttered. Ah, crap. Al and Lissa glanced to find Dulcetto and Roa, beat up. I kinda wished we'd died back there. Trust me, I'd love to. But I get this obnoxious canine sense of loyalty. He cut cleanly through the chain on Al's limbs. Do us a favor, kids, and get her outta here. Protect her, Roa said. Roa. Martel yelled, pushing on the bottom of the armored head. Dulcetto. The men ran furiously at Bradley, who only chopped one in half, the other by the head. No. She cried. Whoa, that was a little excessive. Killing me is one thing, but they're not coming back. Greed stood behind Bradley. Pitying the lost lives of your pawns? Pathetic. Excuse me? Are you senile? Did you forget who I am, old man? I'm the living incarnation of greed. Those weren't my friends, Bradley, they were my possessions. Money, women, henchmen, they're all possessions. Flesh crawled up and devoured the naked bone and muscle of greed's hand. So killing my henchmen is the same as stealing from me. And I don't let people ail what's mine. Carbon armor grew up his hands and arms. Greed, Bradley said, you grow more pathetic by the second. He ran quickly through the murky water. He kicked Greed, sliced at him, and did not falter for even a second. Greed jumped and hopped around until finally Bradley caught him. He skewered Greed's body with 4 of his swords. He fell into the waters, lifelessly. Now you stay put, I'll be right back. He walked towards Al and Lissa as they backed up a little. We gotta run. Not so fast, Bradley said, taking a step out of the water. Well, isn't he the younger brother and friend of Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin? They didn't hurt you too, did they? Can I help you at all? Sure, I mean no, we're fine thanks. Martel then used Al's hand to grip Bradley by the throat as she cried, Die Bradley. Martel. Don't do this. Bradley simply slipped his sword through Al's open neck hole. Blood exploded out of every opening. Al's armor had one strip of blood crossed over his seal. Al. Aaliyah and Ed called to him as bright light surrounded him. He was then in front of a gate as some white void. Truth sat in front of him with that evil-like grin as he was pulled into the gate. Information was then poured into Al's head as he suddenly saw an image of his mom at the end. It's Mom, wait. He yelled, reaching out for her. Mom, wait. MOM. The Truth grinned. A hand grabbed his own. He looked up and saw that he was on the other side, being rebuilt from his own body that was being ripped apart. Al. Wake up. Vague voices called out of him. He looked at Ed and Aaliyah looking at them from that thing they made. Al. Alphonse was not out of his thoughts as he found the guys kneeling in front of him. Are you all right? Aaliyah asked as Ed sighed. Are you all right? You're covered in blood. Al followed their gazes to the floor as he found his chest piece open, blood leading from it to the body that was covered a little away. We thought it best open and removed her before you woke. Armstrong spoke as Al buried his helmet in his hands. I couldn't save her. You can't blame yourself, Al. Ed smiles as well as Aaliyah. Come on, let's go home, Kay. Al? Ed said with a sad smile. Al stayed silent as Aaliyah asked, Al? Hold it you four. They turned to find Bradley. There are still some questions I need to ask you before you leave. Have either of you had any previous dealings with a man that refers to himself as Greed? Of course not. Ed stated as he continued, did you trade any manner of information with him? None at all, and the military wasn't mentioned at all. Aaliyah stated as he said, that isn't my concern. Let me be more specific, if you arranged a deal that shared any knowledge with him, then I'll execute you for. I'll ask again, did you share any knowledge that might affect the military? No. Can we go now? Ed asked, annoyed. I am curious about your steel arm and leg, Martin's limb as well, and your brother's body. Is there a connection? The four looked at him in shock as he laughed and said, you are an honest kid. Huh? All right men, pull out. You make sure to take good care of your brother and girlfriend, Edward. Izumi's place. I appreciate everything you've done for the Elric brothers, Martin. Izumi spoke to Bradley as he sat next to her in a chair. Oh no, it's nothing, it's simply one of our many duties to protect our state alchemist. But what about you? I'm sure you could use a little extra protection. You mean as a state alchemist? Why yes, exactly. He gave her a closed-eyed smile. You're asking a bedridden housewife to join the military? You can't be serious. Is the country really in so much trouble that you'd need the help of someone like me? He chuckled as he said, there's no need to be harsh. He stood up. Well, I will be back. I'll keep my fingers crossed that when I do return, perhaps you'll have a change of heart. He left the room, closing the door as Izumi glared. Outside Izumi's place. Aaliyah's POV. There's something that I forget to mention, Ed said, polishing Ael's frontal torso piece. Greed had an Ouroboros tattoo. I'm not sure I follow, Armstrong stated, confused. Think back. The fifth laboratory, the Philosopher's Stone. Remember the guy Ed and I told you and Colonel Hughes about? I said. As Armstrong's eyes widened at the mention of Hughes. I stare at him in concern. Colonel Hughes. He then grabbed Ed and me by the shoulder, causing us to look him in the eyes, and said, listen you two, don't do anything rash. Sure. We trailed off. He then walks off saying, well then, good night. Brother, Aaliyah. We turned to Al as he continued, they're back. All the memories of when my body was taken away. I remember. Ed gasped. What did you see? Hm. Al began to waver his hands around. Well, it was weird. But unfortunately, I didn't find out anything about how to get our bodies back. That's okay, Al. Aaliyah tried to comfort him. Guess we haven't made any progress. Al trailed off as he strapped his chest part back. No, that's not entirely true. Remember what the Führer told us back in Central about the unrest amongst the ranks of the military? And it all had to do with the Philosopher's Stone and those Ouroboros guys. He said he was trying to get better info on them. Al stated. Well, greed was connected to them somehow. But if so, why'd the Führer slaughter everyone? If he was trying to figure out what they were up to, why didn't he catch them and make them talk? Aaliyah stated as Al agreed. Yeah, good point. Aaliyah said. Sure does. No matter how you look at it, none of this adds up. We've been warned, but we need to get closer. Ed finished. Stuff happened as Greed and the rest of the homunculus. The talk was there and Greed was melted and turned to lipids that were drunk by his father. Chapter 15, Envoy from the East. No one's POV. Blue lightning flashed followed by a large explosion of stone. A short, fat man wearing a tall hat smiled underneath his long mustache. So you dare to challenge Giolio Comanche, the silver alchemist to battle, do you? The man said, holding his marked hands up. You've got guts, I'll give you that. However, blue electricity engulfed his hands and he hit the ground, sending an army of spear-headed chains at his opponent. Scar flexed his hand and broke the weapons. Comanche shifted and created a small throwing disc with 3 sharp sides. He turned and flung them at Scar, who quickly jumped over the disc and ran for Comanche. The silver alchemist came to a stop and faced Scar, now with a short sword in hand. He spun and spun until he created a propeller with his sword and body. He flew at Scar at a high speed, who hastily dodged. Comanche rebounded and quickly came at Scar again. Scar ran at the spinning man with his arm outstretched and they collided. Scar's outer thigh burst open with crimson blood. Not bad at all. You got off with just a scratch, Comanche taunted, landing on his peg leg. Scar glared at him. You can't say the same. Comanche's wooden leg broke apart and he fell backward into the water. Scar then jumped into the water and brought his hand to the guy's face as blue light erupted. Blood slowly lifted to the surface. Opening song. Rundown shack/outskirts. No one's POV. What's going on? Who is this? Scar asked Yoki as he walked up to the door. Oh sir, you've returned. Welcome back. Yoki stated as Scar got angry and said, I said, who is this? Yoki flinched as the little girl smiled with a bow and said, pleased to meet you, the little girl sitting on the floor said. My name is Mei Chong, sir. Chapter 15, Envoy from the East. I collapsed by the side of the road. Your master revived me and brought me back here. Master? Scar looked at Yoki, who looked away as if nothing was said. He brought his attention back to the girl. If you've recovered, there's no reason for you to stay. Be on your way at once. He walked over to a wall and took a seat, cringing from the blow he received the night before. May got up and ran to his side, looking at his injury. What, girl? He asked. Allow me to close your wound. She stuck 5 kunai into each of the star's points and smiled. Scar watched as May placed her hands on the circle. Blue lightning ran over his leg and his wound slowly mended itself together. His eyes widened. Yoki gasped. It's healed. It's a skill called alchemy from the land of Xing. She explained. She's from Xing? Scar asked. That's right, sir, Yoki said. This girl crossed the desert from the east by herself to come here. Ha! Ridiculous. No, I wasn't alone. I had her with me too. The small panda on her shoulder looked back at Scar. Her? You mean this little creature here? That's right. Her name's Xiao Mei. Mei looked back and saw Scar's hand almost on her shoulder. She walked back and studied the tattoos on his arm. Oh, your arm. That's alchemy, right? The art of reading the dragon's pulse, of knowing the power that flows through the ground and how to use it. That tattoo matches the flow of alchemy used in my homeland. Scar dropped his arms saying, my brother was a student of alchemy and alchemy. He conducted a great deal of research into both fields. The tattoo that I bear is a result of that research. Mei smiled. That's incredible. Your brother must have been something. Scar was silent. I'm not sure of what you two are talking about, Yoki interrupted, but your wound has healed one, sir. We can be on our way to Central without any further delay. Oh, that sounds great. Mei said. I'll go get my things. She ran over and put her stuff together. What do you think you're doing? Didn't he tell you to shove off, kid? Yoki said. We're not exactly going to Central for a picnic, you know. I know, but I meant what I told you. You mean about all that immortality stuff you were blabbering about earlier? There's no such thing. Yes, there is. I came here to find it. Yoki pointed a finger at her as he said, oh, shut up. Kids don't know anything. Xiao Mei leaped out and dug her teeth into Yoki's finger. He screamed in pain, trying to shake the small animal off. I already know that immortality can't be accomplished by alchemy, Mei think. But it is possible through the use of alchemy. That's why I have to find them, the incredible man I heard so much about. They mention the guy has hair and eyes of gold, like the sun, wearing a dashing red coat. They both help anyone in need, the brilliant state alchemist and Edward Elric. Mei then had an image of Ed in her head of what she thought he looked like, a dashing tall prince. She began to fantasize as Scar muttered, suit yourself, girl. Central Street/night. Riza had just come from shopping and was walking home with Black Hay8 next to her. Hay8 was sniffing the ground when she suddenly heard something. They quickly turned and began growling. Black Hay8? What's gotten into you guys? Laughter was heard as a voice said, it's dangerous to be walking the streets alone at this hour, a man said, coming out of the shadows and laughing. Riza dropped her dog's leash. You never know when you might meet, the man ripped off his head and jacket, the famous serial killer feared by all. Barry Chopper. Riza brought out her gun and shoots at the man. He fell to the ground as the gun emptied. No fair. Why'd you have to pull out a gun? She dropped their groceries and pulled out another gun, shooting Barry again. Alright, that's it, lady, now I'm gonna make you scream. He put his hands on his head and removed it only to have her gasp and shoots another bullet. Hey! How come you two are not paralyzed by fear? You remind us of someone else I know. Lemme guesses, Alphonse something or other. You've met Alphonse before? Hay8 ran over and bit Barry's clothes, trying to tear him up. Barry laughed. Oh, so the guy's a friend of yours, is he? He put his head back on. I'm gonna tell you something, sweetheart, you are a strong woman. Barry gained hearts in his eyes. Central/warehouse. The Philosopher's Stone? Mustang said, studying a small book. I can't believe the fifth laboratory was being used to make something like that, Fallman stated as Mustang, Riza, Barry, and he all sat around while Hayate and Crystal stood guard outside. It gets worse, there's a chance that senior military staff was involved as well, Riza stated. Plus there were those other two, lust and envy. Are they the ones that made you into what you are now? Mustang asked Barry. Nah, it was the researchers who did that. Ripped my soul right out of my body and slapped it into this suit of armor you see here. We can track down those so-called researchers. If we find them, maybe they can tell us who ordered these experiments. Fallman explained as Barry said, fat chance of that. They were all used to create Philosopher's stones. There's not a single one of them left alive. Silenced and then used as ingredients, Mustang revised. How efficiently planned. Do you think this means they have what they need, or will they try and make additional stones? Riza asked. I have one more question for you, Mustang asked Barry. A little over a month ago, military officer was killed in a telephone booth in Central. Were you the one who did it? Everyone glanced at Mustang as Barry said, phone booth? Doesn't sound familiar. Was he all chopped up? Mustang closed his little black book and muttered, never mind. Rush Valley. No one's POV. Ed, Aaliyah, and Al had reached Atelier Garfield's shop as they caught Winry walking outside. Hello there, Winry. She looked at the trio. You look like you're in a very generous mood today, Ed said, smiling while Al and Aaliyah fanned happily behind him. Hi, guys. What are you doing showing up here like this? Ed then showed Winry the broken arm as Al and Aaliyah pointed out. Winry kept her smile, but you could feel the evil aura rise, almost as if a demon had been released. Winry unrolled some cloth and wrapped it around Ed's arm, who lay on the table with his soul hanging out of his mouth. Even Paninia is holding up a job now, and you four still can't stay out of trouble. She is? Al asked. Yeah. She's given up her former life as a pickpocket and now she earns her money by fixing roofs and doing other odd job around town. Winry looked back at Ed, and what about the three of you, huh? Made any progress yet? Yeah, we have. Al stated. Aaliyah said, it's slow going though. Ed finally sat up saying, we're still moving ahead, little by little, I guess. Winry nodded. Good, I'm glad to hear it. All right, I've done all I can for now. Thanks, Winry. Ed stood as she said, I'm missing some parts, so you'll have to make do with a patch job. I'll go and get parts we need, but till then, you've got some time to kill. Kill some time, huh? Ed said, sipping an orange drink while walking down the streets with Al and Aaliyah. How the hell are we to do that in a town made entirely of automail shops? They saw Al kneeling at an alleyway as Aaliyah asked, what you got there, Al? Did you find a stray cat or something? Well no. Al held up an unconscious man. Ed spits out his drink and Ally panicked. Woohoo. I feel so much better. The man said, sitting at a table with 3 dozen empty bowls. You guys are lifesavers. Thanks a lot. Your treat, right? As a group of people crowded around, as the man who ate a lot. When did I say I was paying? Ed asked, irritated. Let's not quibble over something so small, the man said, laughing nervously. Who you callin' small? How lucky I am to have found such hospitality. He continued, wiping a tear from his eye, so far from home. Far from home? Aaliyah asked. You mean you're not from here? Ed said. That's right. I came from Xing. Oh, Xing, that's the country to 2 east of the desert. Ed said. Yeah. And crossing that desert was rough, let me tell me. Why in the world would you take that route? Aaliyah asked. As Ed placed his arm around Aaliyah's shoulder. I wanted to visit the ruins of Xerxes. That route goes by them. Ed glared at the guy as he tried to calmly say, Xerxes ruins? I hear there's next to nothing out there. I wanted to see for myself. Anyway, I was headed here to do some alchemy research. Alchemy? Aaliyah asked. Yes. I believe it's what you here called alchemy. In Xing, it's known as alchemy. It's mainly used in the medical professions. Huh. Different countries, different customs, I guess. Here alchemy's used mainly military. It's not hard to see why. Even now we still have skirmishes at the borders of Arugo to the south, and Creta to the west. North of us is the huge country, Drachma. We have a 10 Tatives non-aggression pact with them, and the Briggs Mountains stand between us, making invasion difficult, but our relationship is still dicey at best. A woman came over and cleared the table, two bawling crowd dispersed. Sounds like you guys have got your hands full all right, the guy commented, slipping his hands into his large, tan sleeves. Things began to move towards the militaristic when the current Führer King Bradley first came into power. I have to say, I'm curious about alchemy. A branch of alchemy that's medically specialized. Al started as Ed said, yeah, me too. By any chance, are you 4 alchemists? We sure are. I'm Aaliyah Martin. Aaliyah stated as the guy said, what lovely name. Ed cleared his throat saying, I'm Edward Elric, her boyfriend, we're state alchemists. I'm his younger brother Alphonse Elric, nice to meet you. Oh really? I had no idea she would date someone so. I dare you to finish that sentence. Ed muttered. Let's not fight, guys. Now, so what's your name? Ed removed his arm from her shoulder as the guy said, my name is Ling Yao. He put his hand out as Al placed his on top. Ed stayed stubborn until Aaliyah got up and grabbed his hand, placing it with hers. So Ling, what else can you tell us about alchemy? We'd sure love to learn more. Ed asked. Noting, yeah sorry, but I'm not an alchemist. Ling said, smirking. If you don't practice alchemy, why come all the way here to research it? Ed asked, trying to contain his emotions as best he could. Well see, I'm looking for something, you 4 may have heard of it before. He opened a squinted eye. The Philosopher's Stone. The trio's eyes shot open. I'm very eager to find it. Do you know anything about it? No, we can't help you. Ed grabbed Aaliyah's hand and began to walk off with Al as Ling asked, you wouldn't be lying to me, now would you? He snapped his fingers as Ed and Al had kunai at their necks, and Aaliyah was held by Lung's blade to her neck. Do you have something to tell me? Ling placed his head to rest on Aaliyah's shoulder and Ed started to get angry. Let her go. Tell me what I want to know. Why the hell you're interested in it? Aaliyah asked. I want immortality, out with it, what do you want to know? Immortality, please, what a bunch of nonsense. Ed rolled his eyes. Not to me, isn't it? I can't say I like your way of asking questions, especially when you involve Aaliyah. Ed pushed the kunai away as he continued, kind of rude, don't you think? He punched the man, then lit up from the air and down, kicking Ed's good shoulder as Aaliyah called. Ed? She tried to struggle as Ling said, just stay calm. Al moved from the sword as Al called, you're going to fight us too? Hold on. Al tried but then kicked his head. As the 4 of them started to head off in different directions, fighting as Ling let Aaliyah go with a sigh. Ha! There they go. Hey Pops. Let's add some desserts to my tab. Sure. You're letting me go? Aaliyah asked as Ling said, of course, I could never hurt a beautiful girl yourself. Aaliyah blushed as she sat across from him. Aaliyah's POV. So Ling, what's your business here in Amestris? I asked. Will that immortality? Ling answers. Why immortality? I asked. Our emperor is very ill. And someone had to get immortality to be the next emperor. Ling said. Huh, so you're looking for power, I said. Yeah. Ling said as ate a lot of the food that he ordered. Geez, you eat more than Edward can. I said shocked. As Ling continued eating then finished and said, "We should check on them." I nod in agreement. When we made it to Ed and Al, I was kinda shocked by the results. Ed had an arm off completely as he stood in front of a girl in a trap, while Al was carrying a tied-up old man. "Okay. Good work, guys," Ling said. "Why you? What are you so chipper about?" Ed asked, annoyed. "You guys have got some pretty impressive skills," he stated. "I know, come work for me and together we can take over this country, what did you say?" Ed ran to him, annoyed. "I've had enough of your idiotic chattering. Just go back to Xing." "Look, there they are," a man shouted. I turned my head and saw a crowd of pretty upset people. "Look at the mess you've made. You practically destroyed the whole town. You're covering the damages. And your restaurant bill too." Ed backed up. Hey, wait. Hold on a second. This guy and his entourage should be paying for everything. Long, who was standing next to me, was now looking like a total fool. "I'm so sorry. I don't understand much language in this country, okay? But by now." "Hey! You get the hell back here!" Ed screams, now pissed off. Al turned his head to the old man tied up next to him, only thing is that he was gone. Al gasped. He ran away. We looked up and that the girl was gone too. The other one did too. Ed screamed. "You've got to be kidding. How am I supposed to fix this place up with only one arm?" "It's okay, brother." Al started, now raising his hands. "I'll take care of it." I blinked at him. "Huh? What? You mean you can do alchemy without a transmutation circle now?" "Yeah. I think it's because of memories I recovered," Al stated. "That's awesome, Al," I said. Ed stared at him, now thinking to himself. After a short minute, he screamed and fell to the ground, with their older brother's dignity written in blood next to him. I stared at him in somewhat disbelief. "Don't worry, you can leave this all to me." Al looked at Ed. "What's the matter, brother?" Ed?" I asked, sitting next to him and poking him like a kid would if they found a dead animal. "Back at Garfield's." "We're back." Ed, Al, and I called out as we walked in. But we saw Ling drinking tea with who I guess was Garfield. "Hello. We meet again," Ling greeted with a smile. We sat there and stared at him before Ed walked up and hit him with his automail arm. "What's your sorry but doing here?" Ed asked, annoyed. Now, we're all friends, right?" Ling asked. "Is that how you treat your friends? By sticking your dogs on them? Those two didn't go easy." Ed growled and raged. "Let it go. I promise I'll give them a talking to later," Ling stated with a smile. "The girl's name is Lan Fan. The old man is called Fu. Their family has served mine for generations. They're quite good at what they do. So you shake down strangers for food, and yet you can somehow afford 2 personal attendants?" Ed pointed out. "Well, I am the Emperor's son after all," Ling stated. "The Emperor's son?" I repeated under my breath. "That makes you..." Al started. "A prince." Ed, Al, and I finished. Ed and Al then hunched over and started laughing. I blinked at them along with Ling. Not the reaction I anticipated. Ling stated, dumbfounded. "Yeah, the guy who collapsed on the side of the road and then mooched food off us is the son of an emperor." Ed yelled, bursting into more laughter. That soon ended when a kunai was thrown close to Ed's head. Ed blinked for a second before screaming in fear. "You will not speak badly about Master Ling." Lan Fan swore to peek at us from behind the window. Her glare was set on Ed. "Good to see you too." Ed scoffed. "No, you're probably right. It's not a big deal. The Emperor has a lot of sons." He started. "It's like this. My country Xing is broken up into 50 different clans, with an emperor reigning over all of them. The daughter of each clan's chief become one of the emperor's wife and bears his children. The current emperor has 19 daughters and 24 sons. I come in as number 12 in that line. My eyes went so wide at that number that I was scared they might pop out of my head. That would be a total of 43 kids. What the hell? How? Why? 43 kids? That's incredible. Ed gasped. It's scary. I feel bad for the mother. I trailed off. The issue of secession must be a tricky one. Al muttered. Indeed it is. That's the problem we're facing right now. Ling stated. The emperor's health has begun to deteriorate recently. Each clan is doing everything they can to curry favor. And I'm no exception. You want to up your chances by finding immortality? I restated. Exactly. Okay. The Philosopher's Stone, what information can you offer? Ling asked with his wide smile. Not happening. The stone isn't a tool for some political game. Ed growled instantly. Ling then hugged Ed tightly. Then I'll have to stay with you until you tell me. He sang. Ed then started to hit with his automail arm frantically. No. No. No, you don't get off me. Ed screamed. Hey, Ed. I heard a new voice call out. Winry was back. I patted Ed's shoulder. It was nice knowing you. I whispered in his ear apologetically. Did you see all of that? There was some kind of fight on the main street. So it took a while to. She trailed off, now noticing Ed's arm. She stopped mid-sentence and stared at Ed. Winry's hellfire was about to break loose. What happened to your arm? Winry shrieked, now attacking Ed. Ed screamed in fear. Edward Elric. Winry shouted, throwing tools and pieces of metal at him. You careless little jerk. Ling smiled at the amusement. Young lord. Fu said. No one's POV. Ling sat on the roof, watching the sunset behind the tall mountains in the distance. Why do you put up with this boy? Fu asked. There's no need to bow to someone so far beneath you. If all it takes is a little bowing, I'll consider it a small piece to pay. The fate of the 500,000 Yao clansmen rise on this. We can't worry so much about appearances. Back to the other. So, where are you headed to break your automail this time? Winry furiously asked, reluctantly fixing Ed's arm. You just assume I'll break it? We were thinking about doing some digging in Central. Aaliyah said. You guys are going back to Central. I wanna go too. Take me with you. What do you want to go there for? Ed asked. Winry smirked. I'd like to go see the Hughes family again. But don't you have a lot of work to do here? Al asked. Garfield chuckled. It's okay if you want to go, Winry. You should take a break every once in a while. Oh really? Thanks so much, Mr. Garfield. Okay, we'll all go. Ed said. Central, here we come. Aaliyah shouts and pumps her fist. Winry laughed. Oh, we're going to Central. How exciting. Ling said, hanging down from the roof. I told you, you're not coming with us. Ed shouts at Ling. Chapter 16, Footsteps of a Comrade in Arms. Aaliyah's POV. That was so exhausting. They were watching us the whole time, too. Ed jumbles out as he stretches. Being spied on can do that. Al says cheerfully. Ed nods. Hey. Where's the young master? Fu asks, appearing out of nowhere. We all look around and shake our heads. Beats me, we haven't seen him. Ed mutters in annoyance, and both Lan Fan and Fu slink down in embarrassment. I can't take my eyes off him for a second. Fu huffs. Good riddance. Ed sighs. Let's go. Coming. Al, Winry, and I come running behind us. We begin walking towards the central military offices. We better check in with the military offices first. Ed says bored. Al nods. I think I'll go straight to the Hugheses. I can't wait to see little Alicia and Miss Gracia. Winry smiles. I bite my lip to keep from saying anything. MMK, we'll be there real soon anyway. Ed smiles, Winry smiles and runs off. We should really go see the lieutenant colonel, we have a lot to tell him. Al says quietly. Ed nods. We have to tell him about the homunculus. Ed trails off. I taste the blood from biting my lip too hard. I have half-crescent marks in the palm of my hand from how tightly my fists were curled up. Chapter 16, Footsteps of a Comrade in Arms. I think his office is this way. Come on Al, Aaliyah. Ed smiles at me. I let them run ahead of me as I walk behind them. I watch as they run straight past the phone booth but I freeze in front of it. Aaliyah? Al asks softly looking at me. I just stare at the phone booth. As I walk towards it, I can feel the dread filling my body, and my hand stops on the handle. What's wrong? Ed whispers into my ear behind me. I blink back my tears and turn around shutting the door. Let's just go. But Aaliyah. Ed says softly. Just go. I snap walking away. Ed looks a little taken aback but walks beside me. When we get inside I see Hawkeye right away, and so does Ed. Wait a minute, if Hawkeye is here that means Then Colonel Mustang appears. Thanks for waiting. He grumbles then sees Ed. Hello there Fullmetal, Blue Flame. Ed looks extremely annoyed. Colonel Mustang. What are you doing here? He grumbles. Didn't you hear? I was transferred to Central a while ago. The colonel smiles, and Ed fights back making a snide comment. Oh great. Al smiles at Ed. We're here to see the colonel. I was transferred to Central effective last month. He chirps, and I see the lieutenant's eyes soften in sadness. He's not here. He retired to the country and took his wife and daughter with him to take over the family business, so he's not here. Mustang says strongly. As we all were told with discouraged looks. Bummer, I was hoping to see him. I said. As the colonel turned around and stopped, Fullmetal and Blue Flame. As we looked at him with confusion. Watch yourselves. Don't do anything crazy. As he said then walked away. I can't believe Hughes is actually gone. Ed said. Yeah. I said afterward. Brother, what about Winry? Al asks quietly. Ed shut his eyes tight. As Edward turned around and ran towards. I haven't seen you three here in a while. You're in a hurry. Why the rush? She asked. We just heard about Lieutenant Colonel Hughes. Ed said. As Lieutenant Ross had a sad look on her face. Yeah, it's rough news, huh? There was still so much that we wanted to tell him about. I said. We would have liked to say goodbye. Al said. We weren't able to reach you. Don't worry though. The military gave him a proper send-off. Wow, that was nice. That's how it's done. Also, if you boys haven't heard already. I'm sure you three be glad to know, he was promoted, 2 whole ranks. Up to Brigadier General. Ed said. He retired to the country and they promoted him? I said. As Lieutenant Ross turned into a shocked expression and looked at us while covering her mouth. As Ed looked with a confused and distraught look, Lieutenant Ross? No one's POV. Fullmetal Alchemist. Fullmetal Alchemist. As the scene shows Winry buying apples. And here you are, miss. Thank you. As Winry take the basket of apples. Then the scene turned back to Ed and the others. No. Not the Lieutenant Colonel. Why him? As Ed had a scared expression looking at. As Ed run outside, Edward. Aaliyah yelled out to him as they followed behind him. Brigadier General Hughes is dead. He was murdered shortly after you two were discharged from the hospital, Edward and Aaliyah. I'm afraid we still haven't found the person responsible. Aaliyah's POV. As we chase right after Ed and catch up towards him. Ed. I said to him as his face was sad and he fell onto the ground, and I walked towards him and hugged him. The Hugheses, and when we get there time seems to stop. What do we do? Al asked. We tell it like it is. You go on back. I'm the only one who has to take the blame for what happened. Ed said. Ed. It's not just your problem, it's ours as well. Yeah, if you like it or not, we're going with you. Alphonse said. We said we made up our minds to get our bodies back, no matter what. But if people are going to die because of that, then I don't want mine is back. Al said. As we went to the Hughes house and Miss Gracia opened the door and gave us a smile. Winry is already here. As we walked in and saw Winry holding Alicia. Winry. Ed called out as she looked up at us. Miss Gracia, I need to tell you something. You too, Winry. Ed says quietly. Is this about my husband? Yeah. Ed trails off, he sits down and begins his story. My husband died trying to help you boys? Gracia asks more to herself. Ed drops his head. Yes, I dragged him into this. I'm so sorry. He clenches his fists. I'm so sorry. Ed's voice crackles in pain. It's just like him, to die trying to help someone else. She smiles, it catches Ed's attention. My husband. He always was a busybody and a meddler, and it got him into trouble. A lot. But you know, I don't think he ever had regrets. No any, not even in his dying moments, Edward. Gracia said as she was holding Alicia, who was sleeping. But we. Don't tell me you're going to give up. As Ed looked up at her. You can't let what happened defeat you. If you do, then that mean my husband die in vain. As she smiled. Even if the Philosopher's Stone is a dead end, there must be some other way. Maybe, I guess. Ed said. You guys have to keep moving forward, any way you can. I am pretty sure that he loved the both of you very much, and we wish that you had come to sway, but can't change things do in this day and age. I said. Thank you so much. She whispers and smiles a tiny smile. I nod and head towards the door with everyone trailing behind me. When Ed shuts the door, he looks at all of us with a smile, but then I hear it. Please don't cry, Mommy. I can see Ed breaking beside me, the words of little Alicia crashing a blow to me. Ed's head turns towards me, I can see the fire in his eyes. No one's POV. As they all walked to a hotel to rest. And Winry gave Al and Lissa a sad smile. And walk into her selected room. And they walked into their room and sat on the couches. As Ed and Aaliyah are eating a meal at a hotel restaurant. Later Edward knocks on Winry's hotel room. Winry, you in there? Aaliyah said. As Winry opened the door. You haven't eaten yet, have you? You might want to hurry, the dining room is closing soon. As she nodded. Aaliyah gave her a sad smile. Okay, we were going to go to our room. Then she grabs Aaliyah's hand. Apple pie? Ed said. That's right. I practiced making it a few times. I know it might sound like I'm bragging, but I've gotten good at it. I'm not nearly as good as Miss Gracia, but someday. As she cried, I've hope that would get to try some too. As she continued to cry. A room filled with vicious animals was shown. Lust was seen sitting on Gluttony's back, staring at a soldier as she spoke, so the nosy Colonel Mustang is snooping around the Hughes matter? Hum. The soldier said. Do you think he discovered anything yet? Lust asked. It's a definite possibility. The soldier said before he transformed into envy. So what now? Gluttony stared at one of the things in the cage. We already moved him to Central where we'd be able to keep a closer eye on to him. Lust said. Why can't he be a good boy and behave himself? Lust asked. I hate to waste an important sacrifice candidate. Haven't been able to learn anything from your new boyfriend? Envy asked. Gluttony was shown feeding a bone to the thing he was staring at. Nothing. He's either a born idiot or a clueless hustler. Lust said as she walked away from Gluttony and Envy. I'm off to gather more intelligence. She stopped and looked at Gluttony. Let's go, Gluttony. Come on, Gluttony. Envy said, approaching a mess of bones on the ground. Don't leave your mess lying around. You slob. He stared at the bones before smirking while Lust and Gluttony paused to stare at him. What you said before, about how much nicer it would be if the flame colonel would behave himself. Yes? Lust asked. Envy turned around to face her. How would you feel about us making another play? You have something in mind? Lust replied. Well, we've got a noisy mutt. Perhaps all he needs is a nice bone to chew on. Envy explained, smirking. The mess hall was shown before a hand was put on Maria's shoulder. Second Lieutenant Maria Ross. Maria looked over at Henry. I'm Henry Douglas from Provost Marshal's office. Henry said as a suspicious, risky tone entered the scene. Do you need me for something? Maria asked. You'll have to come along with us. Henry said, holding a hand out. Your gun. Maria took her gun out and put it in his hand. May I ask what this is about? You've been named the primary suspect in the Brigadier General Hughes's murder case. Henry said after handing her gun over to one of his comrades. Please come along. With fear in her eyes, Maria took a step back. That's absurd. You can tell your side of it later. Henry said, turning away from her. Now let's go. Riza was shown standing in front of Mustang, who was staring at some papers on a clipboard. Second Lieutenant Maria Ross pleading not guilty on all charges. Riza said. Gather whatever information you can about her. Mustang said, lowering the clipboard to look at his lieutenant. Go now. Quickly, but secretly. Right. Riza said, taking the clipboard back. Mustang stared out the window with narrowed eyes as Riza left. Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like a bouquet of these. Havoc said, pointing at some flowers. My, what's this? The lady said with a smile. A hot date, lover boy? Havoc grinned, scratching the back of his head. He jogged down the road with his flowers in his hand before stopping in front of an outdoor cafe, looking around for his date. When he found her, he smiled and took his cigarette out of his mouth, putting it out with the bottom of his shoe. He then approached her. You've been waiting long, Solaris? Solaris looked up at him, revealing herself to be Lust. Oh, no, I just got here. It's so good to see you, Jean. Why don't you sit down and tell me all about your day? Lust asked. Chapter 17, Cold Flame. A light on the ceiling was shown before half of Douglas' face was shown. Followed by his face, half of Maria's face appeared on the screen. Henry picked up a bag and turned it upside down. A smashed-up bullet came out of it. This is the bullet that killed Brigadier General Hughes. It's a .45 caliber. The killer used only this one bullet. Douglas told her. I'd say it was a good shot, but it was at point-blank range. Maria's arm was zoomed in on to show her prison bracelets. Close enough that even a poor shot could have done it. Douglas said. Now tell me. What is the caliber of the gun that you carry? It's a .45, sir. Maria replied. Douglas picked up a paper and showed it to Maria. Here we have a copy of your requisition form for addition ammunition. Does this look correct? Maria nodded. It says here you fired exactly one shot. What was that round used for? Henry asked. It lists the reason right there on the form. I fired my weapon in defense of Edward Elric and Aaliyah Daniels while in the 5th laboratory. Maria said. There was a flash before Maria and Denny appeared on the screen, pointing their guns at Barry, who was staring at his hand. Douglas was tapping the bullet. But the fifth laboratory is no longer operational. It remains unmanned. It was definitely not unmanned. Maria said. Sure. According to your account. Douglas replied. Shall I send someone to search for this bullet you say you fired? Douglas asked. There was an unexplained explosion at the site. The fifth laboratory is now a pile of rubble. Maria replied. So, the place you claim to have used your gun was unmanned, and if we looked for the bullet, all we would be able to find was a pile of rubble. Is that what you are saying? Douglas asked. But Lieutenant, we have eyewitness testimony. You were spotted leaving the scene on the day of the murder at the same time as the shooting. Douglas said. That's impossible. Maria cried. Calm down, Lieutenant. Douglas said. Fine then. What were you doing at that time? I had the day off. I was at my parents' house visiting. Maria replied. Please, check with them. They'll tell you. All you can offer us is your family's testimony. That is not admissible as an alibi. Douglas said. Armstrong stood outside the building, facing two saluting soldiers. Second Lieutenant Ross is being questioned. One of the soldiers said. No one is permitted inside to see her. I see. Armstrong said. He turned around to leave. Brosh ran over to Armstrong as he finished walking down the stairs. Major Armstrong. Sergeant Brosh. Armstrong said. Brosh saluted him. I'm glad to see you here, Major. Is this about Second Lieutenant Ross? Armstrong asked. Yes, that's right, sir. Brosh said as Armstrong continued down the path with Brosh following him. Major, I can corroborate her story. Lieutenant Ross and I both fired a round from our weapons at the fifth laboratory to defend the Elric brothers and Daniel's sisters. You did? Armstrong asked. Yes, and it's all written in my report, but everyone's ignoring it, sir. Brosh explained. Are they trying to frame the second lieutenant for this? Armstrong thought. The flag of the country was seen blowing in the wind. Cold flame. Aaliyah's POV. Winry helping polishing Aal's armor. When you look closely, you're all scratched up, aren't you? Al was polishing his helmet while Ed laid on his bed. You're having a rough time of it, huh? Winry asked. Al chuckled. Winry stood up and looked over at Ed. So, what have you got planned now? Ed was shown, staring blankly at his covers. Winry appeared on the screen, staring sadly at him. Well, Ed? Ed lifted his automail hand, staring at it. What are we going to do? Yeah, it's hard to believe that he's gone. I said, sitting on the bed with Ed. Flashback. An image of the five standing outside of Gracia's apartment was shown with Alicia saying, Mommy, please don't cry. Flashback end. Ed's hand curled into a fist while Winry went back to staring at Aal's back. What do you think? I asked. Winry looked at me, surprised. Ed rolled onto his back, lifting himself halfway up to stare at her blankly. What's with the face? He asked. I am just surprised. You two never asked for my advice before. Winry said. Yeah, what's your thoughts out it? I asked. Ed blinked. Al appeared on the screen. Oh. Ed said. Winry drew a gloved hand over Aal's back. I'm scared, you know. You guys have been off somewhere fighting and digging up information. Ed was shown to be lying on his bed with his hands folded under his head, but he watched Winry form the corner of his eyes. Information that could get you killed like Mr. Hughes. Whenever I think about that, it terrifies me. Ed's eyes moved away from her and narrowed as a sad tone entered the scene. Aal's helmet appeared on screen before Ed was shown again. I mean, you could die, but still be here, and just suddenly, not be there anymore. Winry's eyes closed halfway in sadness. Like my mom and dad. It's almost more than I can handle, thinking about that. Honestly, sometimes I wished you would just give this whole thing up. As table filled with mugs and papers was shown. I do want you to get your bodies back, but I also want you to stay alive and safe. Winry bowed her head. It's just, I don't know, sorry. She turned to look at me and Ed. I'm not sure what I think you should do. I really don't know. You're sure being nice, Winry. Al said teasingly. Winry turned back to Al frantically, blushing. Why do you sound so surprised? Ed appeared on the screen, watching the two as it was heard that she hit Al. I'm always nice. Take that back, Alphonse Elric. Take it back. She screamed as she continued to hit him. Al screamed. Stop it. You're adding more scratches. I already have enough. Ed gave a small smile as he watched the two. No one's POV. The city was shown as the sun began to set. A sink full of dirty dishes was shown. Barry put down a chess piece. Your move. He said. Fallman raised a hand to move a piece when a voice shouted, Evening Edition. Fallman twisted around on his stool. Oh, it's here. Excellent. A paper pushed under a door was shown as Barry said, What? The newspaper. Again? I'm stuck here babysitting you all day. Fallman said as he picked it up. This is the only entertainment I get. He looked at the paper in surprise before running over to the phone. Lieutenant Fallman, calling on an outside line. Please connect me to Colonel Mustang. Yes. That's right. My code is. Barry got up and walked over to him. What's got you so excited? He saw the paper which had Maria's picture on it. Aram, George, Oliver, 4, 6, 4, 9. Fallman said. Barry picked up the paper, surprising Fallman. This is the lady from the laboratory. The military dorms were shown once more. The table in Ed's room was shown still covered in papers and a mug. Ed was shown lying on a couch, with Aaliyah lying on top of him, looking in his travelogue. The Philosopher's Stone. People with the Ouroboros tattoo. The homunculi. The ceiling fan was shown. How are they? Ed's thoughts were cut off when Al slammed the room door open. Brother! Al yelled. Ed and Aaliyah screamed. What the? Al held a paper out to him. Here. Ed leaned on the couch, throwing his arms over the back of it as he stared at his brother. Don't scare us like that. Al, geez, don't scare us. Aaliyah said as she calmed down her heartbeat. The newspaper, Ed. Al said, holding it out to him. Read the front page. Ed perked up. He took the paper. What is it now? He sat back on the couch, staring at the paper before gasping in horror. What? Second Lieutenant Maria Ross convicted of Brigadier General Hughes's murder? Aaliyah was next to Ed, saw the newspaper in Ed's hand and show Lieutenant Ross' face, and she was framed to murdered Brigadier General Hughes. What, that's what it says, it can't be her. Aaliyah shouted. Ed, Al, and Ally walked through the lobby. I can't believe this. Al said. Maybe the colonel or the major will know something about this. Ed said. What about Winry? Aaliyah asked. We'll explain it to her later. Ed replied. A building was shown before Ling's hand with the prison bracelets on it was shown. I'm not really a fan of these. Quit your complaining. The soldier standing outside his cell said. Every stray mutt needs a collar. All right, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you honestly 15 years old? I sure am. Ling said. I don't buy it. The soldier said. It's the truth, I swear. Ling said, tears pouring down his face. Footsteps ran across the ground in an adjacent hall. The soldier turned to watch them. What's that? He took a few steps forward. What's happening? We've got an intruder. Come on. Give us a hand. One of the soldiers stopped and said. What? The soldier said, shocked before looking at Ling. Behave yourself. Got it? Ling waved a hand out. I will. Soldiers stood in the hall, firing their guns. The bullets were all shown bouncing off of Barry. Lame. 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 Are you guys even trying? You can do better than that. The soldiers stared at him in horror. He's still coming at us. One of the soldiers said. Guns don't even dent him. Another soldier said. Ling frowned. Hold it. A soldier stepped forward, pointing a shotgun at Barry. Stay back. He fired the gun, hitting Barry in the head, which sent his helmet flying off. Barry caught it and put it back on while the soldiers screamed. Some of the soldiers were sent flying back while Barry knocked another one on the head. This would be a lot more fun if I was allowed to cut them up. Barry said. Hello, strange armor ghost man. Ling yelled out. Do you think you could let me out of here? Who are you? Barry asked, approaching Ling's cell. Just an illegal immigrant from Xing. Ling said. Oh, yeah? Barry asked as he continued to walk past. A foreigner. Well, have a nice trip home. If you let me out of here, I can help you. Ling said. I don't have time to deal with you. Barry paused. Where did you say you were from? Xing, east of the desert. Ling said. Oh, yeah? Barry asked as he continued to walk past. A foreigner. Well, have a nice trip home. If you let me out of here, I can help you. Ling said. I don't have time to deal with you. Barry paused. Where did you say you were from? Xing, east of the desert. Ling said. Bang! The lock on Ling's cell was suddenly in pieces. Come with me. Barry said. Ross was shown sitting in her cage when gunshots went off, which was followed by yelling and grunting. She looked up in shock. What? She asked. Bodies were shown falling to the ground. Ross stood at her cell door when Barry stopped in front of it. Well, hello there, sweetheart. I've been looking for you. Ross backs up into a wall in fear as Barry broke the lock on her cell door. You haven't forgotten me. How sweet. Barry said as he walked into the cell. I remember you too. I think of you every time I look at the hole you put in my right hand, just like the hole you put in that guy Hughes. No, it wasn't me. Ross yelled. Barry held up the newspaper. Oh, yeah. According to the newspaper, you're one guilty soldier, girl. Ross stared at the paper in shock and fear. It can't be. Oh, but it is. Barry replied. Right now, it's looking like you'll be facing the firing squad for sure. Ross turned to Barry, but kept her eyes on the paper. It's not true. They're wrong. If they would just do a proper investigate, Barry stabbed his knife through the paper. Here are your choices: stay here and be killed for murder, or bust out of this joins with me. Which will it be? Tears pricked at Ross's eyes. How is this happening? Isn't there anything else I can do? She cried, dejected. It sure doesn't look like it. Ling piped in, pointing out in the hall before a horde of soldiers was shown. I have no choice. Mom. Dad. Please forgive me. Ross cried out, burying her face in her hands. Fine, let's go. If this is how it has to be, I'll escape with you. She marched determinedly to the cell door. But you better know a way out of here, metal boy. Ross said. Oh. You've got spunk. Barry said with a tiny heart appearing next to him. Ross slapped her cheeks. I'll do what I have to do. Douglas appeared on the screen, talking into a phone. Yes, right away. He put the phone down and sighed. Notify every zone in the city. Maria Ross has broken out. He told his men. It appears she's with a violent accomplice. They must be caught. If she resists. He turned to face his team before Mustang was shown walking down the street with his black coat resting on his shoulders while he finished pulling on his gloves. The order is shoot to kill. The screen zoomed in on Mustang, showing him tightening his glove before his face was shown with dark narrowed eyes and a frown. Barry led Ross and Ling down a dark alley. How much further? Ross asked. Just keep moving. Barry said. Ed and Aaliyah ran out of an adjacent alley, freezing when he saw the three. Ed's POV. When we turn the corner, we see three figures. I see Maria Ross and Ling. I stare at them confused. Second Lieutenant? I ask confused, she looks at me concerned. Ling. Al shouts confused. Hey guys. Ling says cheerfully. We don't have time for this. Barry shouts. Ross looks to Barry. Down there, sweetheart, the shadows will hide you nicely. Ross looks from me to the ally and back at me. Go. Barry shouts at her, she gives a pained look and disappears into the darkness. No, she can't leave, I have to talk to her. I try to get around Barry but he won't let me pass, I grind my teeth in frustration, then I hear the explosion. Aaliyah's POV. I hear the bang and see the blast of fire. Ed takes off and I run right behind him. Edward, wait. I shout at his back but he continues to run, until he meets with Mustang. Hello there, Fullmetal. The Colonel says coldly. I see Ed's anger fire up as he grabbed Mustang by the collar. Ed stared in horror at the burnt bracelet on the body's wrist. What happened here? He asked, hands clenching in anger. What happened here, Colonel? Tell me. No one's POV. Fullmetal Alchemist. Fullmetal Alchemist. Aaliyah's POV. Mustang stared coldly at Ed. Threatening your commanding officer, you forget your place, Fullmetal. Mustang snarls icily at Ed. I see Ed lung off the ground toward him but I grab him and hold him back. Let me go, ally. Ed shouts. No. I whisper softly in his ear. I hear Al's clinking armor come up beside me. What's happening? Al squeaks quietly. This bastard killed Ross. Ed fights my arms, but I hold him back. Why did you do that, Colonel? Al shouts at him too, but his stare isn't on Ed or Al, it rests on me. I see the cold black eyes shimmer in confusion. As other soldiers arrive on scene, I hold the Colonel's gaze. You can let go of me now, Aaliyah. Ed's voice is so quiet, but I can hear the fury behind it. I let my arms fall to my sides as Ed slides down the wall, his golden orbs caught fire trying to burn a hole through Mustang. I hear him repeating the orders to shoot to kill and everything else he has to tell the military to make his story more believable. I kneel beside Ed and turn his head to finally look at me. Al looks up to me. Why did this have to happen to her? Al whispers sadly. I look at him and pat his armored head. This is very frustrating. Lissa said as she frowned at this. I have to see the autopsy report. Ed snaps and grabs my hand, dragging me there, Al clinking closely behind me. Checking the dental records, this is indeed Maria Ross. Dr. Knox grumbles. It's a shame what he did to her, throwing a beauty like her into a pile of charcoal. You must have held quite a grudge on her, didn't you, Colonel? Knox says snidely. I feel Ed's hand crush into a fist around my hand. Mustang just sits there coldly staring at the doctor, then Knox scoffs. The great hero of the Ishbal Civil War, going out of his way harm a little girl. He snarls and walk away. It's okay, Ed, I know you're angry and I understand. His eyes lose his flare as they gaze into mine. I hear Armstrong lose it on the Colonel. I watch the anger and hurt on such a strong man. Mustang stands and looks at the Major. You should take some time off, Major, to the east. Where there is no big city noise and beautiful woman. He walks off icily. The Major slumps onto the bench and buries his face in his hands. Let's go. Ed puffs and begins to walk with Al at his side. I look to them, then at the Major. He is so strong but has the biggest heart. He'll be so much happier soon, even if it is just for a little while. It's okay, Major, everything makes sense soon. I promise it will get better in the end. I smiled at him. Armstrong looks up at me and her with his big teary blue eyes and offers us a smile. Thank you, Aaliyah, such a lovely young lady. I appreciate your sincerity deeply, he booms, and I give him a big smile. I'll see you very soon, Major Armstrong. I salute him and hurry after Ed and Al. Till then, Aaliyah. He shouts behind me. What did you say to the Major? Ed asks curiously. Nothing really, just wanted to make him smile. I smile to myself and takes Ed's hand in mine. What made him smile? Al pipes in. I would like to know because it could make me smile and I need to also. He whispers. I just told him that everything will make sense soon, and that everything will be better in the end. That does make me feel better. Alphonse smiles. Me too. Ed whispers under his breath. No one's POV. Ed was shown to be lying on a couch in his room with Winry, Aaliyah, and Al sitting around him. A knock sounded at the door, catching Ed's attention. Yeah? Who is it? He asked as he opened the door. What are you? He froze, looking shocked as Armstrong raised his arm to punch him. The ceiling fan of his room was shown before Ed was shown with his metal arm raised in defiance as he skidded across the ground. When he stopped, he sat halfway up and glared at Armstrong. Major. What the hell did you do that for? Armstrong towered over the boy. You listen to me, Edward Elric. Edward gulped before Armstrong picked the boy up by his jacket and moved his automail arm around. This is no good at all. Your automail seems to be broken. Okay. Ed said. Armstrong put Ed down. Yes, this is a serious situation indeed. We'll have to repair it at once. There's no time to waste. Allow me to escort you to reassemble for repairs. Ed deflated. Major, what's up? Winry and Al leaned out the doorway watching. What's that? Winry asked. You're going back home to reassemble? Al asked. Ed moved closer to them, waving a hand. I have no idea of what he's talking about, Al. Armstrong leaned into Al's face. And you, Alphonse Elric, you would stand out too much, so you remain here in Central. Okay. Al said. Oh, Aaliyah, you have to come as well. Okay. Aaliyah said. Huh? Ed said as he was dragged off by Armstrong with Al and Winry watching. Winry was pointing at herself. But isn't that suspicious since Winry is there? Al said, confused. We need to make arrangements for transportation right away. Come along, Edward and Aaliyah. Armstrong said. Cut it out, Major. Ed said weakly as Armstrong walked through the lobby, carrying Ed under his arm. Put me down. I'm afraid I can't do that. Armstrong said. Ed stopped whining, looking surprised. These are my orders. Ed tilted his head up to look at Armstrong. From him. Mustang's office was shown once more. Okay, I got it. One of the soldiers said. Roger that. He put his phone down and stood up. Major Armstrong, Edward Elric, and Aaliyah Martin have gotten aboard the train, sir. Okay. Mustang said before smirking. Finally, everyone's out of the way. Chapter 18, The Arrogant Palm of Small Human. What are we doing here, Major? Ed whines as he drags his feet. I don't know, Edward Elric, my orders were to pick you up and rendezvous here. Major. It's good to see you again, sir. Lieutenant Breda salutes, then he notices Ed. Hey, they're big guy and gal. He smirks. What the? Lieutenant Breda. Ed and Aaliyah grumble in shock. The arrogant palm of a small human. Next scene. the outside of the military dorms was shown. This is weird, Al said before the ceiling fan of the room was shown. Al and Winry were shown to be sitting in the room from a ceiling angle. Brother should have arrived and reassembled by now, so why hasn't he called? Not to mention that he's got me here to do his repairs. Winry added. Al appeared on the screen. And the stuff with Lieutenant Ross. I have no idea of what is going on. Good thing I can explain it all. Ling's voice said. The bed Winry was sitting on was shown with Ling sitting next to her suddenly. There was a pause before Winry turned her head to look at him. After another pause, the outside of the military dorms was shown before Al and Winry both screamed. When'd you get here? Winry asked. And how did you even get in? Al demanded. Ling pointed to the open window behind him. The window. Winry turned to look at it. I mean, it seemed appropriate for a criminal. Ling said, grinning. Illegal alien as well as lockup escapee appeared on the screen. Winry and Al's sweat dropped while Ling went on smiling as if there was nothing wrong. First, there's no need for you to worry about Ed's well-being. Winry looked at him. I'm sure he's just fine. Ling said. A miserable Ed wearing a tan cloak appeared on the screen. Hot. Ed said as a gentle tune entered the scene as the desert was shown. Armstrong was shown to be riding a horse with Ed on another horse behind him with Aaliyah behind him. The colonel never said we'd be crossing the border. Tight-lipped bastard. Ed grumbled. Aren't you hot under that red coat? The lieutenant pants. Aaliyah furrows her brows. No, not really. Aaliyah trail off and wrap her arms tighter around Ed. Your skin feels nice. Ed mutters. Ally tilt her head confused. Breda was shown to be on a horse following another man. Mr. Han, how much further do we have left? We've almost made it. Han pointed at something ahead of them. Look, you can see the ruins ahead. Finally. Huffs Ed. As soon as we get to the ruins we get off the horses and Ed jumps into the fountain. GRMG. My automail almost seared through my skin. Ed bubbles from under the water. Whose idea was it to bring the kid and the girl? Fu muttered to the other. It was a direct order from the colonel. The lieutenant sighs. This place looks exactly how the fable describes it. Ed sighs as he wrings out his shirt. I can't help but steal a stare of his muscles. I feel a blush dust my cheeks. Did you say a fable? Fu asks interested. Yeah, it's about a drifter from the west. Aaliyah zone out sitting on the fountain's edge, looking at the crumbled city. Yeah, the Eastern Sage. It's a story about the origin of alchemy in Amestris. A picture of a man wearing a white cloak with his hands spread out appeared behind Ed as mysterious music appeared in the scene. It claims the entire kingdom of Xerxes was destroyed in a single night and that the only survivor wandered into Amestris shortly afterwards. He was the one who went on to spread the science of alchemy. Come on, Aaliyah. Ed calls to her. She get up and run towards them. As we walk deeper into the city their chatter continues as Fu talks about the similar tale from Xing. Wow, look at all of this. It's so amazing, but it's so sad that they crumbled away. The group was seen to be walking through a new area of the ruins with the sun shining down on them. But if Xerxes was such a highly advanced society, how were they wiped out in a single night? Breda mutter. It could very well just be a legend. Fu sighs. Aaliyah hold back a scoff but Ed catches my scrunched face. What's wrong? Ed says in a low tone. None of the others noticed. It's just this place. Aaliyah started. Ed stops walking and looks at the half-crumbled transmutation circle. What happened here was awful and saddening, all the innocent people. Aaliyah trail off. Wait. All the innocent people? What happened here, Aaliyah? Ed snaps and looks at Aaliyah dead on. What are you two gawking at? Come on. Fu shouts. Ed gives a pained look but grabs her hand and drags her forward. Wow, we're going in pretty deep now. Ed trails off. Edward. A voice calls out. Ed and the Major look up and see the lieutenant and both smile. Back east, where I was. It's a nice place. Mustang's voice said as Ed's expression morphed into a happy expression before Armstrong was shown. None of the big city noise and lots of beautiful women. The silhouette was shown to be Maria Ross. Damn that colonel. Ed says full of happiness, as Aaliyah let go of Ed's hand and run towards to Ross. Armstrong shouted in happiness and was running toward her and she dodges, then Aaliyah hugged her and he hugged them both. There really wasn't any place to hide a dead girl, a mistress, especially one that wasn't dead, you know? Lieutenant Breda smiles. Breda smirked before the scene faded away to show a newspaper being tossed onto a desk. The scene started in faded colors before it turned to normal as Breda said, "This seems a little too showy, sir." "Is that what you think?" Mustang asked. "Yeah. They make a point of arresting in public and now they announce her guilt to the newspaper before she's even had a trial. Something's not right," Breda said. Mustang frowned as his phone rang. He picked it up and put it to his ear. "I'm here. Warrant Officer Fallman's calling on a public line for you," a female voice said. "I'll take it," Mustang said. There was a click before Fallman's voice said, "Colonel, we need to speak to you about General Hughes's murder." "Hey. Fallman, give me the phone for a second," Barry's voice said. Mustang opened his eyes. "Barry?" "Yo, Mustang. You've seen today's paper?" Barry asked. "'Cause there's an interesting article." Mustang suddenly sprung to his feet with a creepy look on his face. "Hey Bunny. You know better than to call me at work." The park was shown. "Let me call you right back. Just hang on, okay?" He hung up the phone. It was evening now and Breda was shown standing outside of a phone booth as Mustang's voice said, "Really? You sure about this?" Mustang was shown inside of the phone booth, arm leaning on the phone box as Barry said, "Oh, yeah. The lieutenant fired a bullet all right, but it was at me, not Hughes." A bubble of Barry appeared on the screen, pointing at a hole in his hand. "I still got a hole in my right hand from where it passed right through." "Well, that changes things," Mustang said. Active, dramatic music suddenly began as Mustang turned to the side, smirking. "Barry, I've got a proposition you might like." Barry was shown to be on the phone with Fallman behind him. "Oh." The murderer laughed. "Gotcha. I promise not to kill anyone," he said as he turned to look at Fallman. "How about the 2nd Street in the warehouse district?" Fallman stared at him. Mustang was shown to be scribbling something in a little book. When he was done, he ripped the page out and left the phone booth, going over to Breda. "I need you to gather everything on this list, on the double, okay?" He handed the paper to Breda. 60 pounds of pork, carbon, some ammonia. Breda looked up from the list. "What is this?" "The ingredients for a well-cooked corpse," Mustang replied. Breda gulped. "Human transmutation?" "Of course not," Mustang replied before he started to walk away with his hands shoved in his pockets. "I'm just going to whip up something that looks like a human corpse." "But, wait, what about when they do the autopsy?" Breda asked as he followed his boss. "Trust me, it will be too charred for them to ID it," Mustang replied. "That won't stop them from checking the dental records," Breda pointed out. "I've got it under control," Mustang replied. "Think you can pull it off?" Breda asked. Mustang stopped. "I'm not claiming to be an expert on human anatomy." He paused for a moment before turning around, though he looked like a silhouette because of the sun. "But I've got plenty of experience burning corpses." Breda stared at him, blinking. "Let's go." Maria was shown running down the alley before stopping with Mustang in front of her. "You're Maria Ross, correct?" he asked. He opened a dumpster near them and pulled out a fake body. Mustang threw the body to the ground in front of her. She blinked at it as Mustang said, "It's a dummy. From this point on, you're dead." The colonel raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A burst of flames spread around the scene, blinding Ross and filling the sky. When the smoke cleared, Ross was on her knees, covering her face with a burnt corpse in front of her. Maria looked at it in surprise as Mustang approached her, snap out of it. Mustang grabbed her arm and pulled it up to clip her prison bracelet off. When it was off, he pulled her over to the dumpster and threw her roughly into it. Mustang slammed the dumpster shut. Ross was shown, grimacing as she laid in the dumpster. Shoo! Maria opened her eyes to see Havoc kneeling by a hole in the wall of the dumpster and a building. The prison bracelet was shown before fire spread along it, burning it. Mustang was shown by the corpse when Ed and Aaliyah reached them. Mustang looked over at the heavily breathing Edward. He stood up and turned to the boy. Hey there, Fullmetal and Blue Flame. Havoc was putting a board over the hole in the wall when he heard Ed yell, "What happened here, Colonel? Tell me." Havoc looked up. Edward. Calm down. What? Is that Chief Fullmetal and Blue Flame? He stood up with Ross standing by him. Oh man, we didn't plan on this one. He scratched his head. Edward and Aaliyah's here? Maria asked. Yeah, Havoc said as he walked down the hall of the building. But I'm sure the colonel will come up with something. Maria followed him with her eyes before looking back at the wall with a distressed look. Come on. Havoc ordered. Right. Maria said, and the two ran down the hall. The ruins of Xerxes appeared on the screen. The group was shown to be sitting in a circle in the shade of the ruins. After Madame Ross was prematurely freed, the young lord made a deal with Barry the Chopper. Aaliyah's POV. The orders I've been given is to personally escort this woman to the east to take refuge. Fu explained. So, we all agreed to rendezvous here, in one big effort to aid the lieutenant's escape. Breda said. Armstrong crossed his arms. I see. Ed gave Breda a blank look. You've got to be joking. I can't believe the colonel was able to pull one over on us like this. He knew it'd be easier to convince you if you actually saw Lieutenant Ross. Breda said. Ed raised his hands, showing that only one had a glove on. Fine, I'll admit it, all right. He actually knew what he was doing this time. Ed said, smiling. Breda leaned forward a bit. He mentioned something else. The lieutenant smirked. He also said he didn't want to risk exposure by some hot-tempered kids, so he sent you here. Laughed the lieutenant. Hot-tempered kid. Ed shouts angrily. I try to keep myself from bursting out laughing. Is there more to the plan than just liberating Lieutenant Ross? Armstrong questions, then Ed stops. The one that's behind the conspiracy. Breda finished. No one calls me A. Ed cut off his angry tirade to look at Breda in surprise as dramatic music began. Wait, what did you say? You remember Barry from the 5th lab, right? Breda asked, still smirking. He went on one hell of a rampage. They're bound to send someone to reclaim him. The horribly disfigured body of Barry was shown to be standing on a bridge over the street. He growled. The military dorms appeared on the screen once more. So, Lieutenant Ross is innocent. Lon Fan appeared on the screen, standing on a ledge. No one's POV. Why takes Ed an ally? Winry asked as she and Ling were seen through the bedroom window. The colonel was just trying to keep them out of his hair, wasn't he? Heh, you got it. Ling replied as he got a close-up. Winry and Al fell into depressed states. Geez, I know Ed can be demanding sometimes. Winry said and then chuckled. So, I struck up a deal with Barry to help him out with the jailbreak in exchange for the secret of his immortality. Ling said. But of course. Ling trailed off and a picture of Barry appeared on the screen. The science guys that put me in this body are all dead and it's not like I know how they did it. Barry said. What? That's not fair. Ling's voice said. Barry raised a hand. You know what? You should ask that Alphonse kid. He's also just a soul glued to metal. The four teenagers reappeared on the screen with Winry and Al staring at Ling. So here I am. You're supposed to tell me your secret, Ling said. And I was promised you'd tell me, Ling said. Winry looked away with a blank look. Al looked away. Yeah, but I don't exactly see how I have anything to do with it. Aaliyah's POV. Ross appeared with wearing a disgruntled look. I've got nothing to do with this. Zilch. And yet here I am, stuck in the middle of it. And framed by homunculi. Her shoulders slumped as a drawn picture of lust was shown. 5 pictures placed in a circle appeared on the screen. They were of the Philosopher's stone transmutation circle, the Ouroboros tattoo, envy, lust, and greed. We've collected a fair amount of intelligence, Breda said as he and Fu appeared on the screen. He was looking in a little black book. And once we properly piece it together, we'll have the General's killer. I promise you this, Lieutenant. We will absolve you of this crime, Armstrong said. Lieutenant Colonel, General Hughes, it's just hard to accept that he's dead. Ed sighs sadly. Yeah, he was a good friend to us, I said with a sad expression on my face. And what shall you do now, Edward Elric? Armstrong asked. Gracia flashed onto the saying, you boys have to keep moving forward, any way you can. We committed a taboo. We still have people to help us. As Ed spoke, the rest of the group was shown to be watching him. Some people get angry at us, others support us silently. Each one of them has tried to help me keep my promise to my family. Ed, who was holding his wrist. He gripped his automail wrist tightly. So, I have no choice. His automail hand curled into a fist. I can't turn back. He raised his arm a bit, staring at it. Which means, all I can do is move forward, right? And I'll protect everyone I can along the way. I refuse to let another person become a victim, not while I'm alive. He released his automail hand to stare down at his strange hands. I know that's a hard promise to keep. It's hard enough just trying to take care of myself. Though we were looking at him. But to think I'm even capable of it, maybe I'm just arrogant. But it's the only thing I can think of, so I have to do it. I have to. Breda appeared on smirking. Fu was shown next, followed by Armstrong, and I smile at him then finally, Ross. Armstrong looked at Ross. And you, Lieutenant, where do you intend to seek an asylum? Ross smiled. Well, I think that I'm going to give Xing a shot. Ed blinked. Ed's POV. Armstrong, Breda, Ally and I were shown to be standing in front of 6 horses with Ross, Fu, and a few others getting things sorted out. Ross was petting her horse as Armstrong asked, any parting wishes? Shall I tell your parents? Ross stopped petting her horse and turned around. No, sir. As much as I want them to know that I'm okay, I'm scared it would be too much of a risk. I just don't want to put them in that danger. Very well, Armstrong said. Major Armstrong, Lieutenant Breda. Ross said as the two perked up as a soft, innocent tune entered the scene. Please deliver a message to the Colonel. I need him to know how grateful I am for what he's done. If there's any way I can help him, tell him to send for me. She saluted the two. I owe him a great debt and I am willing to put my life on the line to repay it. She finished. Right, Armstrong said. I looked down for a moment before raising a hand to salute. Before I could though, Ross stood in front of me and held her hand out to me. Goodbye, Edward, take care of yourself, she says sweetly and takes his hand and shakes it. And you, Aaliyah. Take care of them both, I hope to see you again. I looked surprised for a moment before smiling. I still owe you, for slapping me that is. Ross smiled. You can get me next time, she said with a smile. I grabbed her hand and shook it. All right, next time then. Ed said to himself, and Maria Ross gives Aaliyah a small hug and walks toward the horses. No one's POV. Central headquarters was shown with Mustang's laughter ringing out. Mustang's office was shown with soldiers sitting at their desks. How about I swing by the shop sometime tomorrow? The colonel asked as he was shown to be sitting at his desk. And if you ask me nicely, I'll bring a gift. Huh? I'm sorry, hold on, Roy. Hey Kate, we have a customer. Elizabeth said. Mustang's eyes opened. The scene changed to a dark room where a small figure was sitting with two red eyes shining behind him. Could you please let Jacqueline know? Elizabeth's voice came out through the static on the radio. Jacqueline. A low male voice said as the scene changed to a figure in black clothes sitting in another room. We have a customer. Copy that. Jacqueline said, though it could be told from his voice that it was Havoc. He pulled back his gun, getting it ready. Fallman was shown to be drinking from a mug as dogs barking sounded. Fallman looked over his shoulder at the window. Suddenly, Barry's body jumped onto the window sill. Fallman flew up from his seat, shouting in shock. When Barry's body lunged at him, Fallman had his gun out. When he started to fire, Barry slammed his hand on Fallman's gun, pointing it to the ground. His meat cleaver covered his head while Barry's body's hand slammed onto the wall. Hold on. Barry cried. Barry? Fallman asked as dangerous active music played. Try and relax, Fallman. Barry said, still blocking Barry's body's arm. We want this one alive, so. Barry ducked under his body's punch. Don't kill him. He finished as he swung his cleaver at his body, but his body just jumped back onto the sink. Barry charged at his body, wrapping his arms around him while Fallman just stared. The door across the hall opened and Havoc, still wearing his mask, came out. He pointed two guns into the room, so Fallman pointed his gun at him. Havoc kicked Fallman's gun out of his hands and pointed his own at Barry's body. The body saw the gun and threw Barry aside to jump away from him as Havoc started to fire his own gun. Barry rolled across the sink to avoid the bullets. Barry jumped off the counter as Havoc switched which gun he was using. Smells like an ashtray, Gene Havoc? Fallman asked. Havoc stopped firing as Barry's body growled at him. He turned to Fallman, angrily. Fallman. Don't you think I'm wearing this mask for a reason? Man, I can't stand working with amateurs. Fallman quickly saluted. Sorry about that. Yeah, and I'm sorry that you got dragged into this. Havoc replied as Barry's growling body was shown, followed by Barry. Just don't do anything that would give away your involvement. They could be watching us from anywhere. Barry's body charged at Barry and slammed him into a wall. Hey! Barry said as his body ripped his arm off. Havoc fired at Barry's body, causing him to jump away from Barry. Barry's body jumped around before jumping onto a wall to run away from the bullets. Take it outside. Havoc ordered. Yeah. Barry said. Havoc ran outside the door with Fallman and Barry following. But either there a good chance the enemy's waiting outside? Fallman asked. We'll be safer there. Havoc replied. The rundown neighborhood was shown before the two came out the door. Havoc and Fallman pointed their guns around, checking the area. From above them, Barry's body burst out of one of the windows. As he landed on the ground, Havoc started firing at him. Barry's body jumped onto one of the building walls. He jumped off, spinning in the air, as he came at Havoc. Suddenly, Havoc's gun stopped firing. Ah, damn it! He shouted when his gun was seen to have a jam. Barry lunged at Havoc. Lieutenant! Fallman shouted. A sniper was shown with a bullet being fired out of it. The bullet slammed into Barry's body's hand, causing the body to go flying back and slamming into a crate. As the body rolled around, moaning in pain and clutching his hand, Barry stared at it. Told you it was safer. Havoc told Fallman. We've got the Hawk's eyes watching over us out here. Fallman looked towards the tower. I heard a loud noise. Mustang's voice said as the scene in the rundown road was seen through a scope. What happened? It was nothing. Elizabeth replied. Riza was shown to be kneeling by a window, holding a sniper. A customer was getting fresh with Jacqueline. She got her gun ready for the next round. So, I slapped him around a little bit. Mustang chuckled. Oh, yeah. Fury was shown to be sitting in a dark room with Black Hay-8 with a lot of communication equipment in front of him. You don't mess around, Elizabeth. Barry's body was crouching down, grabbing his hand as Havoc approached him. All right. Don't even think of moving. I've got a few questions for you. Wait a minute. Havoc lowered his guns. I don't think he knows what I'm saying. Barry appeared on the screen. No way. I thought this guy looked familiar. Barry's body was shown before Barry took a step forward. That's my old human body. What? Havoc asked, shocked. Are you sure? Those sick bastards must have dumped the soul of some feral lab animal into my body. Barry said. And it came to find me because it wants its real soul back. Barry said before laughing and putting his cleaver on his shoulder. Talk about memories. Barry's body was shown up closer. I haven't even seen this guy since the day my soul got yanked out of him. Aaliyah's POV. Ed started walking through the ruins of Xerxes. We'll meet you back at the wagon in 15, if that's okay. Ed regards towards Armstrong. There's something I have to check out. He sighs and pulls me along back to the crumbled circle. Just what I thought, it's the same transmutation circle from the 5th lab. Damn it, why does the top have to be missing? Ed grumbled and I see someone jump at him, but he moves instantly forcing him to the ground. I don't have any money so. Ed stops and sees the man's bright red eyes. You're an Ishvalan, he gasped. More appear and begin to sneer at Ed. It was the death of single child that triggered the entire Ishvalan civil war. The man said. So, you really shouldn't doubt your significance in the eyes of history. Ed stared at him with narrowed eyes that glared. That's enough of your shameful behavior. An old-sounding female's voice said. Ed looked forward once more to see an old lady with an eye patch on one eye being helped by a young teenager. Please sir, let him go. I promise he won't hurt you anymore. Ed looks down and lets go. You stood up for me, I always heard you all hated Amestrians. Ed trails off confused. I take his hand in mine and he looks at men, stares and pulls me close. Despite the atrocities your country has committed, I've learned not all Amestrians are bad. Ed's eyes widen. We were both hurt during the war, but we were saved by 2 Amestrians' doctors. To be honest, I do hate you, but the of them saved me and you deserve the same treatment, the boy says gravely. Wait a minute, you're not talking about the rock bells, are you? Ed asks wide-eyed. They were aunt and uncle to us. I said while wondering what happened to them. They both gasp in surprise. I hear the gratitude in their voice, then the sadness as they told them how they died. How did they die? Ed asked despair. I feel Ed's hand ball into fits on my back. The teenager looked at him in horror. Sean sighed sadly. They were killed. They were both murdered in cold blood, and it was by the hand of an Ishvalan they'd saved. Ed's eyes widened in horror. But that's so. He started. There was nothing we could do to stop him. Sean said. Tell me who did it. Ed demanded. Sean appeared on the screen. His face was wrapped in bandages. But he was an Ishvalan monk and his right arm was tattooed. Ed's hand clenched tightly. If you should have the chance, can you deliver a message to the resting place of the rock bells for us? Give them our thanks and our apologies. Ed gave them a nod and led me down the stairs. I could see the sadness buried into his golden eyes and take his gloved hand. No one's POV. The scene faded to white for a second before Ed was shown to be standing on a high level of the ruins, looking at the desert. The tower Hawkeye was in was shown from the outside as Barry laughed. Ha ha ha. Barry was seen to be staring at his body with Fullmetal and Havoc standing behind him, pointing their guns at Barry's body. You know how amazing this is? I mean, how often does a guy get the chance to chop up his own body into tiny little pieces? I'm pretty sure that would kill him, and you told me not to do that. Fullmetal said. Barry looked at him. He pointed his cleaver at him. Well, this changes things, damn it. Barry's body was shown as Barry continued. I'm getting chills up and down my soul. I've got to get my knives into it. Back off, Barry. Havoc ordered. I thought you were supposed to have the urge to return to your body, not chop it up into pieces. TCH. Barry said as a fly was shown to be flying around a rotten part of the body. That body's way past its expiration date. Fullmetal was shown to be covering his nose. Oh, man, that's what stinks. Barry appeared on screen. This is just cruel. I have to do it. He raised his cleaver. It's my body, so it's up to me, and I'm putting it on the chopping block. Havoc looked at him angrily. Damn it. I said no. Riza was shown to be in her tower with her gun ready. What's wrong? Mustang asked. Just a squabble. One of the customers is mouthing off. Riza said. She blinked and looked over her shoulder. Oh no. I'm gonna have to call you right back. As active, dangerous music entered the scene, a figure walked out of the dark shadows behind her. I've got a customer of my own to deal with. Riza turned around and shot Gluttony in the shoulder. As Gluttony slammed into the ground, Riza prepared her gun for the next shot. To her surprise, the gunshot wound in Gluttony healed. She stared in horror as Gluttony rose to his feet and grinned evilly at her. Chapter 19, Death of the Undying. Riza's headset was shown to be abandoned on the ground as shots rang out throughout the scene. Elizabeth. Hey. Mustang, eyes narrowed, appeared on the screen. What's going on? Hughes' bloody hand appeared on screen before Mustang was shown again with anger in his eyes. He slammed his phone back down on the hook. Winry and Al appeared on the screen. So, this piece of info is supposed to be confidential, but whatever. Ling said as he was shown to be on the bed. Barry told me the colonel's got a plan to smoke out some military guys he's been after. The ones from the 5th something or rather. Ling finished. Al got a close-up as he said. The 5th laboratory. Winry was shown. Al stood up. I've got to find them. As Winry stood up too, Al continued, this could lead us straight to the person who killed Lieutenant Hughes. Ling gasped. Hey. He threw a hand out towards Al, not so fast. Tell me your secret first. Al looked at him. I'll tell you when I get back, okay? Ling laughed painfully. Oh, come on, that's so unfair. He cried. Al looked at Winry. We'll be back soon. Winry looked at him with worry. Okay. Just be careful. Al nodded. I will. I promise. Death of the Undying. Active, dangerous music entered the scene as a ground with blood covering it was shown. More blood dripped onto the ground. Riza was shown to be held up by the neck by Gluttony, holding a gun in his face. She tried to fire, but the gun was empty. Gluttony's face was shown to be full of bullet holes, blood pouring all over his evil grinning face. Are you all done now? He asked. Riza's arm fell to her side, gun clanging to the ground. Then it's time to eat you. Gluttony said. Gluttony's mouth peeled open, revealing his tattoo on his tongue to Riza. One of Riza's eyes was shown to be staring at the tattoo. Her eye widened for a moment before she squeezed it shut. Loud barking filled the scene as a running dog was shown. It distracted Gluttony for a moment, and Black Hay 8 took that moment to bite down on his shoulder hard enough to draw blood. He pulled at the skin with his teeth and paws, angering Gluttony, who twisted around and tried to throw the dog off of him. Gluttony threw Riza away from him. Because of his throw, She turned upside down in the air and slammed into a wall. Riza fell to the ground as Gluttony reached around to grab Black Hay-8. "Stop it," he said as Riza pushed herself up to her knees. "That tickles." Fury appeared on the screen. "Catch!" he shouted as he threw a gun. Riza caught it and spun it in her hand until she was holding it properly. With Fury by her side, they started firing round after round into Gluttony. From the force of the blasts, he stumbled backwards. His big body stopped in front of a window. The only reason he didn't fall out was because his big body hit the walls around the window, keeping him inside the tower. Riza pulled her trigger a few times, but nothing came out. Fury gritted his teeth as a hole in Gluttony was zoomed in on to show the injury was healing. One of Gluttony's white eyes was zoomed in. He looked angry as he took a step forward. "Bullets gone." "Goody, goody." Fury and Riza appeared on the screen, both staring at the monster with gritted teeth and glares. "I get to have dinner and dessert," Gluttony said. A spark of fire flew between the two soldiers. As the snapping sound echoed, the spark slammed into Gluttony, lighting up into a giant flame that pushed Gluttony out of the tower. The wall exploded from the tower while the flames soared through the air. Gluttony's body flew through the air with him screaming in pain. He slammed onto a roof of a nearby building. Mustang's glove, still sparking with alchemical energy, was shown, followed by his frowning face. "I barely made it," he said. It was shown he was leaning against the wall of the entrance. Riza looked at him while Fury kept his eyes on the wall. Fury sighed in relief and lowered his gun as Mustang stood up straight. "Colonel," Riza said. "Why the hell did you leave your post?" Riza yelled angrily. Mustang's sweat dropped. Fury was shown to be staring at them with Black Hay-8 at his feet. "No matter what happened to us, you could have still kept your involvement a secret. That was the whole idea, right?" Riza screamed. Mustang stared at her with an uninterested look. "But you just come waltzing in, plain as day." Riza continued to scream as Mustang's look changed to a bit of a guilty one. "Are you a complete idiot?" Fury was shown to be kneeling at the hole in the wall that Mustang made with his superiors still by the entrance behind him. He looked over his shoulder at them with a fond smile. "Yeah, fine, fine," Mustang said as he cleaned out his ear while Fury chuckled a bit before turning back to the hole. "That's it. I'm an idiot. Happy?" Gluttony's burnt-up arm was seen to be sticking out of the rubble on the roof. "Who the heck was that fat guy?" Fury asked. Fury moved his eyes to the street and adopted a surprised look. Barry's body was shown to be on the run with Barry giving chase. "Colonel, the target's on the move, sir," he shouted. Mustang appeared on the screen with dramatic music playing as he pointed at Fury. "Strike the camp, Sergeant. Don't leave a single trace." Riza appeared next, pointing at her dog. "And you stay right by the sergeant's side, Hay-8." Fury saluted and said, "Sir," as Black Hay-8 barked in reply. A set of stairs was shown with footsteps sounding. "Colonel," Riza said. "What is it?" Mustang asked. "Thanks for saving us back there," Riza said. "Tell me later," Mustang replied. "Let's just stay focused on the mission for now." Riza was zoomed in on. "Sir," she replied. Her eyes moved to look at Mustang's back fondly. Havoc was seen running down the road as a car skidded to a stop in front of him. Mustang poked his head out the window. "Quick, get in," he ordered. "Yes, sir," Havoc said. He ran over to the car and grabbed the door handle when metal legs clanging against the ground were shown. Mustang gasped and stared at Al and Lissa. "Are you trying to go after Mr. Hughes's murderer?" Al asked. "We were wondering if we can come," Lissa asked. Havoc looked at Mustang. Mustang stared at Al for a few moments before saying, "You in?" "Yeah," Al said. Barry's body landed on a roof before jumping to the next one. Barry was shown running down the street as the car pulled around a corner and followed him. Mustang pulled up next to Barry and said, "Don't let him get away. He ain't going nowhere," Barry said as his body was shown to be running across a rooftop. He chuckled darkly. "My soul won't be able to rest, not until I eviscerate that meat bag." Riza, who was sitting next to Mustang, put bullets in her gun. "So do you think we can expect another appearance from that blubber beast back there?" she asked. "I doubt it. I scorched him off the ledge," Mustang said. Riza's gun was shown. "Yeah, and I shot him in the head, but he really didn't seem to mind." "Huh? He didn't have an Ouroboros tattoo, did he?" Al asked. Riza looked into the back of the car at him. "Tattoo? Well." Gluttony's open mouth was shown with his tattoo on his tongue. "Actually, yeah. On his tongue." Al appeared on the screen. "In that case, you were probably dealing with a homunculus." Riza flashed on the screen with a ding. Another ding sounded as Mustang was shown next. Both had their heads slightly turned to stare at Al out of the corner of their eyes. Because of his distraction, Mustang swerved and almost hit Barry, who moved in time but screamed. Inside the car, Mustang was frowning while Al, Havoc, and Riza had shocked and scared looks. "Watch it, Mustang!" Barry yelled. Mustang slammed a fist on the steering wheel. "Hold on a damn second. What are you saying, Al? That's just not possible." "Yeah, that's what I thought," Al said as he was shown to be sitting in the back with Havoc. "Until I got kidnapped by a homunculus." He called himself Greed. Greed flashed onto the screen. "One thing he told me is that nothing is impossible." Mustang reappeared on the screen. His eyes narrowed. The outside of the car was shown with Barry still running alongside it. "I know for a fact that they have amazing healing powers." Al was shown once more. "We watched Greed get the top half of his head knocked off, but he was perfectly fine a minute later." "They're real all right, but I understand if you don't believe me." Riza put her gun in her holster. "After what I just saw, I have to believe you." "Hold on," Mustang said. "I rendered Fat Boy down to a bubbling puddle back there. Are you telling me he's still alive?" The destroyed roof was shown with Gluttony healing his scorched body as he climbed to his feet. "Probably," Al said. "TCH, wonderful," Mustang replied sarcastically as Gluttony rose to his feet completely. "Just a never-ending parade of freaks lately, huh?" "That's freaking sounding," Lissa said, uncomfortable. Gluttony grabbed his head and cracked his neck. The car drove down a street and pulled to a stop a little bit away from the entrance of the lab. Riza looked around the corner of the gate first. Mustang looked next with Havoc looking over him. Barry leaned in next to him, followed by Al. The lab was shown with crickets chirping in the background. "My body ran in there," Barry said. "Seems it thinks it can hide from me." The group was shown to be standing in a line, leaning around the wall to examine the building. "The third laboratory, huh?" Mustang asked, standing back up straight. "So this ties them directly to the military." He turned to his team who was watching him. "That's all we need for now. We're pulling back." Barry ran around Mustang and Havoc. "Well, you have fun with that," he called as he ran through the gate. "Get back here," Havoc yelled. He leaned against the gate wall, looking around the edge of it. "That psycho stormed the building." Mustang crossed his arms. "Yep, it's our lucky day." Havoc blinked blankly as dramatic music began. "Huh?" Barry was shown to be running down a hall, causing the scientists around to scream in fear. He pushed them all to the ground to get them out of his way as he rounded a corner. "Out of my way," Barry yelled. "I don't want any of your boring old skin and bones. I've got me a special reunion to get to." Mustang, his team, and Al walked down the hall. The scientists gaped out the group while Al's sweat dropped as Mustang pointed his gun to the ceiling as he walked. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Mustang ordered. A soldier approached Mustang, saluting him. Colonel? Stay back. The man who broke in is a deranged murderer. Mustang said. Havoc and Riza rounded the corner in front of the stairs, pointing their guns down at as Al rounded the corner as well. My men will handle his capture. Order your guards to seal off the exits. The soldier quickly saluted. Yes, sir. He turned around and ran away. The soldiers and Al walked down the stairs. They pushed the gates open at the bottom of them and stopped to look around. How the hell are we supposed to find him? Havoc asked. Mustang looked at Riza. We're gonna have to split up. Yes, sir. Hawkeye replied as dramatic, suspenseful music began. Two shadowy figures walked down the hall in darkness. The scene zoomed in on them to show Havoc removing his mask. He was shown to be walking with Mustang from inside one of the rooms. It doesn't look like anybody's used this lab in a while. Mustang said as it was shown they were standing in a room now. I guess not. Havoc replied. What is this stuff? Mustang looked at the tools on the table next to him. I have no idea. But whatever they did here, it was painful for someone. Lust's pointy smile was shown. Well now, I am just shocked. Lust said. Mustang raised his gun. Havoc was shown to have his shotgun ready as Lust stepped out of the shadows. It's bad enough that you stood me up on our date. Lust said as Havoc was shown. And now you point a gun at me? Havoc's eyes widened in shock. Lust was shown. You've got some nerve, don't you? Havoc lowered his gun. Solaris? What's going on? Havoc asked. Hey, Havoc. Mustang said before Lust's tattoo was shown. Your girl's got the tattoo. Yeah, first I've seen of it, sir. Havoc said. Lust's chest bounced a bit. Quit staring. It's not very polite. She said. Well, I can see how she tricked you so easily. You've always been a sucker for big boobs. Mustang said. Havoc twitched before a light was suddenly over him and he had tears running down his face. I can't help it, sir. I love them. Mustang stared blankly at Havoc for a moment before asking, Did you tell this woman anything? Lust was shown to be smirking. No, I never said a single thing about work, sir. Havoc said, now serious. Mustang was shown. Tell me, do you know who Maze Hughes is? Oh, yes, he was quite the intelligent man, wouldn't you agree? Lust asked. Her eye was shown. I only wish I had the opportunity to pick his brain. There was a gunshot and Lust's eye widened as she lurched forward a bit. She fell forward a bit before Mustang was shown. On your knees. I want to know everything. Mustang said angrily. Lust's leg was shown. She moved her hand away from her knee to show it healing from the gunshot. Sorry to say. She stood up straight as Havoc stared in shock. But it's gonna take more than you're capable of to make me get on my. Mustang started to shoot multiple times at her. She stumbled back with each bullet hitting her. Her Ouroboros tattoo was shown close up with a bullet hole right underneath it. With one more shot, Lust skidded to a stop. Lust's body lit up with red alchemical light as she started to chuckle. How merciless. Lust raised her head to show a bullet hole in the center of her forehead healing. Did you pick that up in Ishval, huh? She licked the top of her lip where blood from the bullet wound had trailed to. You're a homunculus. Havoc said. Indeed, how very astute of you, Jean. Lust replied. She waved her hand to the side as her fingers extended into spears. Mustang and Jean were shown on the screen as a tearing sound echoed around the screen. But I doubt you've seen this one. Lust was shown with her chest pulled open by her own hands to show a philosopher's stone. Take a good look, boys. Lust said as the stone was shown close up. It's a philosopher's stone. Mustang, who was gritting his teeth, was shown. His eyes widened. Lust was seen as her chest healed. I was created with this stone at my core, it's not just a legend. It's my heart. Mustang raised his gun a bit more. You're a monster. That was uncalled for. Lust said as mysterious music began. She looked away. I do have feelings. Apart from a few things, I was made nearly identical to you. She turned her head back to them, looking at them with a single eye. I am human. Havoc stared at her with strained eyes and a frown. I've got a funny feeling the only reason you're telling us this is 'cause you don't plan on letting us live. Mustang said. Yes, Lust said as she raised her spears. It's such a shame. There was a slicing sound that went through the air before Mustang was shown with blood flying in front of his face, though he didn't see it since his eyes were clenched shut. Mustang stepped back as he dropped his broken gun. He quickly slipped on his glove and raised it to snap. Lust swung her claws up. Too slow, she said as the pipe above them was shown with 3 slashes in it before it broke and water rained over the 2 soldiers. The pipes fell to the ground with a clang. Oh, no, did I get your ignition glove all wet? Lust asked. The 2 soldiers turned around and ran to the door of the room, screaming. Silly me. Lust sliced her claws through the air multiple times, destroying things around the room as she followed the soldiers. Mustang and Havoc slid through the water out the door and each took a seat on either side of the doorway as glass and other tools flew out the door. What are we going to do? Havoc asked. She'll shred us with her freaky fingers. No, she made a big mistake. Mustang said, looking at Havoc. She flooded the room with water. Mustang raised his gloved hand. Lust was shown to be in the room, raising her clawed hand. A simple transmutation and we got hydrogen gas. Havoc flipped his lighter open while Mustang put his hand on the water. Blue alchemical light surrounded his hand before it was shown to be traveling along the water to where Lust was. Havoc stood up and leaned into the room, tossing his lit lighter into it before leaning back out it. Lust looked back around to see the lighter in the air. An explosion resounded throughout the room. Riza and Al were shown to be running down the hall when the shakes from the explosion reached them. Al gasped as he and Riza looked back from where they came. Riza looked back for a moment before she closed her eyes. After a moment, she started down the hall again. Havoc picked up his burnt, dripping wet lighter with a sigh. He groaned. Crap. He clicked it a few times, but got nothing. Mustang was shown to be standing on the other side of the room, looking at a doorway. This was a gift from one of my ex-girlfriends. Havoc clicked his lighter a few more times. He slouched his shoulders. Man. He turned to his boss. Hey Colonel. Mustang looked at him. Do you mind giving me a light here? While Mustang scowled, Havoc turned away with a smirk. Oh, right, you're all wet. Mustang fell into a dejected state. Yeah, well, those things will kill you, you know that? Mustang yelled angrily. Havoc stepped on a piece of wood, snapping it into 2 as he and Mustang looked around. She's dust. Mustang said. He put a hand to his mouth. I definitely cremated her. How do you know for sure, sir? Havoc asked. The stench. Mustang answered. I'm pretty familiar with that stink by now. Havoc turned to his boss, resting his gun on his shoulder. You mean from that time you spent in Ishval? For all we know, she can still regenerate. Mustang said, looking around. So, stay alert. Mustang said. Yes, sir. Havoc said. Just as he said this, 2 sharp claws shot out of the rubble and pierced Havoc from the back. A look of shock and pain spread across Havoc's face as his cigarette fell from his open mouth. Dramatic, action music began as the spears were shown to be going through the center of Havoc's back and all the way through. The spears were pulled out and Havoc started to fall as Mustang was shown. Havoc! He yelled. A shocked Havoc was shown as he fell to the hard ground. As he hit the ground, Lust was shown to be standing up, body rapidly healing as she did. Mustang was kneeling by Havoc's head with a hand on the man's back. Havoc. Hang in there. Lust walked forward. Don't kid yourself. He's a dead man, she said as she raised her sharp nails. No, he's not, Mustang said. He raised Havoc's shotgun and pointed it at her. He shot her once in the face, and as she was falling over, he threw the gun to the ground and stood up before running over to her. Lust hit the ground. She lifted her head and said, "Give up. There's nothing you can do that will kill me." The scene pulled out to show Mustang straddling Lust while Havoc stayed lying face down in a pool of blood behind him. Mustang ripped the stone out as slow, dramatic music began to play in the background. Lust screamed in pain as red alchemical light surrounded her chest. From a close-up, Lust's face was showing extreme pain until her face went blank as red light started to spread across her body and she turned into dust. "I needed to save Havoc," Mustang said as he turned around and began to walk to his fallen friend. Lust's hand was shown to be disintegrated completely before dust surrounded the area. Mustang kneeled next to Havoc. "I don't know that much about medical alchemy, but this should amplify my abilities." The stone in Mustang's hand was shown. Red vines and clots of faded red blobs started to come out of the stone. Shocked, Mustang looks at the stone to see Lust's body already almost completely created once more and her body forming around his hand. "It seems like you should buy a girl dinner first before you stick your hand in her chest," Lust said as her face was shown to be half fully created. The other half was still bone while one of her eyes was glowing red. Mustang screamed in surprise and tried to move away. Before he could get anywhere though, 2 spears slammed through his side, coating themselves in his blood. The soldiers guarding the outside of the lab were shown. They looked surprised as a car pulled to a stop in front of it. The soldier in command moved closer to the car, stopping in surprise when he saw who stepped out of it. He saluted. Your Excellency." Bradley appeared on screen. "What's the current status?" Bradley asked. He started to walk towards the gates which were now open for him. "The criminal responsible for the prison break has stormed the premise, but Colonel Mustang and his men are in pursuit," the soldier informed Bradley. Bradley came to a halt. "Well then, I'll give him some backup," he said before he started walking again. "Very good. We're right behind you, sir," the soldier said. "No." Bradley pulled his sword out of its sheath. He held it in front of his face. The blade looked like it was glowing red, which shadowed his face. "I prefer to handle it on my own." Lust and Mustang reappeared on the screen. Lust was staring at Mustang with a neutral look, while Mustang gasped in pain as Lust's spears drove themselves deeper into him. Blood trailed down his chin. Lust's nails were shown to be in Mustang's side as blood started to spread all around his jacket. "I told you, the Philosopher's stone's my core." She ripped her nails out of him. Without that support, Mustang started to fall to the ground, but she caught him by the wrist. Her spears retracted and she used her fingers to pull Mustang's glove off a bit before moving her hand to his next finger and pulling his glove off completely. "I really hate to do this." Mustang looked up at Lust with one eye. "You were a prime candidate for sacrifice and all. But you forced me to kill you. Damn you," Mustang said painfully. He rolled onto his back. There was a tearing sound and Mustang's glove floated to the ground in pieces. Lust appeared on screen, staring coldly down at Mustang. "Save your breath, I want you to watch poor Jean bleed to death, then you can die." She turned and began to walk out of the room. Mustang turned his head slightly towards Havoc. "Jean, hey. Answer me." "Havoc. You can't die, not yet. Not before I do." Lust was shown to be disappearing into the darkness of the hallway. "Havoc." A giant door with 8 smaller circles with strange designs and writing on them appeared inside a bigger circle. Al and Riza were shown to be standing in front of it. Barry was standing next to the door with his body lying on the ground with blood pouring around it. Barry looked at the two. Riza covered her mouth and nose. Sorry, but you got here too late. He looked back at his body. Look at this mess. My body is damn near entirely decayed. I guess a body just can't hold up with someone else's soul being shoved inside of it. The scene zoomed in on Al, who gasped. If a soul is incompatible with another person's body, wouldn't it be the same for a soul bonded to a suit of armor? Al thought. His blood seal appeared faded over him in. If that's right, there's no guarantee I'll be able to stay in this form long enough to get our old bodies back. His blood seal in the armor was shown. Brother. Lust appeared on the screen. Barry chuckled and turned his head a bit. I was wondering when you were gonna show up, Lusty. Lust stood at the entrance to the room. Number 66, care to explain why you're helping the Colonel? Barry raised his cleaver into the air as he spun around. He rested it on his shoulder as he faced Lust with Al and Riza by his side. I thought it'd be fun to switch things up, besides. He pointed his cleaver at her. I've wanted to chop you up since I met you. You're such a handful, 66, and I'm sad to see you here, armor boy, you just had to tag along. Lust said. She appeared on the screen, looking down with her eyes shut. Talk about a setback. It's bad enough to lose one, but now you're forcing me to kill a second candidate. She said angrily. Al and Riza were shown. Candidate? A second one? The former asked. Lust smirked. Yeah, you and Mr. Gallantry. Barry appeared on screen. That's enough of the casual chit-chat, Lust. He ran at Lust. He jumped into the air. All I want to hear from you is screaming. He spun in the air, getting closer to her and raising his cleaver. All Lust did was slice her spears through Barry. Barry's mask was shown with a cut in it before his whole suit of armor fell to pieces and flew over Lust to land on the ground behind her. Barry's red eye was shown before it faded away into darkness. Lust watched a part of Barry's head bounce on the ground before looking away with closed eyes. I do hate overconfident men. She looked at Al and Riza. Now then. Where were we? I think I was about to send the lieutenant to join her superior. Riza looked surprised. Lust walked farther into the room. Riza's eyes widened. Her hands started to shake, which caused the gun she was holding to tremble. Wait a minute, so when you said you'd already had to kill someone? Lust was shown to be smirking as she continued to walk closer. It can't be, you didn't. Lust grinned cruelly. Riza's eye widened even more in horror as slow, sad music began to play. You bitch! She screamed as she fired her gun. She started to shoot her gun repeatedly at her. Wah! Multiple bullet holes started to fill up Lust's body as she stumbled back. Riza threw her gun down and pulled out her next gun and fired it without pause. Riza was shown with wide eyes filled with fear and sweat pouring down her face as she continued to unload her gun into Lust. Lust's chest was shown. Another bullet hit her by her tattoo. Riza clicked her gun a few more times, but when no more bullets came out, she threw her gun to the side and grabbed her last gun. Riza shot her gun, hitting Lust in the shoulder. She fired again. This time her bullet hit Lust in the face. The lieutenant's angry eyes were shown as she continued to fire. Al looked at Riza as she fired non-stop and screamed out her misery. When she ran out of bullets, Riza continued to click her gun desperately while Lust stood up straight as her body healed. Are you done? She asked while Riza stared in horror and anger. Breathing heavily, Riza looked down. She bowed her head and lowered her gun as tears filled up in her eyes. As she looked back up at Lust, the tears slipped from her eyes, trailing slowly down her face. Lust was shown scratching the back of her head. When Riza fell to her knees, Lust brought her hand forward, revealing her spears. Such a sad and weak creature, another typical human. Lust said as the bullet hole on her forehead healed. Al moved in front of Riza and Al faced Lust. Stand up, Lieutenant, you need to get out of here. Do you want me to kill you first? Lust asked as Al brought his hands up and clapped. A rod started to lift out of the ground, surprising Lust. Al picked it up, revealing his weapon of choice to be a lance. Oh, my, it appears you've opened the portal. Lust sliced his lance apart and jumped forward as Al gasped and put his hands up. Her spears extended to go through his helmet and body. Such a shame, you are a perfect candidate, she said as the fingers on her other hand extended into spears. Lust pulled Al's body to the side with the spears in him and shot the spears on her other hand at Riza. Al's hand shot to the side just in time to block the spears. The spears slammed into Al's arm. Listen, Alphonse, leave me and save yourself, Riza said. No, Al said. Riza, tear-stained, bowed face was shown. Run, she ordered. Al was shown with the spears still inside of him. I won't, he exclaimed. Riza's face was shown once more. She clenched her eyes shut. Go, she yelled. I won't leave you, Al shouted. Lust was shown watching coldly before the screen lit up. When the light died, Nina was shown to be peeking out from a bookcase. I'm sick of watching people die. Hughes was shown to be hugging Alicia. Al was shown to be in the sewers with Bradley when he killed Martel inside of Al, and I can't just sit back and take it anymore. Riza was shown with tears still pouring down her face, gasping at Al's words. I won't let anyone else get killed. Not when I can protect them. There was a clanging sound as Lust's spears tore out of Al's armor. Pieces of Al's armor slammed into the ground behind Riza. Al was shown were horrible slice marks in his right shoulder and left arm from Lust's spears, but his eyes still glared in determination at her. A hand flashing with blue alchemical light was shown. Well spoken, a familiar gruff voice said. Al gasped. Lust turned around in surprise. I couldn't agree more, Mustang said. Riza gasped as her eye was zoomed in on, showing the clear tears filling it up. Without wasting a moment, Al clapped his hands and brought up a wall to shield Riza and him as dramatic, action-packed music began. Lust looked over at the wall so she was unprepared for the burning flames that suddenly overtook her. On the other side of the wall, Al had Riza pulled into his chest and had his back to the wall to protect her body as the flames poured all around the wall. As the fire died down, smoke passed over the screen before a badly burnt Lust was shown to be kneeling on the ground, gasping in pain. Looks like I could get you on your knees after all, Mustang said. Lust turned her head to see Mustang. He was standing at the room entrance with his military jacket open so his side could be shown that it was all burnt. Mustang's hand was shown to have a transmutation array carved into his hand and he was holding a lighter. Blue alchemical light sparked around his hand. The scene zoomed in on the array carved into Mustang's hand as Lust thought, he's using the flint for ignition and he carved a transmutation circle into his hand. The array on Mustang's hand glowed blue. Lust was shown for a second before another burst of flames overtook her body. You should have bled to death by now, Lust shouted. Mustang's burnt side was shown. I seared the wound close. His face was shown. I came close to passing out from the pain. Al was shown with Riza wrapped in his arms for a second before flames wrapped around the wall and Lust was shown to be kneeling on the ground, body being scorched horribly by the fire. She screamed in pain as her skin melted away. As the flames burst into non-existence, Mustang said, You told me I couldn't kill you, but I'd like to try and prove you wrong. Another burst of flames came from Mustang and attacked Lust. Mustang's face was shown and there was an angry glint in his eyes as he looked down at his prey. So let's see, how many times is it gonna take? Lust's body slammed into the wall that Al made. Her body was all red and her bone was showing in some places because her skin was all melted away. She got to rest for barely a second before flames were burning at her body once more and she was screaming in pain. Riza was shown, struggling to get past Al, who refused to let her go. Colonel. No. Lust's chest was shown to be ripped open as her stone could be seen. She continued to scream in pain as the fire wrapped all around her. A coldly glaring Mustang was shown. He ignited the lighter once more, causing Lust to scream out as another burst of flame attacked her. Mustang's dark eye was shown with sparks of flame flashing in front of it. As the fire died down, Lust was shown to be standing, slouched over, looking all burnt on her back while her clothes were all burnt and her white bone could be seen in places. Once again, she burst into flames and screamed out in pain. The fire was zoomed in upon and Lust was shown to be a shadow figure, struggling in the fire. An angry Lust burst out of the fire and at Mustang. Her spears came flying forward at Mustang, who watched them without flinching. The screen moved closer to Mustang's face, and when it was right upon him, he ignited the lighter and created another burst of flames that covered his face. The scene pulled out to show Lust covered in flames with one of her spears stopping centimeters from Mustang's face, also covered in flames. The flames exploded into dust. Mustang stared down at Lust, whose spear was still in front of his face. A smoking Lust was shown, staring coldly up at Mustang. Her spear was shown before it started to disintegrate into dust and blow away in the air. "You killed me," her weak voice said. The scene moved along to her arm to show it turning into dust as well. "I hate losing, but there are worse ways to die than at the hands of a man like you. I love how cold and focused your eyes are." Her head was shown to be turning to dust. "I look forward." Her bone turned to dust next and blew away into the air, leaving her voice to echo quietly. "To the day when those eyes will be wide with agony." Her stone appeared in the air. It dropped to the ground with a musical clanging sound. "It's coming, it's coming." The stone disintegrated and disappeared completely. Mustang stared for a moment before one of his eyes clenched shut in pain. His body wobbled for a moment before the lighter fell from his hand and he collapsed to the ground. Riza, who was looking around the wall, saw this and quickly got up and ran over to him. "Colonel!" Riza yelled as Mustang rolled onto his back. Al ran out from behind the wall to kneel beside Riza. "Are you all right?" Mustang asked. "Forget about me. We need to get you some help," Riza said. Mustang ignored her to look at Al. "Thanks, Alphonse. Thank you for looking after my subordinate." "Yeah, sure. We need to call you a doctor," Riza said. The scene pulled out to show the four from the entrance of the room. "Oh, yeah. Hurry. Call a doctor for Havoc," Mustang said. Bradley was shown to be standing in the shadows outside the room. He looked away from the scene as Mustang said, "Please." He put his sword back in its sheath and walked away. The scene faded out to darkness. When it lit up again, Winry was shown to be sitting on the stairs outside of the military dorms. "They're all right, they're all right." Al's feet were shown to be clanging on the ground, and stomping causing Winry to look up as soft music began to play. Winry got off the stairs and stood in front of Al. Al's armor was shown to be covered in dirt and scratches. When his head was shown, the bottom half of his helmet was seen to be missing. Hey. I'm home now." Winry looked at him with glassy eyes. She closed her eyes and gulped down her fear. "Moron!" she shouted. "Welcome back." Al put a hand to the back of his head. "Okay. Thanks." Winry was shown as Al continued. I. Tears started to fill Winry's eyes. Winry laughed with tears pricking at her eyes still. Al started to laugh with her, still scratching his head. Suddenly Al's arm fell to the ground. Winry and Al screamed. The city was shown from the sky as Winry screamed, "That shouldn't happen. It won't stay." Al shouted. I can't put it back on." The strange door was shown again. The scene moved down to Barry's destroyed armor. "Holy moly," Barry said. "That was way too damn close." A piece of metal with a blood seal on it was shown. It wiggled as Barry talked. I hope someone can fix me. I'd rather not live my life as sheet metal. A shadowed form stood over the metal. Blood dripped to the ground as the shadow form growled. It was shown to be Barry's body. Ah. What the? How the hell are you still alive? Barry's body picked up on the sheet metal. Hey, oh, no. Put me down right now. Barry's body moved his hand to the array as tears spilled down his face. I've got a second chance to terrorize the city. Barry's body pulled his hands across the blood seal. You're gonna ruin everything. His hands scratched against the blood seal again, smudging it. No. Don't do it. Wait. No. Stop. Please. Blue alchemical light surrounded the array. Barry's body groaned before falling to the ground. The scene faded into darkness once more. When the screen lit up once more, it was at Resemble Station where Ed and Aaliyah was talking to Breda and Armstrong. Ed and Aaliyah turned to leave, waving to the two as he did. Breda and Armstrong both saluted as they left. Breda and Armstrong were shown close up with the latter sparkling. Birds started to chirp as Ed and Aaliyah walked down the dirt path. He stopped and she stared. What's wrong? As they noticed someone standing in the cemetery they was passing. The man was seen from behind, but he had gold hair pulled back in a ponytail. The wind started to blow as Ed and Aaliyah was shown to be staring in shock at the man's back. A flashback was shown of Ed, Aaliyah, and Al leaning around a door to look at their father's back as he worked. Ed reappeared on the screen. It can't be. A picture of the family was shown on the bulletin board with Hohenheim's face covered before Ed was back on the screen. Is it? Hohenheim was shown walking out of his house with his kids and wife watching. As he opened the door, a bright white light overtook the scene and it was back to present time. Hohenheim turned around to look at his son. Ed's eyes widened. Hohenheim. Chapter 20, Father Before the Grave. There you are, Edward Elric and Aaliyah Martin. Shout from the Major. It's time to be heading back to Resemble. Yeah. We're coming already. Ed huffs and climbs into the wagon. Up you go, Aaliyah. Armstrong smiles and lifts me into the wagon. Thank you, Major. I smiled sitting next to Ed. What happens now, Aaliyah? Ed mutters resting his head on mine. We'll see you both very soon I hope. Lieutenant smirks as he waves. Take care of yourself. Armstrong booms and waves along. Bye. Ed and I both shout at the same time as we walk away. I hope you don't mind coming with me to my mother's grave, Ed says quietly. I shake my head and smile. I wouldn't have it any other way. Which flowers should I bring her? Ed mutters more to himself as we look at flower cart. How about these? I smile as I pick up the bouquet of lilies. Ed smiles and nods. As we approach the cemetery Ed freezes, his grip around my hand tightens. No, it can't be, can it? Ed mutter wide-eyed. I look at the taller blonde man and watch him turn. Hohenheim. Ed gasped breathlessly. Hello Edward, it seems you've grown some. Hohenheim looks from Edward then to me in curiosity, but I'm more focused on the buried hatred in Ed's eyes. I spoke to Marcoh. She told me you two tried human transmutation. What makes you think you can just show up like this? Ed snarls as he looks away. There's nothing here for you anymore, he snaps at him. Hohenheim looks up to charcoaled remains of his home on the hill. I can see that. He says coolly. Tell me Edward, what possessed you to burn down my home? Hohenheim looks down at Ed giving him a blank stare. Ed looks down at his toes. After what happened, we promised we'd never go back. It was symbol of our resolve. Ed begins before he is cut off. No you didn't, you did it to hide the memory. Hohenheim bores his eyes into Ed's. Ed just looks up wide-eyed. Just like a child who hides the sheets after he wets the bed, you ran away and you know it. He says in cold severity. I grab Ed's hand. Come on Ed. Let's go. I gently tug him back. he just keeps trying to burn a hole through Hohenheim's head. You make me sick, Ed says icily. To my stomach. He spits and turns, taking me with him. Father before the grave. I hate that asshole. How dare he come back here and act like he is better than me? That bastard thinks he has the right to judge me. Ed shouts to air. I give a half smile. It's okay, Ed, he cares for you more than you know, but even in the end you will not let him help you. I sigh. He stops walking and stares at me. What could he ever offer to help me? He snarls at the thought. Sometime I wish he wasn't so stubborn. The same thing I can. I whisper and start walking again. Which is another thing, how could you be anything like that bastard? Ed huffs. I roll my eyes and jump onto him back. It catches him by surprise and he laughs. Hurry up, Ed, I want to meet Granny. I giggle. He lifts me up higher and starts to run. Granny? I'm home. Ed smiles as he walks through the Rockbell's kitchen. Hello, Edward and Aaliyah. Pinako smiles as she comes out of the shop. But you're just in time for dinner. She mutters. Would you mind giving me a hand? She turns to look at me. Sure. I smile and stand. I can feel Ed's eyes watch me as I move around the room. I can feel a blush rise onto my face. Ed's POV. It's nice to just watch her silently. She moves very gracefully. But one thing still bothers me. What did she mean she has the same thing to offer me as my damn father? What makes them similar in any way? Damn it. I wish I knew. Aaliyah walks over to me and sets a glass of milk in front of me. There is no way I'm drinking that. I stick my tongue out in disgust. She laughs at me and it makes my heart flutter a bit. Please, Ed, by the time we're finished eating it should be done. She sticks her tongue back at me. Girls. Aaliyah's POV. Ed, drink your milk. I smirk, nudging the glass closer to him. If you think I'm drinking that, you're crazy. Ed shouts across the table. Pinako chuckles to herself as she does the dishes. Just drink it so I can go to bed. I huff as I hand him the glass. Ed looks at the glass, then to Granny. Just drink the milk, you don't want to be short forever. Pinako sneers at him. Ed fires up instantly. Who are you calling short? Ed shouts and I burst with laughter. Please, Ed, I'm exhausted. He sighs with defeat. Fine. He looks at the glass and scrunches his up with disgust. He grabs the glass and downs it in one gulp. I can't tell if he's either going throw up or not. There. He shivers. That was nasty, let's just go to bed already. Ed mutters under his breath and walks into the spare bedroom. I poke my head into the door and see Ed has already stripped himself of his usual clothes into more comfortable clothes. Granny brought down some of Winry's pajamas for you. Ed yawned, tilting his head towards the chair in the corner. Ed stares at me as I pick up the clothes. Where should I go to put these on? Hey, Ed, can you turn around for me? I asked him. Sure. Ed said as he turned around so I can change. I throw my shirt and bra to the ground facing away from him. I quickly pull the purple tank top over my head and yank the gray sweats up. I crawl into the bed. Someday we will have our first time. A yawn slips out. And beside, you're the one who I want to do it with. I shake my head at the memory. I feel the bed sink as Ed climbs onto the bed with me. Yeah, chuckles Aaliyah. Ed laughs and pulls me close. Yeah. I reply. You're the only one for me, okay, he scoffs. Ah, Ed, you so sweet. I said as I let my hand linger, feeling where the skin meets his automail. Ed mutters and wraps his arms fully around me. Sweet dreams, ally. He whispers. Sweet dreams, Ed. I smile into the darkness. I hear Ed's breathing deepen as he drifts into sleep. I'm almost asleep as the door creaks open. I see the sliver of light against the wall and close my eyes instantly. I hear Hohenheim's footsteps creak the floorboards as he gets closer. I open my eyes just a crack as he leans down to touch Edward but stops. He looks pained at his hand, then to Ed. I can feel his remorse and his fear to touch his own child. He gets up slowly and shuts the door behind him. That was him, wasn't it? Ed's eyes have flown open, his teeth clenched together. Yes. I whisper into the darkness. He flips the blankets off him, then wraps them around me. Marcoh. Hohenheim starts. Ed gets off the bed and silently opens the door a crack. I hear dog footsteps enter the room. I sit up and listen to Hohenheim. Are you telling me that after all those boys and Aaliyah did, that thing wasn't even their mother? I hear Marcoh demand. No one's POV. The military dorms were shown. Whoa, you don't sleep or eat? Ling's voice asked. You don't even run out of breath? Al's blood seal was shown. I just have to make sure the seal doesn't get harmed. Al replied. Ling was shown, smiling. That's so cool. So, you really are immortal then, huh? Lon Fan was seen to be sitting next to Ling while Winry and Al sat across from them. No, I'm not. Al said. This body, it's like a time bomb. Al said. Winry blinked, staring worryingly at Al. Barry mentioned something. Al continued as a soft, sad tone played. And it made me realize that any type of body is incompatible with a foreign soul. This body, it's like a time bomb. Al said. Winry blinked, staring worryingly at Al. Barry mentioned something. Al continued as a soft, sad tone played. And it made me realize that any type of body is incompatible with a foreign soul. Pairing them together, the body will eventually reject it. Al said as Winry looked in horror at Al. It could happen tomorrow or 10 years from now, but it's inevitable that it will. Oh no. Al, we have to get you back in your regular body. Winry said. Yeah, eventually you can do many things. Well, hold on. If it's about to give out on you, couldn't you just transfer your soul into some other object? Ling asked. 'Cause if that's the case, then for the time being, well, you're impervious to pain and you don't have to eat. It sounds like a great deal to me. No, it isn't. Winry said angrily, standing up. You don't know what you're talking about. She looked at Winry and Al, then walked away. Sorry. Winry. Al said, watching her go. Winry was shown to be lying face down on her bed in the dark. There was a knock at her door. Winry? Al asked through the door. I'm coming in. The door opened and closed as Al came over. He walked over to the bed where Winry didn't move from her position. You know, you, ally, and brother always got to be the first to explode. I never get the chance to be the one to get mad. Al said. Winry turned her head to look up at Al. It's just, well. A flashback of Al was shown. He was sitting by a wall in the dark. I guess I can't fall asleep. I don't think this body will let me. Winry was standing next to him. Oh. Al buried his face in his arms. The scene went back to Winry's room. She was sitting up now, but had her pillow still buried in her face. Just tell me you're going to get your body back. Okay. Back to Aaliyah and Edward. The scene go back to them. Aaliyah's POV. I see Ed's face turn into a horrified mess. I quickly get off the bed and wrap my arms around him. No, this can't be happening. Ed mutters into my shoulder. Telling me he is lying. Aaliyah, please. He begs. I wince at his pain. Ed. I started as I looks at him with a sad look on my face and he looks at me with a scared expression. I think I need some sleep. Ed mutters hoarsely. I nod and lay back down. Ed? Yeah. We can check if he is right. I said to him. Yeah. I'll always be here for you, Ed. I manage to get out. I hear his say something so quiet but I can't make it out. I try to grasp but sleep gets me at last. Edward, wake up. Your father is about to leave. I hear Marcoh yell through the door. I feel Ed jet awake, panting. He's finally leaving then. Ed mutters, falling back onto the bed. I shook my head and look out the window, watching Hohenheim walk away. The wind whips my hair, my face. As we trudge up the hill towards the house, Granny walks toward where she buried the body. "You're not really going to dig it up, are you, Ed?" she asks. "Look at ground." Grrm. Ed grits out, grabbing at his shoulder. "Ed." I place my hand on his back. He looks up at me. "Maybe we should just go back," Marcoh suggests, but Ed shakes his head. "No, my stumps are aching from the weather. It's going to rain soon. Let's just get this over with." He huffs and picks up the shovel. I grab the second shovel and begin to dig beside him. I can hear his pained breathing coming out in harsh intervals. Then the rain starts to pour down. Ed drops to his knees and pukes. "Ed, it's okay, just sit down for a minute," I whisper as I rub his back. "No." Ed's voice is ragged from the violent vomiting. "I can't move forward until I know for sure, and beside, I won't run away from this." He snarls and smashes the shovel back into the softened ground. I stand there and watch him shovel for a few moments and join him again. My movements are fast and strong. I was digging the hole deeper and faster. I almost don't notice Ed heaving under the tree, but I don't stop. I can feel his eyes on me in surprise. Then I hear his forced breathing beside me. Then I hear a shovel clink off something. Ed drops down and digs with his hands, pulling out some hair. I watch his run frantically to the bucket of water and dunk it in. "Granny. Mom's hair was a light chestnut color, this is black." Ed's voice is horrified. I kneel beside him as Marcoh pulls out the rest of the remains. "This femora is much too large, and this pelvis, I'm pretty sure it's male." Granny sighs, looking at the bones. "I'm sorry, this isn't your mother, Ed." Then I hear Ed fall to the ground. I can hear him begin to laugh and cry, all in an insane mess. "Ed." I kneel beside him. "We really can't bring the dead back to life. The undeniable truth," he whispers. "It was impossible along." He laughs and buries his face in his hands. "Ed, get it together," I says sternly, taking his hands in mine. "Now I understand what you told me, ally." I look up at his golden eyes covered in soaked blonde hair. "What are you talking about, Ed?" Marcoh eyes him concerned. "The moment I made this thing, it's been a sign of my despair. Not anymore, now it's of hope. Al can be returned to normal." She looks at him wide-eyed. He walks over to me with a smile on his face and throws his arms around me. The rain blurs around me as he spins me in the air. A stone in the ground with a bouquet of flowers in front of it was shown. Ed, ally, and Marcoh stood in front of it as a heavy, sad tone played. By the time we're done, the rain has stopped. The sun is now shining through the clouds. We walk down the hill towards the cemetery. We walks quietly towards the rock bells gravestones. Ed delivers his message and Marcoh smiles. "Thank you, Edward. It's nice to know my son and his wife help people. I'm proud of them." Ed turns and stops at his mother's stone. "Did Hohenheim even bother to say where he was going?" He grumbles. "Of course he didn't, and I didn't ask. What's wrong with me? I can't believe I forgot to give him a message." She groans. That catches Ed's attention. "What message?" "A final request from your mother." I hear her relay the message, then gives a cheeky smile. "I'm sorry to ask, but could you pass it on if you bump into him?" "Why should I have to?" Ed whines. Marcoh lets out a sigh. "I know it doesn't seem like it, but your father does care about you and your brother." Ed sneers. "Yeah, sure, I'll pass it on, right after I clock him in the face." I roll my eyes. "Leaving already?" Granny asks. "Yeah, Al's probably mad at me. I have a lot of explaining to do." He sighs. "Come home soon, you two." She smiles as she waves us goodbye. When we get to the train station, Ed freezes. "Wait. I have to call someone first." He mutters and drags me into the phone booth. I hear the phone ring and Izumi pick up. The conversation doesn't last very long, and Ed gives a sad look when he hangs up the phone. No one's POV. Ed and Aaliyah was shown to be on the train, staring out the window. Heading back to Central already, are you? Marcoh's voice said. Yeah. Al's probably mad at us. We're going to have plenty of explaining to do. Ed's voice said. Ed's face appeared on the screen, brow twitching. What the hell? He screamed angrily before he was looking all around Al's armor. I'm sorry, brother. Al said. You. Ed grabbed at his hair as he looked at Al's right side that was missing an arm. How were you this beat up? But, Ed scrunched his eyes shut. When he opened them, it was to glare at something. And you? He pointed at Ling and Lan Fan who were scarfing down plates and plates of food at the coffee table. What the hell are you doing here? Ed yelled. Eating a delicious dinner. Ling said around a chicken wing. The bedroom door opened and Ling and Lan Fan were kicked out. Ed was shown to be roaming his hands over Al's armor. Seriously, how did this happen to you? Al looked down. Ling and Lan Fan were shown to be sitting in the hall outside of Ed's room. The homunculus and Barry the chopper, and just to throw a cherry on top, you find out your body might reject your soul? Ed's voice was heard through the door. Ed clapped his hands, causing blue alchemical light to shine around them. He put them on Al's shoulder and arm, which Al was holding by his shoulder. I'm going to have to extend what little you have left of your armor. Ed said as the armor expanded to connect to Al's arm and the spikes came out of the shoulder. The ceiling fan was shown as the blue light flashed. When Ed was done, he breathed a sigh of relief while Winry walked behind him to get a look. Al tested his arm out by bending it a few times with his brother and friend watching. With worry shining in her eyes, Winry turned to Ed. Ed, he'll be able to get his body back, right? Winry asked. Yeah, of course he will. Ed said, turning to look at her. I told you I'm going to get it back. Winry smiled in relief. Ed sat down on the couch with a sigh. Al. When Al shifted to look at him, Ed closed his eyes. I've got to tell you two something. Ally and I dug up the body that we transmuted in Resemble. Al gasped. What? He asked as he stood up. Why would you do that? Ed looked up at him. Because Al, I found out the thing we buried wasn't really our mother. Al gasped, wobbled for a second before he sat back down. But, hold on a minute. Al grabbed his head. Then that means. The thing we made. I don't know what, but it was something completely different. Ed said. Al took his hands off his head and looked at Ed, but if it wasn't, then what happened to me? Ed looked up at him. That's just it. This has actually convinced me we can return you to normal. Ed, are you sure? Winry asked. Yeah, but before I start explaining how. Ed got an embarrassed look on his face. Well, Winry, do you remember when Al and I got in a fight when we were kids about who'd marry you? Al looked at him. Huh? The fight we were talking about on the roof? Yeah, that one. Ed said as he turned his head to Winry. Al told me you turned him down. Winry nodded. Turned you both down. Whatever, so the question's for both of you then. What was your reasoning? Ed asked. Al, Ally, and Winry looked at each other. She said. The former said. As they looked at Ed, saying together, I just don't like men who are shorter than me. Ah! Ed screamed, tears pouring out of his eyes. You can't judge a man for something he can't help. Winry looked at Al, Ally with a blank look as they looked. Sweat dropped. I don't really see how this has anything to do with getting Al's body back. Winry said. Ed adopted his serious manner once more. He closed his eyes. I had to be sure. Al had a memory of something I don't recall. Ed opened his eyes, looking at the two. And you seem to clearly remember it the same way, Winry, which means it happened without a doubt. So now that we know you remember something real, then we also know for a fact that really is Al bonded in there. Ed as a kid, missing his limbs, was shown to be leaning against a wall with his head bowed with blood spilled all around his stump of a leg and on the wall. I pulled you out, Al. Ed's voice said. The right side of Ed's body was zoomed in on to show that his arm was missing. I actually did it. Al was shown to be kneeling by his hurting brother, who was now grimacing and holding his shoulder. I know it was only your soul, but that's just it. Ed came back onto the screen. If I was able to pull that much of you out, then I got a hunch that your body's still in there. He curled his automail hand into a fist. And I can pull it out. You think my body is still in the portal? Al asked. Existing separately from my soul? Ah. Like Barry's body. The room in the lab was shown with Barry standing by his fallen body. It's a possibility if is? Aaliyah said. Ed knocked Al's chest. Right. What did you see? Try to think back. Can you remember what happened when the truth unraveled you? Al was zoomed in on before the screen showed a hand grabbing someone's wrist. I reached out. The scene moved to show an evil grinning Al grabbing Al's arm. Back in the present, Al looked at his hand. It was me. It was my hand I grabbed. Ed smirked. I knew it. Doesn't look like we're done with the truth yet, Al. He put his automail hand on Al's chest. We're going to get in there and pull your body out. Brother. Al said. The scene flashed to Ed lying in the room with the boy's creation staring at him. The hand reached out towards him. After the portal, I remember looking at you from inside that thing, the thing we thought was Mom. Ed's eyes widened. You were inside of it? The creature was back on the screen. That thing, was you? Ed asked as the thing breathed harshly. I guess so. Al's voice said. But my soul didn't bind. It must have rejected me right away. The scene returned to the dorm. So that means, we didn't harm anyone else's soul after all. Al said. A knock at the door interrupted the three, making them all look at the door. Mr. Elric? You have a telephone call from Izumi Curtis. A voice said. Ed was shown to be on the phone in the lobby. I did some research. Sig and I looked up our family lines. And well. Izumi was shown to be looking at a paper in her shop with Sig by her side. The child that I transmuted, it didn't have a single physical trait that could have come from us. Izumi's eyes moved to the corner of her eyes. You're onto something, aren't you? Ed appeared on the screen. Yes, I've come to the conclusion that death is permanent. Izumi and Sig were back on the screen. So not even transmutation can change that fact. Izumi looked grim as she continued. All this time, I thought that I must have missed something. She closed her eyes. But it was impossible to do in the first place. Ed was shown once more. There was a moment of silence before Izumi said, Ed. Ed straightened up by reflex. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Izumi said before she hung up. Dramatic music began as Ed's eyes widened. He looked at the phone in shock. So, what did teacher have to say? Al asked. Ed looked at his brother. After a moment, he looked away and put the phone down. Well, I'm not really sure why, but she said thank you. Al was shown before he was seen walking down the hall. He stopped after a few steps. Ed, who was walking up the stairs at the time, paused when he didn't hear Al's feet anymore. He turned to look at him. Al? This entire time, I've been blaming myself for what happened. Al told him. His clenched hands trembled. Their creation was shown. I thought it was me. I thought I was the one who killed Mom a second time. Al was shown to be holding his brother in his arms. Ed appeared on the screen, eyes shining in sadness. So did I, Al. Al put his face in his hands. Thanks, brother. Thank you. I wasn't the one who killed Mom after all. Izumi appeared on screen. A tear slipped out of her eye and trailed slowly down her face. Sig put his hands on her shoulders. Izumi. Izumi put a hand on one of his. I feel like I've been brought back to life. Her other hand went to her stomach. Our child wasn't made to suffer twice because of me. As Izumi sobbed softly, Sig wrapped her into a hug. But still, Ed said as he and Al appeared on the screen. None of this changes the fact that I'm the one who put you in that body. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to make you normal again. Brother. Al interrupted. I was right there with you and I knew that there were risks, so quit trying to shoulder all of this on your own. I can't watch you suffer like this. His hands clenched into fists. Not on your own. I can't just stand back and watch other people get hurt over what I've done. Like what happened to Mr. Hughes. Ed stared at his brother with wavering eyes. Al's hand fell limply to his side. I felt like it was my fault when I found out that he was dead, and I told myself that if it meant other people getting hurt, then I don't even want my body back. Ed nodded. Al looked up at him. Brother. The chimeras Al met in Doubleth flashed on the screen one by one. I've met other people who weren't exactly human. Greed was shown before the chimeras were shown to be running at Bradley in the sewers. But they still managed to live their lives with a purpose. Martel was shown, crying as she tried to get out of Al. Greed was shown getting stabbed with multiple swords. Fury was shown, smiling at Ed when the boy fixed the radio. And even in this body. Fallman and Havoc were shown with the former speaking. Riza was shown, then the group surrounding Ed, Aaliyah, and Al after Scar attacked them. It hasn't stopped other people from treating me like I'm still human. Hughes was shown, smiling at the boys. Mustang and Riza were shown, both smiling at them. This body could reject me any time. The girls was shown to be hiding behind a wall at the top of the stairs, looking down sadly. But it's the same with being human. Ling and Lon Fan were shown to be sitting on the other side of the stairs. Both of them had their eyes closed as they listened. You never know when you might get sick or die in an accident. Al was shown. He looked down at his hands. So, I can still get by like this. I can live a somewhat normal life. And that's how I've managed to keep going. He lowered his hands. But now, I can't take it anymore. Ed started walking down the stairs. Because, I can't. He looked up at his brother. I can't take all the nights by myself. Ed was shown to be near the bottom of the stairs, just standing there as he watched. It's too lonely. And that's why I have to get back to normal. Ed smirked. Sure, and you're going to. He punched Al's chest before the boys ran up the stairs together. We'll knock that truth jerk on his butt. And then we're going to pull your body right out of that place. Yeah. Al said as the boys rounded the corner and headed towards their room. Winry and Aaliyah pushed off the wall and ran after the two a few steps. She stopped to look at Ed's back in surprise. Huh? Hey, Aaliyah, have his shoulders always been so broad? Now, you mentioned no it hadn't. Aaliyah said as she looked as well. That's the end of this tale for now. Like and subscribe for future installments. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 2. Peace.